Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. Tarek Skubal posts one of the best starts in Tigers playoff history in a 2-1 win over the Guardians in the opener of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland yesterday. Skubal allowed just one Guardians run over 7 2/3 with 14 strikeouts, tying a Tigers playoff record and setting a new career high for him. Manager A.J. Hinch, how'd you think of your ace? The Tigers scored the game-winning run on a sac bunt from Zach McKinstry in the 7th. In the 9th, Jose Ramirez ended up on third base thanks to a throwing error by Javi Baez, but Will Vest was able to tag him out in a rundown to seal the win. Tigers look to clinch the series and advance to the ALDS with Casey Mize on the mound this afternoon. Hear that first pitch just after 1 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Other wildcard finals from yesterday, the Cubs used back-to-back fifth-inning home runs from Seiya Suzuki and Carson Kelly, beating the Padres 3-1 at Wrigley. Masataka Yoshida's 2-run single in the 7th backs a stellar outing from Garrett Crochet in a 3-1 Red Sox win over the Yankees, and the Dodgers pound 5 home runs, 2 from Shohei Ohtani, beating the Reds 10-5. The Aces clinch a spot in the finals with a 107-98 overtime win over the Fever last night. It's the 4th time the past 6 years Las Vegas has made the finals, 2 of those seasons resulting in championships. The Aces and 2-seed Phoenix Mercury take the floor on Friday for Game 1 of the finals, and the Red Wings now 3-3 in the preseason after a 3-1 win over the Blackhawks in Chicago last night. Lucas Raymond and JT Compher both found the back of the net, snapping a 3-game preseason losing streak for the Wings. The next take the ice against the Maple Leafs in Toronto tomorrow night. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates, and a Tiger baseball team one win away from the ALDS.
How sweet it is. And you win Game 1. Let's say it again.
History.
Tigers in 2. Here we go.
How awesome was it to not only beat Cleveland, I mean, come on. They've been such a thorn in the Tigers' side. But to beat them at their own black magic game, to beat them with the small ball, guards ball, A.J. Hinch calling for a bunt twice in that game to score a couple runs, John?
Yeah, I mean, that's when you're looking at things that were different yesterday, that they were doing that they didn't do really in 162. It was small ball. And how many times have we heard people, I wish they would take small ball. Whether they call in here or they call in, in middays, it's, I wish AJ would just advance a runner from second to third. All right. We finally got a little bit of that. And this is where you pull out all the stops. You pull out every trick, every tool in the toolbox to find a way to win. And even at that 9th inning, you're thinking, oh, this is how it goes. Like, this is just par for the course, right?
Yep.
With the error on Javi, should have had a scoop at first. Ramirez ends up on third. Or even if you're looking at the one run that was scored on Skubal, right? The ball doesn't leave the infield. Tell me if you've heard this story. The ball doesn't leave the infield, and they score a run.
Look, at least he didn't put it between his legs, but he needs to let his infield field that because I don't think they score there. And you're right, it's agonizing. It's playoff baseball, but it's two teams that play this way. This is what Cleveland does all the time, and it's what Detroit had to do because, John, the bats weren't there, but you don't want to waste Tarek Skubal, who's throwing the gem of all gems. 14 strikeouts in a playoff game, ties the Tiger franchise record. And his 7th inning, where he punched out all 3 batters on pitches of 100 miles an hour or more, like, the adrenaline's pumping. You got to let him finish this, and you got to finish this for him and score something. And they resorted to what they could do, laying down a bunt.
Yep.
Zach McKinstry, fire up chips.
And I would love to hear people's reaction on the final pitch of the game, or the final out, right? The pop out to Javi at short.
Mm-hmm.
I stood up and gave the fist pump. Like, it was, and a hell yeah moment. And it just was, it was so much of the frustrations of the end of the year. Can they win playoff baseball? They're going to win a School Bowl start finally after 3 losses to end the season. And the way that they did it, and I thought, again, going back to Vest and how he handled that situation, being able to run, that's teach tape. You run at the runner, you force him back to the bag that he came from, and then you find a way to tag him out. And it was perfect. And it was that moment of just pure joy of we won a game. It was a playoff game.
A lot of credit to Will Vest, who had to get the 4-out save, comes in the 8th, runner in scoring position, and he has not pitched well outside of the 9th this year. Mm-hmm. He gets to the 9th. And then, John, the adversity of, dude, it's all on you. There's no safety net. Runners at third base with no outs. You can't even allow a fly ball. Mm-hmm. You got to bear down, get punch-outs, infield flies, ground balls, and he did. I mean, and you're right, specifically on that play where they get Jose Ramirez on the base paths. I don't know why he went, but if he's going to go, he has to go home and force Vest to throw, right, to get a catch, to get a tag. Instead, he ends up in no man's land because Will Vest stares him down.
Right. Well, I mean, he said he was going on contact, and I understand that. Like, they had to be aggressive. The one run that they scored, it was second to home on an infield hit. Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? And so, yeah, it was just all those things. But let's flip it around for a moment, because how many times have we been talking about, we got a runner on third with no outs and we can't score? Mm-hmm. We're not having that conversation. They are. The Yankees last night against the Sox, bases loaded, bottom of the 9th, no outs, and they don't find a way to score. Like, it just, the Tigers did what they had to do to win. Mm-hmm. And it was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but it's winning. And we've seen a lot of ugly and losing to round out the month of September. It's nice to end the month with a win, have it be a playoff win. And, John, you gave people the history yesterday. Winning game 1 in these 3-game series tends to mean, it's always meant, you win the series. Now,
to this point.
And that's where I wanted to bring this up. I'm still not sold they're winning this series.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you still got the Costa lock going.
I'm sure people will be thrilled to hear that this morning. But, John, if that's going to be what the offense is, it's going to be another nail-biter today.
So be it. That's right. What playoff baseball, they're all nail-biters. They're all going to be nail-biters.
And we're not going to have Scooble throwing today to breathe fire in the 7th inning.
And when the game started, right, did you think that was going to be a 3-pitch inning?
No.
For Williams? What? Swing out.
I know.
And I'm sitting there going, they're going to, Tigers, like, let's make him throw some pitches. And then all of a sudden it's single, and then there's a mistake in the outfield, and Kerry Carpenter takes second. Like, you've got to be able to make them pay for their mistakes, and they did in the first inning.
And who else but Torkelson? And it wasn't pretty. Again, it's a blooper. But it did feel like the roles were reversed a little bit.
Yeah.
Where I feel like that's an error the Tigers would have made in the last couple weeks.
Right.
Or the Tigers would have stranded Jose Ramirez in the 9th inning.
Right. Or it's Ramirez on second, and then Kwan with or Kwan on second, Ramirez with a bloop single that scores a run. You're like, of course,
soft contact. Come on.
Hey,
shoes on the other foot today, baby.
Yes, it is.
We got open lines. We're going to talk Tiger fans for a bunch of the show today. A heads up, it's a Wednesday, which means we do have Lions tickets to give away. Make this day even better. Bad news, it's not this hour, so if you're up early, I'm sorry, but 1 hour on the show today, we'll play Name That Lion for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Monday night game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Ooh, Monday night tickets.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's the next home game. So, Tiger Talk. Where are you at level of buy-in? Are you all the way back in? Hey, this was the team with the best record in the AL. I'm all the way back in. Playoff baseball. Are you bought in enough to, hey, they're going to win this series and I'm just not confident beyond that? Or are you not even sold they're winning this series based on the fact that these are going to be nail-biters and you don't have Scooble? 248-539-9797. John, level of buy-in.
Okay, same as yesterday. Tigers in 2. I mean, I'm not going to change, especially since they won.
But beyond that, like you're not...
No. You get to a 5-game series. Okay, can they win a 5-game series? Yes. They're better built to win a 3-game series, which is why I said Tigers in 2. A 5-game series, they can still win. I don't expect them to get to the ALCS, but I'm not going to sit here and say they have no chance. I'm kind of a 50-50 on the ALDS.
It would be Seattle. Scooble would throw Sunday and Game 5 if necessary. So you'd have a puncher's chance in a 5-game series.
Yeah, but what do you do for Game 1? Because Mize is going to go to, and if you do it in 2, right, you got Flaherty.
Yeah.
And then you go Scooble. And then you're back to Mize, and everybody's going to be on a little bit of a shorter rest, but
you're
hey.
Piecing it together. It's playoff baseball.
Up.
Yeah. Speaking of man up, Casey Mize today. He wasn't on the playoff roster a year ago. He made the All-Star game in the first half. He did stabilize in September. He pitched decent, actually pretty damn well at the end of the season against Boston. Huge spot for Casey Mize today.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. It really is. And I'm hoping for the best. We're all hoping for the best, like, especially after that win yesterday. Like, even if you were, the Tigers are going to waste our time. I get it. I understand the frustrations. They're in the playoffs. They won a playoff game. Now let's jump on board and see how long we can ride this train.
That's how I would view it. I did have messages from people going, hey, how about
anybody else singing that song?
Yes. Did you see me over here like bopping along?
I know. I looked at Greg and I'm like, I was wondering if he was going to get it. Maybe we'll come back with that music.
know
But
he
yeah,
will.
then Heather's
he will.
over there head bobbing. Yeah, all right.
But I got a message from someone who said, I can't believe some of your listeners are so out that they won't even watch this. This was an electric, dramatic playoff win, and you had people opting out. And what I told the guy is it was a lot like the guys who claim to be Lions free. You were going to be on your couch watching your TV on Sundays, even when you hated the Lions. And I'd imagine, look, if you had to work, it's one thing, but you were keeping an eye on the game cast. You had an earbud in. You were checking the score. I can't imagine even the hardened, frustrated, burned out on the Tigers fan chose to ignore that yesterday. I just call BS. I think you were watching or paying attention.
So I want to ask the question. All right. Were you one of those that I'm not watching? You were going to refuse to just because Scott Harris made you so mad at the trade deadline. The Tigers just infuriated you by losing the division that you weren't going to watch. But then all of a sudden, in about the 7th inning, you saw that the Tigers went up 2-1. Did you tune in for the 8th and 9th? Did you tune in because you just couldn't stay away? That something about that update on your phone just drew you in, and you had to see the final couple innings. And maybe it was a hate watch. Maybe you wanted to see, how are they going to lose it? And Ramirez ends up on third, and you're like, man, I told you so.
There we go.
But then all of a sudden they won.
Well, I'd imagine
How dare they?
There's got to be FOMO. Like, Scooble's got 14 strikeouts in a playoff game. He's throwing 101, dotting people up to get Ks in the 7th. Very JV-esque, by the way. Mm-hmm. Ramping up, big spot, swing and miss. And you're just going to sit there at 1 o'clock watching, like, reruns of Maury or something? I don't know. Like, the Tigers are going on.
Yeah. Is Maury still on?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Somewhere, probably.
Yeah.
What's
You
going
are
on?
not the father.
What's going on at 1 o'clock? Well, Tarek Scooble might be their daddy after that.
Yeah, there you go.
248-539-9797. Talking to Tiger fans early this morning. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. And all you got to do is win that first bet. That's right. Pick a bet $5. And if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, whatever your style, whatever you want. FanDuel has you covered. We are in week 5 of the NFL season. So there's 2 questions. Are you ready to play? And why haven't you played yet? Time to get in the game. Let's go. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-0 in the postseason. And what a way to win that game. Tarek Skubal dazzles, ties a Tiger franchise record 14 strikeouts in a playoff game, and Detroit out-Guardians Cleveland, taste of their own medicine, little small ball, little McKinstry bunt, and the Tigers eke out what is a classic playoff ugly victory, and it doesn't matter how you do it, you just got to keep doing it. John, we ask people their level of buy-in.
Yeah.
Are they bought in they're going to win this series? Are they bought in beyond this series? Or are they still not sold they get through Cleveland?
You know, you kind of ruined the moment for me. You weren't even there. But McKinstry has the bunt, and I'm up cheering. And I'm cheering with the eye roll at the same time because I know I'm going to have to hear.
Hey, game on the line. You look to a Chippewa, baby.
An all-star.
That's right. And yes, it was dramatic. Jose Ramirez is on third base with no outs. Here we go again.
Yeah.
They botched the ball over at first. Like you see it squeak out. And you go, oh, no, not like this. Not like this. And Will Vest shuts the door in a really tough spot, and the Tigers will turn to Casey Mize today. 248-539-9797. John, you are bought in that they win this series. You've said Tigers in 2.
Yep.
Ticket text. I think they win today or tomorrow, but lose to Seattle. The hitting is just not good enough. Ben in Whitmore Lake.
Okay.
Says, we won, but man, this offense and the non-Skubal starts especially, it's going to be awful. What the heck happened to Torres? He looks terrible.
Yeah. I mean, he's the one guy with the high pressure, the most playoff experience. And you would think that he'd be the guy that'd be able to step in and step up. And
he's cost himself a lot of money with the second half nosedive.
Well, and it's not even it's not really just the second half nosedive. It was September was awful. Awful.
Bats break out today, boys. 6-4 Tigers. Tigers in 2. TIT.
Mm-hmm.
Your show
Tanner Bybee on the mound?
Yeah, Bybee's throwing. Your show's very entertaining, but I'd love to hear Cleveland sports radio right now. Win the division for what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, go back to what we were talking about on Thursday and Friday. That's
basically what they're doing today.
Maybe we can have some fun with this later. What is that Detroit sports moment? What Ramirez did.
Oh. Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to take us down like the rabbit hole of all the bad things that have happened?
I'm just asking. I mean, I find it fascinating. I was thinking, has a star in the past done something like that? Like, he's their boy. They love him.
Jose. Yeah, we heard the chants.
Yeah, I don't know. So he's the one that made it to third base.
Yeah, he was running violently.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
so
he plays the game in a violent manner. He just looks mad all the time. But he's got this weird, and I'm not going to sit here and talk about one of the opponents other than the fact that, first of all, I loved a couple of years ago when he stayed in Cleveland and took less money, endeared himself to that fan base. But he's a guy that looks angry playing, but also looks like he loves it at the same time.
He treated that like there was 2 outs.
Yep. He sold out. He was doing everything he could. Let's get to Q in Detroit. Q, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing damn good.
Man, I know, right? So I called Pat the other day and I told him, because he was kind of talking about the same thing you guys talking about, people not really interested in, the Tigers losing the division, all that stuff. Look, I told Pat, and like I said, look, the season start over. It's the playoffs. None of that matter. We got in. That's all that matters is you getting in. We was one of those teams that got in, and anything can happen. Just like in 2006 when we lost the division, had a good lead, and went into the World Series. Now, I have confidence that this is a wide open American League. I think the Tigers can make it. I truly think we can still make the World Series. We proved that we can play good baseball, and just hopefully we can get more offense because I believe in School. And if we could get him, because we win in this series, we could get him for game 2 and game 5, because I think we're going to go to 5 with Seattle.
It's possible. I mean, it is certainly possible. And yes, it is a wide open American League. But if you go back to, and I know that, hey, they did something yesterday that didn't feel like they could do, and that was just win against the Guardians in a moment that mattered. Now you go back to, when did this whole skid start?
Seattle.
Yeah.
Right before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And they have 2 bats they didn't have then.
Well,
Naylor and Suarez.
Look, the Tigers got to
get... Naylor used to be a Guardian.
And people here hate him.
Right. And look, they got to get through this series.
Right.
I'm still not sold they're getting through this series.
Tigers
by
in
the way.
2.
Then you face Seattle, which is the ultimate narrative series. They had the big deadline. We had the dud deadline. Can they rewrite that story if they beat Seattle? I mean,
Hey, John, did you see Bregman doubled off Bednar last night?
Oh, yeah. I know. I watched that entire game, and yeah, it was. I trust me. There were so many times doing the show with Cookies has kind of ruined some sports moments for me.
sorry, buddy. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating and Cooling and Electrical. More family and friends of victims of Sunday's attack at the Grand Blanc Church have now launched GoFundMe pages, obviously seeking help. According to one page that was launched on Monday, Benjamin Phelps and his young son were among those who were wounded in the attack. It sounds like his son has now returned home, but Benjamin is still facing a long and difficult road to recovery, according to the GoFundMe. So as of Tuesday morning, that page raised more than $32,000. Wow. There's another woman in Fenton who set up a GoFundMe to help her father-in-law's wife. Her page explained that her father-in-law lost his life in the shooting, and she's raising money to obviously help support his wife of over 50 years, who's now going to be going through bills and living expenses on her own. That page has raised about $16,000. I'm sure it's even more. These are as of Tuesday morning. We talked about another victim yesterday, John Bond. His family has also set up a GoFundMe as well to help finance a memorial service and support his family. I mean, it makes sense.
Tough,
I'm sure.
Long days ahead for them.
Yes, without a doubt. Monroe County Community College was evacuated and closed on Tuesday due to a bomb threat. An alert posted late in the morning stated that the MCCC main campus has received a bomb threat, has been evacuated and closed. It also said, please do not come onto campus until further notice. All classes have been canceled for the day. There was also this evening gala that was canceled as well. Officials said that the threat came via email, leading to the evacuation of students and staffs. And it sounds like everyone had to evacuate very quickly. Some people had to leave behind their vehicles. They were just told to get out because they left the keys in the building. It sounds like today everyone can return and
recover
anything they left. And I'm thinking classes will start. There was Michigan State Police troopers there with bomb-sniffing canines. There was no information, though, regarding what the threat stated or who the threat came from. It did say that there were several emails sent. It also does sound like it was most likely a hoax, but they had to treat it like it wasn't, right?
Yeah, you have to.
So a Lake Orion woman has been charged with 18 felonies after she intentionally took her Jeep and rammed into 10 random pedestrians in several communities across Metro Detroit. We spoke about her, but now we're learning what she's facing. So police identified this woman as a 30-year-old woman named Rochelle Rickliff. The rampage spanned cities of Royal Oak, Clawson, Hazel Park, and Warren. First, she hit this guy riding a bike in Royal Oak. Then from there, she drove into Clawson, rammed in and damaged a pair of police patrol vehicles. She had 2 kids in the car with her. Her son, 12 years old, was able to jump out while police were trying to pull her over. Her other child, I believe was 6, remained in the car the entire time. Then continued on to Hazel Park, Warren, in total hit 10 people. And authorities are saying it's basically a miracle that nobody suffered life-threatening injuries. But like I said, she's now facing 18 felonies. So we've been experiencing something like this little mini summer lately. It has been same as last year. Remember last year too? We didn't get that cool, crisp fall weather that we wanted.
It's October. Come on.
Yes. So we've had temperatures reaching, 80 degrees. So if you're over the heat, like most of us are, the good news is that cooler temperatures are right around the corner. So that's good. On average, cities here in the Lower Peninsula see their first freezing temperatures, which is below 32 degrees in October, while the UP normally experiences the frost earlier.
We've already had snow in the UP.
Yeah, they've already experienced that. They actually experienced that in late August. So there you go, but not here. So when will we see the first frost? Well, that's yet to be determined. But it sounds like if we look at last year, the first frost, November 21st. Wow. The earliest was September 22nd in 1974.
Yeah. Obviously, we're not going to hit that one, but I do think we get it.
We're going to
Like, we're going to get it sometime in late October.
I hope. We're going to see cooler temperatures in the 60s and 70s this weekend.
There you go.
So
that's more like
that's
it.
better, right? Yeah.
Heather with the news coming up next. The Power Surge, John Jansen's top 6 teams in the NFL as of today. It's 97.1. Who are the best teams in the NFL, John?
Well, there's a clear delineation between the good, the bad, the ugly, and it's hard to come up with 6 teams that I think are really playing good football right now, or at least through 4 weeks, going into week 5. This is a little review from last week. Number 6 was Green Bay. They tied. That's amazing. The Chargers were at 5, and they lost to the New York Football Giants and a rookie quarterback in his first start. Ouch. Tampa was at 4, Detroit at 3, Philly at 2, and Buffalo at 1. So let's go to the teams that are kind of on the outside looking in. Cincinnati is 2-2. They're not on the outside looking in. They're on the outside looking up, trying to figure out what the hell has happened since Joe Burrow went down. And it's just easy enough. Your quarterback and that offense is just not going to be able to get it done. So they're a 2-2 team that's pretty much gonzo. The other 2-2 teams, New England, Chicago, Atlanta, Arizona, Washington, Minnesota, Denver, and Kansas City. Of those teams that I think are good or going to be able to recover from a 2-2 start, Kansas City, obviously. Denver is still trying to figure out what they are. Nice rushing performance last weekend. Defense hasn't been what we thought it would be, but there's still time to come around. I think the interesting ones are more in the division where you have Washington playing with the quarterback for a couple games. Minnesota and Chicago. Chicago 0-2, now 2-2. I don't know what we make of them, but they're there and hanging around. Minnesota as well without JJ, and have no idea what they're going to do at the quarterback position. It's going to be interesting to see when JJ is healthy what they do. But I put Kansas City in the next level up, in comparable to some of the 3-1 teams. And tell me what you think before we get to the top 6 of some of these 3-1 teams. Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to make of Jacksonville. They are 3-1.
They've forced the most turnovers in football. I have a feeling this is being propped up by some favorable bounces. They're not this good.
I don't think so either. And Trevor Lawrence, he's not playing as a quarterback of a 3-1 team. Green Bay is interesting because they're 2-1-1, which always is fun to say. And the Chargers at 3-1 as well. San Francisco is in there. So those are the teams on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
The top 5 teams. And we'll have plenty of room for discussion
here.
Top
6 teams.
Top 6 teams, yes. I'm going to start at the top because there's not a lot of movement at the top. Buffalo comes in at number 1 yet again. And what do we make of them? Great game to open the season against the Ravens. Then they played the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Saints. I still think they're the best team right now, but you look at their entire schedule, and I was going through this morning with you, Jim. They may have the easiest schedule, and they may go 17-0, or let's just say maybe they go 15-0, and we still don't really know if they're that good. Because
so who are they going to play so we can compare? They already beat Baltimore. They're going to face Tampa.
Well, they got Patriots, Falcons, Panthers. They've got the Chiefs, but the Chiefs are at home and still trying to figure out what the Chiefs are. But the Chiefs at that point should be Rashee Rice will be back.
Correct.
What will they be when he's back? TBD. Dolphins, Bucks at home. They got all their big games at home. Texans, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Browns. That 16th game for them, week 17. Eagles at home.
Okay, so
then we'll finally learn a little bit more about the Eagles. We'll know more about the Eagles because we'll obviously play the Eagles. But
so we'll learn about Buffalo in January.
Yeah, well, the last weekend of 2025.
Yeah.
So I still have them at number 1. Philly is at 2 because you look at the teams that they've beaten. Now, before we thought the Chiefs were average, they did go to Kansas City and get a win.
Should you have flip-flopped these two? Philly with wins against Tampa in Tampa, a win in Kansas City against the Chiefs.
Well, I'm close to it.
Okay.
But Buffalo has done nothing to say they don't still belong at number 1. They just haven't played anyone, but they've taken care of business. You can only play the teams on your schedule. So at the Chiefs, at the Bucks, and then in between that, they beat the Rams at home.
Right.
So they have a terrific resume.
I think you should flip them, but it's your list.
Yeah, well, let's give it a little bit more time. And again, it's going to be hard because the Eagles now play the Broncos, the Giants, the Vikings, the Giants, and then they play the Packers and the Lions. So, again, it's how do we know by that point? Detroit stays at number 3, and this is more of a justification for me putting them at 3 last week Because after that, you've got Tampa Bay, who was at number 4, but they don't go anywhere because they lost to the Eagles. And it was a damn good game. The Rams come in at number 5. And where did I have them last week? Oh, they weren't in the top 6. So they lost to the Eagles is their only loss. And that was in Philly. So they've got wins over the Texans, the Titans. Again, not great wins, but they did hand the Indianapolis Colts their first loss.
I'd flip 4 and 5. I'd have the Rams at 4, excuse me. Because first of all, they played Philly tougher, and they have some notable wins, including the one they just picked up against the 3-0 Colts team.
Yeah, but there's just something about Baker and that team that I just think they find ways to win.
Well,
and
so
it's
Stafford and the Rams. He's Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, but
you just don't like Stafford.
No, that's not it. And then at number 6, this is where it was really tough because, like I said, there's a lot of 3-1 teams. What do you make of them? Who should be in there? And the ones that I already said were out. Green Bay's not 3-1, but they're right there. The Chargers, but they lost to the Giants. Indy, but they're coming off a loss. San Francisco. And so I went with the team that lost to San Francisco in week 1, but has handed the Steelers their only loss and just beat the Cardinals on the road. And I didn't think that they would be one of these teams that I'd ever talk about in the top 6. The Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I thought preseason they'd be a team looking to draft in the top 6.
Yeah, and I think Mike has done a terrific job in terms of coaching out there. And you have Sam Darnold. What do we make of Sam Darnold, who was rejuvenated, as we well know, last year in Minnesota? He goes to Seattle, and everybody's thinking, oh, well, without Kevin O'Connell, he's not going to be much of anything. Well, so far this year, he's got a 70% completion percentage. He's done an extremely good job. 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's only been sacked 6 times, which is one of the lower in the league. Some of it's not on him. Some of it's on the offensive line. But they've also had to shuffle some guys around on the offensive line. They just find ways to win. And so I've got Seattle at number 6.
It's just tough because I don't really respect a lot of the teams they beat. I'm not high on the Cardinals. You are, so I get why that's a big win. The Saints win is nothing. And the Steelers, look, they may find their way into the playoffs. I don't think they're a particularly good football team.
No, but we're talking about a whole bunch of teams that are bunched up in there. And as I told you before we started, like it's kind of a coin flip. And I could have put the Chargers in there after losing to the Giants.
I think you could still have the Chargers ahead of Seattle. You also could have been bold and said Kansas City's a different team with Worthy. Put them at 2-2 in the last spot.
I need to see more because as teams adjust to Kansas City, can you just have one guy return and he be your complete offense? The offense is Patrick Mahomes, but
it stretches and opens things up for everybody.
And their defense is good.
Yeah.
And that's what I did this week. I have Kansas City 4th.
Whew. Wow.
Because I just simply said, who do I think are the best teams in football right now? And who would win games against each other? And I think the top 3 are easy: Bills, Eagles, Lions. And then I went with Kansas City. I think there's something to entertain about the Ravens if they can get some things right, but now Lamar's out a couple weeks. I mean, it just looks like they have the look of the team that lost season because of misfortune and all that stuff. And then 5th and 6th, I ended up putting Tampa 5. I'm not going to hold losing to one of the best teams in the league against them that much. And then probably the Rams.
Yeah. So I would have the same 6. I just had Kansas City 6th, but...
Yeah, but it's a muddled mess after the 3.
You're right.
And you really have to, John, your words, you stole them from my mouth. I said it to Greg about a minute before we came out and you started the segment. I go, this is a really tough week to do the power search.
It is because
I
think
think
there's
garbage out there.
There is. And so the Seattle Seahawks, they play Tampa this weekend. So we'll know more about them, about both teams. And that one's going to be in Seattle.
Can I just give you something for comparison? A lot of these sites do their power rankings. I pulled up a FanDuel just to see Super Bowl odds right now. The Bills are 1.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles are 2.
Okay.
The Lions are 3.
Okay, so it follows mine.
Number 4 is a tie. Kansas City and the Green Bay Packers.
So I know, okay, we all love the fact that Green Bay tied the Dallas Cowboys, it's still laugh-worthy. They're still a really good team. Obviously, we know that with what they did to the Lions in the first game. But They play one way at home and a completely different way on the road.
Yeah,
Not a sign of a good team.
I had them tied kind of with the Rams, and I went with the Rams because they have the better record right now. But you have to have some respect for the 2 wins that they do have.
Yeah. I think there's a clear top 3. And then 4 and 5, I think you could interchange. Unlike you with Kansas City, I think you can interchange Tampa and the Rams. I understand putting Kansas City in there. It's a little bit more, I think, credit to Patrick Mahomes. But then after that, there's just a whole lot of garbage.
As your power surge, we got to talk Tiger baseball. 1-0 in the postseason. It's 97-1.
Hey, I want to give you a highlight, and that's the Great Valley. Your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you, our listeners, this month. Maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck. It's the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation for an unbelievable $199 per month, and another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be with over 600 horsepower, and it comes standard. I'll say that again, 600 horsepower. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on due at signing amount of $3,189, must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply.
Well on his way to 14 punch-outs. Struck out the side in the 7th. All 100-mile-an-hour pitches, including 101. Whew. Tigers win. John, keeps Tigers in 2 on the table.
Yes, it does. And it keeps that the odds of whoever wins game 1 winning the series. And last year, there's only one series that went to 3 games. Padres-Mets. Mm-hmm. We know how devastating that was to the Mets. They haven't been able to recover yet.
Well done. We want to know your level of buy-in. Are you bought into the degree that they'll win the series? Bought in that they'll win even more beyond this series? Or maybe you're not even bought in that they will win this series, despite what history says. And John, I'm in that third category. I just don't know that they have enough offense to win on days where Skubal isn't throwing.
Well, you're going to need a special performance from Casey Mize, and I don't think he goes as deep as Tarek Skubal did. So now you're also going to need a couple of special performances by Finnegan and friends. And maybe you see Vest again in the bottom of the 9th. I don't know how AJ is going to work that, but I think Casey Mize, the decision for AJ is going to be, when has Casey Mize reached his limit? Because we've seen throughout the course of the season, he can get into trouble, he can get out of trouble. Mm-hmm. And it makes for a lot of gnashing of the teeth when he's on the mound, but he's been able to get out of some of those moments. Is it the 4th? Is it the 5th? Can he go to the 6th? Like, when it goes bad for Casey Mize, it goes. Same thing for Jack Flaherty. Like, when you don't have your ace on the mound, that's kind of what you got to determine as a manager, is pulling the strings at the right time.
Cleveland's the deeper staff.
Oh, there's no question. We said, yeah. Go.
Detroit did what they're supposed to do in game 1. It's the reason they had the advantage in the series. And I'm thrilled they did. Like, it was awesome watching Skubal. I love giving the Guardians a taste of their own medicine. But do I think Detroit's going to out-Guardian the Guardians? I don't. I mean, they went 1 of 8 with runners in scoring position yesterday. That 3rd inning early, tell me if you weren't thinking it at the time, that's one that you got to get. Those are ones that'll haunt you. I don't think they're winning the series, even though they won game 1.
So they're the first time.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody's got to be first.
No, it's not a long history, but in the 3-year history of the expanded playoffs,
somebody's got to be first.
You're such a downer. You're such a bum.
Never mind, guys. Blinders on. Everything's great. No, I just can't ignore it. They haven't hit in a month. So let me ask you this. I know, and I mentioned it when we opened up. First inning, I thought there was a chance for Williams to have a 3-pitch first inning, because it was, hey, Parker Meadows swing, 1 out. Was it Gleyber Torres was second, swing, another out. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden you start to get a couple of guys on base. But my point is, I like the fact that they were aggressive at the plate early, because I heard a stat about the Guardians where if they score first, or if they score in the first inning, they win like 92% of those games. So you knew you were going to have to go out there and be aggressive. Now, don't quote me on that. I know that that's not the exact number, but that was what I got the feeling of. If they score first, and if they score in the first inning, so you get the first at-bats. That's the benefit of being on the road. You get to be in attack mode first, and I loved the fact that they went out there and said, you know what, screw what happened in the last 6 weeks. Screw what happened last time we were here in Cleveland. We're going to go out there and attack the pitchers. Look, it makes sense. Cleveland's built to hold even the smallest of leads. They got a great bullpen. They're a strong defense. You got to get to them early. I think we talked about that yesterday. You got to get to them early, because then you take the pressure off. Like, Detroit wants to play free and loose, and there's no pressure from some late season collapse. It's a new season 0-0. Well, don't get down 2 runs, because then that pressure comes back in a hurry. It's impossible to play playoff baseball without there being pressure, and there will be pressure on the Tigers. How will they deliver in those pressurized moments? Yesterday, the only hit they had with runners in scoring position came in the first inning. And that's not a recipe to win this series, and certainly not beyond this series.
No, it is not a recipe to make a long playoff run, but you only got to have one more than they do, and that's what they did yesterday.
Some ticket text. says, how awesome is it beating Cleveland in football and baseball? No better feeling than making all of Ohio feel like crap. Let's go Tigers. I wish we could also play and beat the Reds as well.
Well, we do own that state.
Says the only thing missing is Michigan beating the Buckeyes. We could win the whole state. John in Shelby.
Well, we're not missing that. We're still living that.
Todd in Mount Clemens. I've been a diehard Tigers fan since 1980. I just can't stop watching them. Yes, September frustrated me, but if you're a fan, you continue to support them. These fair weather fans are not real fans.
I'm not going to call them not real fans. I get their frustrations. It's not my perspective. It's not where I'm coming from. But I do understand the frustration, whether it's Scott Harris, the trade deadline, it's this team, and you thought up until the All-Star break that they were punching above their weight class. All of those different things are true.
You're allowed to feel burned out.
And it's a long-ass season.
The season's too long. And this year really grinded on you as a fan and wore on you. And we took calls from people who were burned out. I just don't get why you wouldn't at least keep an eye on it. Because it's fun. Like yesterday was fun. I know it was ugly, but it's fun to beat the Guardians and give them a taste of their own medicine. To like deprive yourself of that experience of watching your team win a playoff game, you got to snap out of it. Ticket text.
Maybe they did.
Maybe the Tigers did. That's the question we're asking. Level of buy-in. Are you bought in they're winning the series? Or are you bought in they're winning more than this series? Text says, guys, they've scored 2.3 runs per game in their last 10. It only works with Scooble. With anger, Harris and the Guardians in 3. Matt and Heartland. I'm still not sold on the TIT, but I say go Tigers nonetheless. They had a commanding lead in the regular season and blew it to the Guardians. I hope it doesn't happen in this series. I'll believe it when I see it, Chad, in a truck.
So I'm curious your thoughts on this, because I know you weren't bought in about the whole reset and everything, but when the Tigers had to have a win, they couldn't find a way to get one. They did the bare minimum, absolute bare minimum, by tying the Houston Astros, but winning that tiebreaker to get into the postseason. Now that they've won game one, are they back to where they were in September, where they have the advantage? And now there's the pressure, or...
That's a good question. Certainly there's more pressure on the team facing elimination in Cleveland. At the same time...
But they faced elimination for 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks. And what did they do? So we almost have like a shrunk down version of the last month and a half today.
Right.
Today is the last 6 weeks in a little time capsule for 2.5 hours. Because you're right. Detroit has the advantage. 15.5 games, 1 game. They have the advantage. Just win a game.
Right.
And it'll be okay. Just win a game.
One.
But if they lose a game, Cleveland's right there.
And the pressure
Again.
and the pressure of coming off a historical collapse to then possibly making short history, because it's only been 3 years, but being the first team to win game one but not win the wild card series.
Like I'm saying, I'm as a Tigers fan, still very nervous about this series.
Just putting it all out there.
Maybe people are confident. Maybe they're bought all the way back in. TIT, Tigers in 2. Let us know. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, pages of ticket texts. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tarek Skubal will show why he's the best pitcher in baseball in a 2-1 Tigers win over the Guardians in the opener of the Wild Card Series yesterday. The Ace, 7 2/3, 1 Cleveland run, 14 strikeouts. That's a new career high for him, also tying a Tigers playoff record. The Tigers scratched out the game-winning run for him using a little small ball, or guards ball, I guess you can say. Dan Dickerson on the call there right here on 97.1. Scoobel now has an ERA of 2 and 34 strikeouts and 4 playoff starts. In the ninth, Will Vest had to tag out Jose Ramirez in a rundown, securing the win after Ramirez ended up on third on a throwing error from Javi Baez. Casey Mize starts this afternoon with the Tigers' 1 win from the ALDS. You can hear first pitch 108 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also among yesterday's wild card openers, Seiya Suzuki and Carson Kelly hit back-to-back fifth-inning home runs for the Cubs. They beat the Padres 3-1 on the north side. Red Sox over the Yankees 3-1 on a Masataka Yoshida 2-run single in the seventh, plus a dominant start from Garrett Crochet, and 5 Dodgers home runs, 2 from Shohei Ohtani, power them to a 10-5 win over the Reds. The Aces headed to the finals for the 4th time in 6 years after a 107-98 overtime win over the Fever last night. 2 of those 6 seasons resulting in a title for Vegas. Game 1 of the finals scheduled for Friday between the Aces and 4-seed Mercury, and the Red Wings beat the Blackhawks 3-1 in Chicago last night, bringing their record to 3-3 in the preseason. Lucas Raymond and JT Compher both scored in the win, ending a 3-game preseason losing streak. The Wings next skate in the preseason against the Maple Leafs in Toronto tomorrow night. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll get to the phones here in a second. Got your ticket text. Tigers win. Could be Tigers in 2, John. Win today with Casey Mize and they advance. Your confidence level, your buy-in. Are you bought all the way back in? They're winning this series. They're winning more than this series. Or are you not even sure they're getting out of this one yet? Because we've seen them blow an advantage position to Cleveland before. And I'm still very nervous. I still think Cleveland's winning this series. Where do you stand? 248-539-9797. All right, text says, Mize for 4 innings, Melton for 2, Holton for 1, Vest for 1, Finnegan for 1, Tigers 4-2 win, advance to the next round.
I mean, I do see Mize and then Melton.
I view Mize is in the position of Matthew Boyd last year for the Guardians. Mize has to hold serve against the starter. Mm-hmm. That's what Matthew Boyd did amazingly. That game I went to down there, it's like you can't hit Matthew Boyd. Well, Boyd ended up being an all-star this year. He had a career renaissance. And
he pitched yesterday for the Cubs in a win, too.
I think the spot that Casey Mize is in today is really incredible when you think about it. He has kind of was left for dead. He wasn't on last year's playoff roster. I mean, the way he pitched in September, he's positioning himself to be the 2 next year. I mean, there's a lot on the plate here for him, and you don't know how he's going to respond in this moment.
Well, yeah, because he hasn't been in this moment.
No, you're right.
I mean, he was a former number 1 overall pick.
Which is irrelevant, but...
Right. He had a very good first half, was an all-star, and he had a good month of September. He's been very good against the Guardians this year, like a 2.09 ERA and however many starts, and he's going to get the ball today with a chance to close the door.
Yeah, and I think...
But he's not going to pitch the whole game. I would be shocked if he gets more than 5.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, pitch count's going to be everything. If he's dealing, if he's holding serve. I mean, the Guardians did pull Boyd early last year in those games. So
well, they have a super bullpen to turn to, which is, again, where I think the edge falls to them. Once you get beyond Tarek Skubal, they have a top 5 ERA in all of baseball.
But they did use more guys yesterday. One of the great things that came out of the Tigers is they only used 1 guy, and it was Vest. The entire bullpen's available today, so you might...
You say that like it's a good thing, because it makes me nervous. But the whole bullpen's available. Oh, boy.
AJ may go full mode and go matchups and use 7 guys.
He might.
And Vest is available if you need him, but they would probably like to hold him
in case you have to have a game 3.
And I know Cade Smith on back-to-back games is not as good.
Look, the key is having a lead so AJ can go 7-man matchup ball and win it. But they got to score to get a lead, and that's the issue. 1 of 8 runners in scoring position yesterday. The 1 hit was in the first inning. They small-balled their way to a win against the Guardians, and it was awesome to see. Do I think they're going to out-Guardian ball the Guardians again? I don't. So they're going to have to get some good contact and drive some guys in and build up a lead so they can go to their super matchups and let AJ play all of it. Some of the ticket texts. Guys, I think today and tomorrow are going to be wholly uncompetitive Cleveland wins. I do not see our offense small balling their way to another win without Skubal shutting them down. Guys, we saw the single best postseason pitching performance in Tigers history, and we were 90 feet away from losing. I don't think we're winning this series. The offense can't score in a brothel.
So Why is everybody terrified of the Cleveland offense? They have the worst batting average to enter the postseason since 1905. Heard Rieger say that last night.
Because of like the black magic devil stuff they do, like the infield hits that score runs.
Yeah, but it's yucking up a run or two on their end. So can the Tigers?
They're better at it though. They've made the
Tigers
playoffs
are better at it
doing it
yesterday.
What is more likely to happen moving forward? The team that did it for 162 or the team that did it for a day?
They were separated by one game.
Right.
But I'm saying style of baseball. What's more likely? Who's more likely to win the ugly, yucky baseball? It's Cleveland. It's their DNA.
Do you think today's a toss-up? I do.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do too.
I think all these games are toss-ups.
Right. But
And
you're
they've
making
shown
it sound like
a lot
they
more
can't
grit
win
and
one-
tenacity than the Tigers have.
They can't win one of two toss-ups?
We're going to get into semantics. Can the Tigers? Yes, they're going to play the game and keep the score today. Do I think they're going to win today?
And
No,
it'll
I
be
don't.
televised.
Thank you. Let's get to the phones. Derek in Plymouth, good morning.
Hey, guys. All right. So, yeah, my qualms are with the people who are championship or bust, bye week or bust, yada, yada. Dude, you don't get these opportunities often. Unless you're freaking in all sports, man. Unless you're Farmington Hills Harrison, you ain't freaking getting to the championship every single year. So let's enjoy the wins. We're already in a small percentile. You make the ALDS, you're already in the freaking 75th percentile. Enjoy these opportunities because you don't get them often, and freaking embrace it, man.
I agree with you, Derek. And they've only got to win one game. You need, and I don't think it's an if, because we've seen good performances by Casey Mize, especially down the stretch. You need 4 innings from him, because then you can use the best of the rest of your bullpen, which is 3 outs for each guy.
Yeah,
That's
but you're
right.
talking about using, 6 guys? 5-6 guys?
Yeah.
I don't trust 5 to 6 guys in the Tiger bullpen. Derek, do you?
Man, like I said, you get the opportunity. Let's freaking do it, baby. I trust Finch, man. I do. This guy's been here before. He's got championship mentality. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Derek.
He didn't answer the question. It was a classic diversion.
All right, so maybe Casey Mize gives you 5, and now you're down to 4, bullpen arms.
Mm-hmm. Who are the 4 you trust most?
Well, none of them, but
Okay.
but you're talking about. Well, that's not true. Melton.
Okay.
I trust him, and I
he
trust
can
him
go
for
multiple
2
innings. Fine,
Yeah.
fair. It's a good point.
You could see a lot of they got to face 3 batters. That's the new rule they put in a few years ago. You could see a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, somebody comes in and pitches allows 1 walk or 1 base hit. You go a lot of 2/3 of inning type appearances.
Little pockets.
Yeah.
Little 3 hitters here, 4 hitters here, little pockets.
Yeah.
And they have everybody fresh and healthy ready to do it.
You might see him intentionally walk Ramirez with nobody on base if there's 2 outs.
Assuming
Please.
he's not the tying
Please.
run. Yeah,
Please.
I think they will.
Please.
Ticket texters, the bats. The discussion about pitching is exhausting. The Tigers need more runs. They need a Meadows moment, an All-Star Green moment, a Kerry Bonds at bat. Bring back the June Tigers, signed Johnny.
Yeah.
They're in there somewhere.
Yeah, I kind of felt like we were going to get that yesterday. It was 1 pitch, 1 out, 1 pitch, 1 out, and I thought, all right, here we go, Carp.
It shouldn't be lost that Riley Green scored the winning run. He had the double, right?
Yeah.
He had struck out his first 2 at-bats. It's like, oh, boy, come on, Riley. We do care about the strikeouts. You got to deliver extra bases, and he did.
And he did. Yep.
He did. Costa dogged Lions fans complaining after a win. Now he does the same for the Tigers. It's a little different. You got to turn around and play a game the very next day. I'm not dogging the Tigers for their win yesterday. We're talking about the game that we're playing today at 1 o'clock.
Well, you were dogging them before the game yesterday.
Yes,
And
but I'm
now
not dogging the win. I'm not saying that the win
No.
should be minimized. The Tiger win yesterday
No.
was badass. I loved what Scooble did, and to beat Cleveland at their game is like extra, like enriching. It's that much sweeter to beat them that way.
You just think that they've seen that the Tigers have seen their last win in 2025.
I do. That's a separate point.
You're just.
So what he's saying is they tied for the biggest division lead ever, and now they're going to be the first team to lose
A wild card series after winning the first game.
Yes. Best 2 out of 3. First one to do it. Right now, those teams that lose are 0-12. Mm-hmm. And they would be the first because they play the early game.
Mm-hmm.
You're I told you so guy, aren't you?
You want it to be that.
I would not want to watch the game live with Costa.
Dude, I'm rooting for the
We
Tigers
would
when I
be
watch
in
the
a fight.
games.
Do you want that? Like,
We've done so much of like what I want to happen as if it matters even a little bit. It's kind of exhausting for me. I'm sure it is for some of the listeners. We give our opinions.
Does.
We give our opinions. I want the Tigers to win the World Series. Do I think they're going to win a 7-game series in the World Series? No. Do I think they're going to win a 7-game series in the ALCS? No. And I think a lot of people agree with me, but I'll at least say it out loud.
Well,
do I think they're going to win a 5-game ALDS? No, I don't. Do I think they're going to win games where Skubal doesn't start against a team that can manufacture runs and has one of the best pitching staffs in baseball? No, I don't. And it's okay to acknowledge it. You're not a bad fan or a mean guy. It's just honest. And sometimes you're wrong, but that's the gig. That's the job. And as a fan, you call in and give your opinions. I'm not sitting there with a scorecard going, oh, Bob and Wixom, you were wrong the last phone call. You call in and give your opinion, the best of your knowledge.
So I think there's a little part of you that thinks that this has all happened. There's more than a little part. This is all happening because of what they did at the deadline.
Of course.
And so if you can hang biggest blown division lead, not advancing, no home games, and then being the first to blow or to lose after winning game 1.
I told you so, guy.
You get to lay the hammer.
I would much rather do the Tigers just won the World Series radio.
Well, what if it's short of that? What if they just win this series and go? Then see, you get to go hardcore if they lose this series.
Sure,
You're
but
you're not buying what they're doing. That's kind of what I'm reading.
Are you?
I think
let's not make me the bad guy here. So everybody else on the show is on board with what the Tigers are doing. Everybody else is hunky-dory, peachy keen about
the deadline.
Hold on. So you want them to lose too then?
I don't want them to lose.
Well, I don't either, but why am I getting pinned as the guy? You didn't like the deadline either.
Because you Costa locked them to lose. And now that they've won game 1 and history says that they're going to win the series, most likely in 2, and
history says you're not going to blow a 15.5 game lead. Like, why are we doing the history argument? Talk about the baseball. Talk about the bats. Talk about the matchup.
Hey,
if they lose this series, or if they win this series, it lets them off the hook a little bit.
I think they'd have to advance past the ALDS to be, quote, off the hook.
No, they can still be held accountable, and we can still talk about those things, but I think it's more explosive if they lose this series.
Oh, no doubt. It would have been more explosive if they missed, but I also didn't want that either. I wasn't part of the 40% of our audience.
I know you don't completely want it, but there's just, we have this issue. First off, people aren't as interested in this as they were last year. That's just the bottom line.
Correct.
The reaction we're getting on phones and all that stuff is not like it was last year. There's just a segment of people that aren't buying it. They think it's nonsense what they're throwing out there. They think the team is smoke and mirrors. And then there's just
are they?
I think they are to a degree, but I also think the nature of baseball in October is you go out somehow today and post a 5-1 win and sail to Seattle with that. I think the game can change. Again, I absolutely refuse to believe. I think everybody at this station refuses to believe that this team can win a 7-game series because of their pitching.
Yeah.
Win a 3-game series with a win today. Casey Mize on the bump. 248-539-9797. I don't really want this to be all about me. We want to hear from you guys. Your level of buy-in. Do you feel like they're winning today? They're Tigers in 2. You saw what you needed to see. How far do you think they're going to go? Or do you still have doubts even about this series? It's 97-1. All right, guys, KG Law. If you find yourself injured in a car accident, not a good place to be. You need someone who cares about you. KG Law. KAJY, 877-KG-CARES, KGCares.com. Here's the deal. They specialize in car accidents. So you're going to get someone who puts in the work to get you the biggest possible payout. They're not going to settle for that first lowball offer from the insurance companies. Get my guy, Lawrence KG. 877-KG-CARES, KAJY, KGCares.com. The drama of playoff baseball. Ramirez on third, no outs. Oh, boy, here we go. Will Vest was nails in the ninth. That's a hell of a play. That's textbook, John.
Yes, it is. And so if you're going to draw up a win, and in playoff baseball, you got to have good pitching. It's your ace goes out there and sets the tone, which Skubal certainly did. And then you get Will Vest to go in there and close things out.
Biggest reason you believe they would win the series is you trusted Skubal with the ball in game one, and he more than delivered. I mean, he set the franchise record, tied it with strikeouts in a playoff game. He had 14. He was everything you could ask. It was channeling Justin Verlander, stronger as the game goes on, big spot, 100-mile-an-hour heat. I mean, that will go down as one of the all-time playoff performances. It was awesome. And then to see them, they didn't score a ton of runs, John, give them just enough. And to do it the way the Guardians do it and rub their face in it a little bit. That was satisfying game one win.
In Cleveland?
That's right.
It could not have been better.
And the confidence was, hey, Skubal's going to give you command of the series, control of the series. And he did. Your confidence in them winning the series? You say Tigers
I'm right
in
there.
two.
Yeah, they finished things off today. Cleveland is, the U-Hauls are packed, and they are on vacation. They're hitting the links tomorrow.
There's something to be said, too. I mean, that Tigers have a little bit of a free roll today, to a degree. The way they approach the game, that they're not feeling the pressure that Cleveland's feeling. So as you get deeper in the game, batters will press.
Desperation.
Yeah. So again, this is this spot for Casey Mize and how he could turn his career potentially. It just given a solid 5-6 inning start.
If he does, and they win, you're going to Seattle this weekend.
I don't even want to say 6 innings. I just want a solid 5. Because if you get a solid 5 out of him, when it goes bad, it goes quick. And then you bring in Melton, which I think you can get. So Melton doesn't have, in that theory, if you get a solid 5 and maybe a couple of guys get on base, Melton comes in facing the bottom of the order for his first playoff experience. And then you're able to get 2, maybe 2 1/3, 2 2/3. Now all of a sudden, you don't have to go as deep into the bullpen. And at that point, can you get Melton to get you to Finnegan?
Well, great point. And thinking that out, 6 you really wouldn't want, because I don't think you want Mize facing Quan and Ramirez twice. Right. And he'd have to have a perfect game practically to not have that going.
Yeah, you do not. So here's Casey against the Guardians this year. 3 starts. The first was back in May. He pitched 5 innings. He gave up 1 earned run. They lost in extras, so not his fault. The second start he had was in Cleveland, 7 innings, shutout baseball. They won the game 1-0. His third start was in September. He went 5 1/3. He gave up 3 runs. They lost in extras. He's pitched them very well this season.
So I think it was 2 days after the Mize appearance. That's when you buried the Guardians.
You're saying that after the second start.
Or this, So the July game.
Yeah. Your confidence level in that they win the series. I mean, history suggests you're fine. History also suggested they were fine when I buried them. Things can change, and Cleveland
that's your problem.
And Cleveland, well, it's all of our problem because they didn't win the division, but they have a chance to win the series today.
Well, so we don't have a T-shirt that says Central Division winners.
Yeah.
But I'll take a wild card win and a chance of playing Seattle and a chance to go to the ALDS. I mean, it's ALCS.
Yeah, you would rather make a deep postseason run than win anything in the regular season. Got to win today. And you think it's a breeze. These games are
no.
Tigers in 2.
Well, yeah, I do think Tigers in 2, but was yesterday a breeze?
No, none of these games are going to be a breeze.
And so don't put words in my mouth saying that I think it's going to be a breeze.
Well,
I think they're going to be hard-fought victories. Yesterday was a hard-fought win. Wasn't a breeze. Don't bring that BS at me. I'm not the one that buried them back in June.
So you think it's going to be a nail-biter, nerve-wracking game, but you don't give any credence to the idea that Cleveland could win the series. Which is it?
No, it's Tigers in 2, but it will be a nail-biter. To say it's a breeze is...
Well, the way that I'm... Okay,
I have never made it sound like it's going to be a breeze. I have gone through numerous situations where, hey, can Casey Mize give us 5 innings? And originally, I started at 4. And then you go with the bullpen, and you said, well, who in the bullpen do you have confidence in? And I said, no one. So what part of that conversation thinks that it's a breeze?
But you've been more than comfortable vilifying me for pushing Cleveland when you know
because
it's
of
going
your
to be a
actual
problem.
words.
Yeah, but it's going to be a problem to go to these guys. Yet when I bring up, hey, Cleveland's going to win the series, it's, well, Jim's the bad guy. Jim's got a lot of facts on his side, too, in what are going to be tense, tight ball games.
Wah.
Don't misquote me. Wah to you, too.
Don't bring that BS at him.
Yeah.
That's going to be a drop.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Something really cool happened on TV last night. Wheel of Fortune had the biggest winner ever in its 43-season history.
Oh, wow.
Really incredible. I just watched it silently.
A night before the most dramatic Golden Bachelor ever.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just watched it silently. Obviously, we don't have sound in here.
Mm-hmm.
And you could feel the emotion like through just the screen here.
visuals,
So
yeah.
there was a young woman from Connecticut. And so she won overall she won $1,035,155. Plus, she also won a trip to Montana and Tokyo. And she's the fourth contestant in the show's history to earn the $1 million prize. She's the first since Ryan Seacrest took over as host. And so basically what happened, she secured that $1 million wedge from the spinner.
Yeah.
And she won everything, took it down there, and she joked that she would put in her 2 weeks notice if she were to win that $1 million, and she actually won it with her boss in the audience. She knew it instantly. I mean, she guessed the right letters.
Yeah.
She knew it without even needing to. I mean, you could see as soon as all the letters were on the board, she knew what the answer was.
Uh-huh.
It was great.
That's awesome.
She said she could pay off her student loans. Looked like a young woman, so good for her.
Yes. Wonder what that conversation's like.
Yeah, she did. She did say they'd had that conversation when she returned to the office. So
And she scales back part-time now?
Well, I mean,
she needs to really sit down with somebody because she's not actually going to get
$1 million.
Yeah. Right? So she's got to.
It's life-changing money, but
Sure.
probably, I mean, since she's so young, it's not going to change the entirety of her life.
And you say those things jokingly, right? Like I would say that you're going to win $1 million. Like peace out, but you're just. She was just hopeful that she would win, and she did. Pretty cool. A road worker is expected to survive after being struck by an SUV while working on I-75 in Detroit. Happened on Monday afternoon near Warren Avenue. This maintenance crew was out working on the right shoulder when a Buick Enclave rear-ended a pickup truck that was like part of the work convoy and rolled over. And one of the road workers was hit by both the Buick and the truck. So he was taken right to the hospital by other workers there. Police believe that the driver of the Buick, who was this 81-year-old man from Mount Clemens, fell asleep while he was driving. He also had some minor injuries. He was taken to the hospital. Both are expected to be okay. A Detroit man has pleaded guilty to robbing banks while using a rented Rolls-Royce as his getaway vehicle. Interesting there. The man, whose name is Trevor Sykes, robbed 2 credit unions and 1 bank of over $20,000, then attempted to rob another bank between March 6th and 12th. Officials say he was renting this Rolls Royce for over $1,000 a day.
Well, you got to pay for it somehow,
You do,
right?
exactly.
And why not use a very nondescript vehicle
Yes.
to get away in?
And it sounds like the person who he was renting it from, or, that vehicle belonged to somebody else.
Sure.
He said that, police were surrounding his home because they thought
It was
he
him.
was responsible because
Yeah.
his name is on that vehicle. Well, it also sounds like that vehicle was highly damaged. They found it, $15,000 in damages to that Rolls Royce. And this guy faces
It
up
actually
to.
sounds like a low number if
It
you're
does
talking
really,
about a
I
Rolls,
guess,
or
but-
if you've ever been in an accident.
It
Sounds like a very low number.
Yeah, you know what? You're probably right. It's a big number, but a
It's-
low
yes.
number for that type of vehicle. But anyway, the guy faces up to 20 years in prison. New York Jets coach Aaron Glenn appears to have reached his boiling point. So the Jets fell to 0-4 on the season after their loss to the Dolphins on Monday night. And that was enough for Glenn to yell at his team in the locker room so loud that he could be heard by reporters in the media room.
He was peeling the paint off the walls.
Yes, he was so angry. And none of the reporters are saying what they heard, but they are saying, we heard him, and he was so loud that we could hear him while we were waiting in that media room.
Yep. They had their chance to ask questions. 13 penalties, 3 turnovers. Yeah, you're not going to win any game like that.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. We're giving away Lions tickets later in the show today. 8 o'clock hour, name that Lion. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities, and they've got a new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit. First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, and it's one that I use almost every day, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit them online, and that's at firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. To learn more about how they can help support you as well, that website again, firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Jumped him early. Little bloop. Little guards ball. Torkelson with a knock, runners in scoring position. Tigers win an ugly one. Taste of their own medicine. 2-1 nail-biter postseason baseball.
Score when you can, however you can.
That's right. And little Zach McKinstry bunt of all things later in the game to give him the go-ahead run.
Again, they did things yesterday that we thought that they should have done earlier. Like play some small. If you can't make contact, then can you lay down a bunt?
Well, there's a lot of the old school baseball crowd that's been calling for it. Come on, AJ. Come on. If the bats are going to be this cold,
yeah,
a bunt isn't the worst thing in the world.
Well, and it's okay. Would you rather have? And I'm just going to use Riley Green because he's got over 200 strikeouts. Would you rather have a strikeout or
a productive out?
A productive out where you move a guy from first to second or second to third, or as the case yesterday, from third to cross the plate.
The bunt is largely dying because you're only playing for one run. But in a game specifically like this with Skubal on the mound, where one run might be and was enough, you put away your pride and you put the numbers aside and you say, yeah, I'm going to give away outs, which managers hate to do. That's why the bunt is dying or dead. AJ put aside that and just said, what do I got to do to win today? And he broke from his norms based on the game to win. That's what a great manager does.
Yeah.
And that's a great performance from Skubal. That's a gutty, grimy, gritty even. We haven't seen a lot of that from the Tigers lately. Way to win. And to give Cleveland, like, they had to be so sick. Really, we're going to lose on a bunt? Yeah, the stuff you've been doing to people for 100 games.
Yeah, let's go back to the 6th inning of the last Skubal start where the ball doesn't leave the infield and they score 3 runs.
They're going, hold on, we butcher a ball in the outfield and it leads to the first run. Yeah, welcome to everybody else's life when they play you guys. So that was very satisfying to win that game.
But that's playoff baseball. You make one mistake and a team makes you pay for it. That's where the Tigers did something that they haven't done in weeks. Inning number 1, they make a routine, a single to the right fielder. All of a sudden, he boots it and Carp's on second.
Yep.
Now you got to make them pay, and they did.
So we've brought up yesterday and how you're feeling, and really the question is, does it impact how you're feeling about today and beyond? Because they're going to play another game today against Cleveland. And they don't have the benefit of having Tarek Skubal take the mound and throw 7+ innings of near perfect baseball.
No, but they do have a guy that's pitched well against them.
Casey Mize this year, 2 ERA in the 3 starts against Cleveland. So I don't like their chances still. I'd like to focus on the baseball and not as Jim Mean or a wet blanket, but we can take those texts if that's the direction people want to go today. I just want to know, is it okay to have doubts? What's wrong with having doubts given the way that these two teams play one another?
Oh, I have doubts. I just have the confidence that they're going to find a way to get it done today. And it's not going to be easy. No one.
I will never
put
words in your mouth again, John. Sorry.
It's going to be a nail biter. But that's what you don't have. Okay, the Dodgers yesterday, they open up with the Shohei Ohtani home run. He hits 2. They get another player that hits 2. That was an easy win. That is the outlier. You don't have those games in the postseason. A vast majority of them are going to be nail biters. That's what it's going to be today.
Ticket text. I'm not afraid of Cleveland's offense. I'm afraid of our offense. The September bat slump is still happening, and I'm afraid of our crappy bullpen, which we're going to rely more on without Skubal. I didn't write that text, but I agree with that text.
Yeah, there's doubts.
If no one thinks they can win a 7-game series, isn't that a terrible sign for the job that Harris did? It's a separate conversation, but yes.
Yes.
Marcella McComb, Costa's the buddy you'd never invite back to watch a game because he's negative regardless of if they won or not.
Yeah. You know what? We had that was a topic last week.
The wet blanket.
You're the wet blanket.
You texted me after the game, and you had like adrenaline pumping through your veins.
There were a lot of exclamation points in that text.
And I was thrilled too. And then the sun comes up, and we got to move forward and look forward. And do I have confidence they win today? No, I don't. That doesn't mean I was a wet blanket during the game, or I'm some kind of bad person or fan. Or
No, but your take was, okay, they won today, but they're still going to lose the series.
Yeah?
Wet blanket. Tigers in 2.
248-539-9797. You're able to overlook a lot of the things I'm just not able to overlook.
I'm not overlooking them. I know that there's problems in the bullpen. I know that Casey Mize has had a roller coaster season. I know all those things. I know that the Bats, even though they won yesterday, the Bats were not fired up.
I am a little almost blown away that you still doubt that they'll win that you don't think they'll win the series.
I don't. Where's your confidence coming from? Let's reverse
They're
this.
favored.
No
team's ever blown this.
Okay, but no team had ever blown a 15.5 game lead in the division, so don't set me up for that. I'm asking you baseball reasons. Argue the baseball conversation, not what the books think, not what you want to happen as a fan. Hey, TIT, baby. Show me the baseball work that says they're winning today and tomorrow.
These teams are very similar offensively. I don't think we're holding enough against Cleveland's offense.
Who is better equipped to manufacture the grimy run?
Cleveland is.
Okay. That's what's going to take to win the series,
but
yes?
to win 2 games. That's where I'm like that.
So you think Cleveland could win today?
Yeah,
but you don't think Cleveland would win tomorrow with Flaherty on the mound, the worst of Detroit starters, who's more than capable of giving up a soft serve home run in the first 4 innings?
Okay, so
see, it starts to unravel the longer it
Jim,
goes.
You said earlier in the show that you think both games are a toss-up.
Sure.
In my world, my belief is the Tigers will win one of the toss-ups.
But who's built to win toss-ups in playoff baseball better? The team with the super pen and the black magic, or the Tigers?
Well, they have the worst batting average to enter the postseason since 1905. I think you're giving Cleveland's offense too much credit to scratch a bunch of runs together.
Scratch enough runs.
But they might only be able to do 2, and if you score 3, you win. I think they'll at the worst scrounge out 1 win. I also do think that Mize just needs to hold serve. He just needs to hold serve and get later into this game when Cleveland starts feeling it. It's a completely different approach mentally. If this game's tied like the 5th inning and the Indians are running out of outs.
And in terms
Guardians
of being able to...
I'll never get it right.
The ability to scrounge up runs, all right, through 162. Now, the Guardians did what they had to do to win the division, and the Tigers did what they had to do to lose the division. But, and I don't know when the last time somebody won a division with a negative run differential, but that is the Guardians, -6. The Tigers coming in second place in the Central, +67. So if you're telling me over the course of 162, which team has the ability to scrounge up runs, not just over the last 2 weeks, it's the Tigers.
And I also think the Tigers have a better chance of actually running into a home run. I think their lineup is deeper. That McKinstry moment, fire up chips.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you act like I'm pouting when one of my own delivers the key clutch in your face moment. I was jacked up for the Tigers yesterday.
I didn't say you were pouting. I just said you were the wet blanket.
Well, you move on. There's got a game the next day. We got to talk about the next game, right?
Yeah. So normally when we ask coaches, all right, how long does a win last? Okay, 24 hours, right? And I know that in baseball it's a little bit different, but you don't even get to the next morning. I bet last night you were like, yeah, they're still going to lose the series.
John, they play at 1 o'clock
Tell
today.
me you weren't. Last night, did you flip that switch last night?
There are 2 separate questions. Was I happy from the game? Yes. Was I going to change my prediction for the series? No, I wasn't, because I didn't find that to be something they're going to replicate very often.
Tigers in 2.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We have phone calls and ticket text to get to. We have other things to do on the show as well today. 8 o'clock hour. Lions tickets. We'll play Name That Lion for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Monday night game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I also have some audio from a Detroit Lion about cartoons and kids and cartoons, and I think there's a good conversation to have with parents. We'll do that top of the hour, 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Best part, his day wasn't done. He came back out for the 8th inning, finished with over 100 pitches. Aces doing ace things. 14 strikeouts ties a Tiger playoff record. Look, that was the advantage. And the Tigers didn't waste a Scooble start. They beat the Guardians. Huge advantage position now. History suggests no team's ever blown the series after winning game one in this format. So, you could talk about last night. Yesterday, it's a day game. You could talk about game one. We also want to know about how game one changed your outlook for the Tigers. And that's assuming you watched. I mean, I was thinking about our people who called in yesterday saying, I'm just so beat down with this team. I can't watch. I hope you didn't deprive yourself of what was a fun win for the Tigers. Sticking it to Cleveland their way. I hope even as frustrated as you may have been at the trade deadline, as burned out as you may have been by September, that you watched that. Like, I feel like it's a lot of that, well, I'm Lions free, but we know where you are on Sundays. You're watching your team play.
Or, I mean, you may have been at work and you're just like, you know what? Unlike last year, you weren't going to be caught by the boss having the extra screen, but you got that update on your phone. You got the notification that says, hey, they're in the 7th and they're up 2-1.
You put an earbud in, you keep it, you take a look, you take a peek, you keep an eye on it. To be so checked out that you were going to ignore the FOMO as Scooble's having that kind of start, one of the all-time for the ages, channeling some Justin Verlander, throwing high heat deeper into the game, getting stronger as the game goes on. I hope, I get it if you had to work, but I hope you at least kept an eye on it and you were invested, because this is playoff baseball, man, and there's a lot of drama. And there's going to be more drama today. And tomorrow, if necessary, John, because these two teams play those kind of games. AJ talked about it after the game. This is Tigers-Guardians baseball. How did it change your outlook? If you didn't think they were winning the series, maybe you do. If you didn't think they were going to go on a run, maybe you're inspired and you're all the way back in. All it took was seeing them win a playoff game. Or maybe you watched that game like I did, rooting like hell for them, but not quite changing your mind because they still have to out Cleveland another time without Tarek Skubal. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, no, I'm not wearing the same clothes as yesterday because the Tigers won. Not me, the guy who said 6 days ago, I hope they didn't make the playoffs. They are going to win people over when they win like that.
Yeah.
Is black magic politically correct, Cookies? Easy now. Playoff baseball, baby. Tony in a car. I meant small ball. It says, I think the bats are going to get hot today. I'm bought in. 12-3 Tigers win. That's
wow.
Cooper.
Wow.
12 runs.
Well, Coop, I want some of what you're smoking.
That's probably a Riley Green homer, a Carp 2-run, 3-run shot in
That's
there.
a grand slam in there somewhere.
It's 100% to have doubts, 100% fair to have doubts, Cookies. Playoff baseball is chess. The difference is we have the chess master, AJ Hinch. We're going discoing. Get Cookies some orange sunglasses and a silk tiger striped shirt.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
No, yeah, deep V or button up unbuttoned. Ugh.
I think you guys are being unfair to Jim. He's sticking by what he initially predicted. I got to hand it to him. I agree with his side a little more than you guys.
Okay, that's where your 51 is, and I do appreciate the fact that hey, you put the voodoo on the Guardians by Costa-locking them, which we all appreciate, and we know what that means, and kind of also gives me more confidence when I say Tigers in 2.
Tony, St. Clair Shores. Tony, good morning. How about them Tigers?
Good morning. Yeah, they really did it, and I've got the remedy to do it again. They got to do the chaos thing like they did earlier in the year, and if in the bottom of the ninth it's tied, we need Kirk Gibson to come to the plate and hit the ball out of there.
Yes, that would be nice, and so you're going to have somebody that plays that role. And Tony, I understand the pitching chaos because it worked so well last year, but I don't want to see pitching chaos. And if it devolves into that in the second half of the game, because Casey Mize was able to give you 5 solid, all right, at that point, yeah, you throw out relievers and it becomes matchups, and AJ Hinch is the matchup master.
But some of this we need to state. he doesn't have the guys he had last year
Correct.
to use
Pitching
for those,
at that level.
At that level, because last year the matchups work if you have the right tools, right? Like AJ can reach for a screwdriver or a hammer or whatever the situation calls for. This year it's like a little tyke set. It's like styrofoam. Mm-hmm. It doesn't always get the job done.
After Melton.
Yeah. And the advantage is that they have everybody today because Skubal went as deep as he did.
Yeah.
But if Mize doesn't get
came
you,
in and did what he did.
But if Mize isn't going to throw 7, you're going to need 3 or 4 arms out of the bullpen today or
He
more.
has against Cleveland, but no, I don't think you're going to see 7.
I don't think they'll
today.
play with fire and keep him in for a third time through. Ticket text. Tigers go 9-7 and are in the World Series. Talk about level of buy-in after one game.
Wow.
Outside the Dodger game, every game was a battle yesterday. It's playoff baseball.
Yeah.
Says, amazing, beating them at their own game, small ball. I've been all in, staying all in. Same clothes as yesterday. Another guy, Kyle in a car.
There we go.
Luke, are you wearing the same clothes as yesterday?
I'll be wearing the same exact shirt as I wore yesterday.
And jorts?
I'll take it. Maybe not that. Those are dirty. One step further.
Oh, boy. Tell us what you got into.
Yeah.
So this might be extremely superstitious. I had a piece of pineapple upside-down cake when Zach McKinstry laid down that sacrifice bunt.
Yeah.
I am considering going to the store and buying another.
Oh,
today
you have to.
and eating it when we need a rally.
Tom, don't say it.
Did he say upside down pineapple?
He did.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about you.
Uh-oh.
You know Jim has.
Did
Don't, Tom,
George didn't give it
don't,
away?
Don't. Couple more texts. We'll get to Luke's update. We got Lions tickets to give away and a conversation about cartoons. Are the kids killing off cartoons? All right. Text says, I really hate when fans of the team shake off valid criticism as being overly negative and just enjoy the win. There are valid criticisms to be made. Jim has the spine to make them, Jacob and Howell.
Oh, well done. And I've admitted that all those criticisms are real.
You
but
just think
that's
they
why you
overcome.
play the game.
Yeah. Texter says, Jim, the way Jim acts, why would they even play the games? I didn't say cancel the games. I know it's how it sounds to some of you. Good for Costa standing up for himself. John, Gov, and the others remind me of the pod people from Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
I don't even know the reference.
I haven't seen the movie either. Sorry, guys. Heather?
Luke, do you?
No.
Body Snatchers?
I'm way out
No.
on this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sure
The
it was a
pod people?
really fun point, but
Yeah.
Seems well thought out.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Making references we have no idea about.
it's on us. We should probably know that one.
The Body Snatchers?
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Is that a movie or a show?
It's a movie, right?
Sounds like something Greg
I've
would know.
never
Yeah.
heard of it.
Greg?
No, I don't think that's one that we should be required to know.
Oh, no, this movie came out in 78. There's no chance I would have seen this. Sorry, Stoney's not on the
Yes,
show anymore.
I was too.
All right, let's get to Luke's updates, 97.1.
How many hosts on this stage would know that? I'm going to say Stoney and Gator. Yeah. Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers just one win away from the ALDS thanks to a stellar start from Tarek Skubal and a 2-1 win over the Guardians in the opener of the Wild Card Series yesterday. Skubal giving up just one Cleveland run over 7 2/3, 14 strikeouts for him. That ties the Tigers' playoff record and sets a new career high for Skubal, the ace after the game in Cleveland. Tigers scored the go-ahead run on a sac bunt from Zach McKinstry in the 7th. In the 9th, Jose Ramirez ended up on third base on a throwing error by Javi Baez, but Will Vest then tagged him out in a rundown to seal the win. Tigers look to clinch the series. Casey Mize gets the start this afternoon. You can hear that first pitch 108 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Some other wild-card finals yesterday. The Cubs using back-to-back fifth-inning home runs from Seiya Suzuki and Carson Kelly to beat the Padres 3-1 at Wrigley. Masataka Yoshida's two-run single in the 7th, backing a stellar outing from Garrett Garrett Crochet. Red Sox, they win 3-1 over the Yankees, and the Dodgers blast 5 home runs, a couple from Shohei Ohtani, beating the Reds 10-5. The Aces clinching a spot in the finals with a 107-98 overtime win over the Fever last night. Aces and 4-seed Mercury take the floor Friday for Game 1 of the finals. Red Wings now 3-3 in the preseason after a 3-1 win over the Blackhawks in Chicago last night. Lucas Raymond, JT Compher both found the back of the net. Now retired NHLer Max Pacioretty's back at his alma mater Michigan as a special assistant to the head coach. The former Wolverine, who retired last offseason after 17 seasons, had 13 points in 37 games with the Maple Leafs last season. And USA Today's power-ranked NFL quarterbacks before Week 5. Jared Goff, number 3 on this list, behind only Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Few more texts filtering in. Cleveland demoralized after yesterday. That was a game they win every time with their Magic. That's a loss I'm not sure the clubhouse can get over. TIT is inevitable. Matt in Oak Park.
Hold on, I've got a quick rebuttal to that. Remember last year when we wrecked Class A because of Kerry Carpenter's home run? Okay, they came back and won.
Oops.
In a 5-game series.
This is only a 3-game series. John?
Yeah, they're not going to play games 4 or 5.
As you'd say.
But,
Tigers in 2.
Yeah, Tigers in 2. Okay.
That's where you're at today. And we're taking phone calls. We're not going to turn people away. If you want to talk about the baseball team, they're in the playoffs. They won yesterday. They're in advantage position. If your outlook has changed, let us know. 248-539-9797. John's Power Surge coming up at 8:35. There's a couple teams that are obvious at the top of the NFL hierarchy, but it gets a little slippery when you get around 5 or 6. You'll give us your top 6 teams, bottom of the hour. The Lions do all these like little video pieces of content that find their way onto social media. Mm-hmm. And Kirby Joseph does something called Milk and Cookies.
Okay. I love Milk and Cookies.
And they have like kids on and players on and they have fun. And this came up and went viral. He asked a kid about cartoons. And I think there's a conversation we need to have. Are kids not watching cartoons anymore?
Teddy does.
I think so. I think cartoons have changed. Like, we're not watching Bugs Bunny and Looney Tunes, but they're watching Bluey. That's a cartoon.
Sure.
I mean, they're watching forms of cartoons. Yeah, I think cartoons are still a thing.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is a cartoon. And I have to sing that song every day.
But I do think the way
Could you do it for us right now?
No.
What
Come
song
inside, it's fun inside. How about that, Jim?
Yes.
Like, I don't. It's
Why
obvious.
are those the words you picked?
Yeah, please don't.
Isn't there a diggity dog that could have been
Oh,
chosen?
no.
I agree with that clip.
That's
Well, you guys tell me. I don't have kids. Are kids watching cartoons?
Yes.
Because this kid goes, the one without ads. He doesn't know any of the cartoons.
Right. I mean,
Is he an iPad kid? Or people just handing their kid the iPad and going, here's YouTube, here's the world?
But I do think the way we're watching cartoons is different. Like when I was a kid, it was like, oh, we're going to wake up on the weekend and we're watching Sunday morning cartoons, right? Like you go to the TV and that's what you're watching.
Yeah, Tom and Jerry is there.
Now,
Bugs Bunny.
It was like an appointment watching. Things are not like that anymore, where kids can now, they can go to YouTube and watch a cartoon, but they can also watch a whole lot of other things on YouTube as well.
A whole lot of other stupid stuff.
Yeah. But I do think my kids still see cartoons.
Yeah.
What cartoons are the favorites?
Well, we watch Bluey sometimes. We also watch, it's all random. Like they just pick things they see. There's an Eleanor Wonders Why we watch sometimes.
Yeah.
We do mainly movies, but those are cartoons. Like Disney movies, those are cartoons, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Dora the Explorer. She's always screaming at you, but yes.
We don't watch
that's
a
a
lot
cartoon.
of TV at home, so I don't have a list. But what we're watching is all cartoon. They're not watching humans yet.
No, Paw Patrol.
Sure.
It's right there.
Sure.
And, I mean...
Peppa Pig. Right?
My kids.
Caillou?
Peppa Pig.
But no. Mm-mm. No Caillou.
What's the deal with Caillou? We don't like Caillou?
I don't know. We haven't had that one.
That was your favorite, probably.
I've never seen this show. What is Caillou?
Caillou's a fussy, whiny baby that you want to punch.
And it's Canadian.
Caillou's the worst.
Yeah, there's punching
If you were going to punch a baby, it'd be
cats.
Caillou.
All right, then. Strong feelings about
Wow.
Caillou. I've never heard you be that aggressive
She's got
about
her
anything.
triggers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll hear from some people on this because Kirby Joseph was stunned. We played the
Yeah.
clip for. He's like, "What do you mean?"
Well, what were your favorite cartoons?
Oh, I watched cartoons as a kid. I was a SpongeBob kid.
Yeah, you were a little. Yeah, I mean, you're younger than us, Nickelodeon, but like,
But also I saw Tom and
Animaniacs,
Jerry, Scooby Doo, some of the old ones.
Bobby's
Oh, yeah.
World,
Scooby-Doo,
Pinky and the
they got
Brain.
new versions of Scooby-Doo.
Loved Scooby Doo.
Oh yeah, I like Scooby Doo too.
Yeah.
They had all kinds of iterations too. They did like a pup named Scooby Doo.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I every kid that I know, all 5 of them that I've had, have been big fans of cartoons.
Yeah.
So and I understand YouTube is maybe that's where he goes to watch his cartoons.
He doesn't consider what he watches cartoons.
He might not be. I mean, we also watch really strange videos. My kids pick out these videos. They like these color changing Hot Wheels cars, and they watch videos
Hot Wheels are awesome.
of like a grown person showing how the Hot Wheels cars change color when you put them in warm water. Like there's weird. You can watch.
You can watch
weird
anything
things on
Yeah.
YouTube, and my kids enjoy those weird shows too.
See, because like with linear TV, like it was programmed.
Yes.
It was scheduled, and
Yes.
it was
Right.
appointments, and you watched this, and then the next one came on, and the next one.
Yeah, and then
now,
with the invention of cable, they have channels that are dedicated to cartoons.
Yes.
and now they're not even using TV at all.
Well, no, but
Some. I'm not painting with the broad brush, but this kid, I wonder if it's a broader conversation. Like if other parents have noticed, or their kids just aren't into the cartoons.
I don't know
They're
how.
watching different
like,
stuff. What are your kids
that's
watching?
all the programming for kids. Like you're not going to turn on a
Like
quote
we-
unquote human show
My
with
kids-
live actors. Like when they get to a certain age, at 5, 6, 7, and then they want to watch younger versions of human shows. It's basically kid actors. They'll watch those
Yes.
shows.
I think our like Teddy and Emily are not ready.
No.
I mean they can, but they don't enjoy them as much as a cartoon. Like we just go to like the Disney app,
Sure.
and
I mean,
that's
all those.
then they look through all
Are
the
we not-
pictures and they pick out a movie, and that's what they watch.
Are we not counting Frozen or Moana
Right.
or
Cars.
Toy Story?
Exactly. Those weren't there when I was a kid. There's very few animated movies.
What?
Yeah.
Get out of
Seriously.
here!
No, yeah, I gotta agree with him. I don't know that. Yeah, I mean, okay, so
There's
it's,
so many. Toy
not
Story
that
changed
much older
everything.
than
Well, guess
me.
what? I was an adult when Toy Story came
yeah.
out.
I mean, when did Bambi come out? Like Disney movies have been around
Oh, sure,
for a long
yeah,
time.
Bambi, but
They weren't very good either, Heather.
But I want to draw a
And you
distinction.
didn't,
Like,
have, you didn't have a place
Little
to watch 'em.
Mermaid was my jam. Like it was the best
Yeah, but
animated
Little-
movie
what year did
ever.
Little-
Hi,
Mermaid come out?
I'm a man.
I
I'm
know,
40.
but they were around. Like there was animated movies, right?
the
There's so
original
many
Little
more now,
Mermaid
though.
came out in '89.
Some of them more 89.
I-
Okay, so
yeah,
That's why it was
I
my
was in
jam.
middle school. Yeah,
I can't
Not
picture
once,
middle
yeah.
school
Okay,
John
when
getting to
did-
the theater to see Little Mermaid.
no,
some of the biggest
Yeah, wow.
some of the biggest grossing movies these days are animated movies, and there's usually 3 to 4 of them every year.
But to Heather's point, like the original Cinderella came out in 1950. Disney's been doing movies for a long time, but I almost think there's a distinction in going and seeing a Disney movie versus cartoons.
I do too.
there is. Yeah. I mean, an animated movie versus a quote unquote short.
20 minutes.
Or not even that, but like
even-
most of the cartoons were, I mean, like if you go to like the Bugs Bunny, it would be like a 3 or 4 minute reel, and then the next Bugs Bunny would come up. They'd tell you a little story, and he'd chase around whatever, and and Elmer Fudd,
Yeah.
and then they'd come to a different one.
I do think kids are stopping watching cartoons earlier too now. Like I think by 9 or 10 they start moving to YouTube.
Oh no.
Yes.
Or
wanna keep my
movies
kids so
that
little as long
like
as I can.
Teddy loves. He loves Star Wars. He loves Indiana Jones, The Sandlot. Like there are actual human movies that he will watch. I call them human movies. I don't know what else to call them.
With real life actors.
Yes, real life actors. Yes, human movies.
Star Wars is not a human movie; it's an alien movie.
Well,
The other
there's,
thing here, too, is just-
humans in it.
it's
Yeah.
options.
Yes, those are not the droids we're looking.
There was
for.
no Mr. Beast when I was a kid.
Well, true. I mean,
Darman.
you weren't going online as a kid. Like the internet access wasn't there. So
Yeah.
you
Stuff was
couldn't
only
do those
televised.
things.
Bill Nye the Science Guy was not yet the Bill Nye the Science Guy.
See, Bill Nye was great. When we were in school, they'd wheel in that TV.
Yes, with the
yes,
VHS
yes,
player.
But again, you're 20 years younger.
Yeah, you're right. It's different era. By the way, we have a ton of texts and phone calls on this. I think some of the funniest responses on this Caillou stuff. Texter says, Caillou is not allowed in my house. I would punt Caillou across a football field, and Daniel Tiger is a close second. Who is Daniel Tiger?
Oh, Daniel Tiger is pretty big right now. My kids don't like Daniel Tiger, the show, but we have books, and they like the Daniel Tiger books. But he's all right.
I don't even know that one.
You don't, yeah.
No.
Couldn't agree more. Caillou is a whiny little bitch. People hate this cartoon.
There you go. I'm not alone.
So, phone calls, ticket texts. There are some stuff on the Tigers still, too, but we brought in the cartoons because Kirby Joseph couldn't believe this kid didn't know what cartoons were.
Yeah.
Is this a thing? It's 97.1.
Fall weather, winter weather, right around the corner. You want to make sure that your house is protected. The number one thing that protects your house, your roof. Give Rapid Roofing a call. I did a couple of years ago, and it was a great experience. What really stood out to me was that they treated me great during the entire process. They were honest. There was a no-pressure sales, no gimmicks, just honest guidance as to what my roof needed, what they were going to do, and most roofs are completed in just one day. You can find them on the web at rapidroofing.com, or you can get them on the phone. Mike Beatty, family-owned business. They'll answer that phone, 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF.
It's Lions safety Kirby Joseph, Milk and Cookies video put out by the Lions. What's going on? Kids not watching cartoons anymore? We'll get phone calls and ticket texts on that. We have Lions tickets to give away this hour. Name that Lion. Here's how it works. You'll get 3 clues sprinkled in throughout the hour. Listen for the clues because not any one clue is going to give it away. But if you listen all hour, you should be able to piece it together. We'll play a sounder. It's your only chance to call when you hear the sounder. Don't call early. You're not going to win. Name that Lion this hour.
All right.
Yeah, no Hey Arnold, no SpongeBob, Rocket Power, Dexter's Lab. These are I watch these shows.
Bob the Builder.
Yeah, there you go.
Bob the Builder.
You don't like Bob?
Well, it was after my time. I mean, I know who he is, but I never watched it.
Oh, Brooks is going to love Bob the Builder.
You think? I don't know if he's ever going to see.
want a
I don't think
two-bell.
he's ever going to see Bob the Builder.
Why?
Because it's not modern. I don't know. I mean, I have to show it to him, and it wasn't in my wheelhouse as a kid, so I don't think it's one I'll.
Yeah, but you got to show him some boy ones. You can't just always watch Dora.
I know. Unfortunately, he is watching a lot of the Cinderellas and Snow White. Emily gets the pick usually. Yeah. He just started getting into Thomas. He loves.
Oh, Thomas the Train.
Yeah, we watched that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we always go to the Henry Ford when they have the Thomas the Train.
Yes, we rode. We did. We went.
Oh,
yeah. We got to take a
ride on Thomas.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tex says, my nephew only watches Minecraft and Roblox videos. Hasn't watched cartoons since he was a toddler.
Wow.
I like cartoons. Like, okay, I'm classified as a child, but I do like a good cartoon.
Yeah, what are some of the ones you watch right now?
Oh, I still watch the classics like, Bugs Bunny, the Tasmanian Devil, like all of these things. Like it just kind of takes you back for a few moments that I sit there and watch it every day. I don't want to interrupt my John Wayne time, but there are times where you just sit down and you just need mindless TV and it's entertaining.
But this is a trend. Another text says, you're right. At 8 or 9, they start watching people on YouTube open toys and packages. Weird stuff like that.
Oh, it doesn't even take till 8 or 9. I mean, like Teddy will navigate through. They have the YouTube Kids, and he'll navigate through that. And all of a sudden, we're like, what in the heck is he watching? Because you hear adult, grown-up voices, not, cartoon voices.
And nobody likes Caillou. So we got more of those texts coming in. Let's get to Marcus in East Point. Marcus, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just, I call you guys quite often, and I really enjoy your show. But Cookies, you're really boiling my water this morning, sir. You are giving our Tigers a hard time, and you act like they're playing a team that's hitting, 270. The Cleveland's hitting 221 for the season. I don't understand why. I mean, they scored 5 runs in the last 4 games and haven't hit the ball out of the infield. I don't understand what your issue is.
I think they're better equipped to win in the playoffs with their small ball than the Tigers. Because neither team can hit, but at least they've done it over the course of the season where they can manufacture the stuff. They're much more adept at bunting and squeeze plays. And am I wrong?
Yeah, you're right that they are more adapted to it, but they're not going to win. That's where you're wrong. You said that Cleveland's going to come back and win the series.
Yeah, I picked Cleveland to win the series, and I wasn't willing to come off it after the first game. And I know how powerful the first game is. It's why it was awesome that they won it, but it doesn't change that they don't get to throw Scooble again, that they have to rely on their bullpen. Cleveland has the better bullpen. I'm not there yet.
Well, you don't have to get there. We'll just everybody against you now. How about that?
Okay.
There you go. Yep.
Cookie.
I need that T-shirt.
Cookies.
Yeah,
Detroit
everybody
versus Cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Whatever. I guess I'll wear the black hat if that's what it comes down to. I mean, you guys don't like it when I pick them and I'm confident, so I guess this is the other side of things.
Well, it's your timing. It's your timing.
When am I supposed to express that I don't think they're winning the game? Should I do it?
No. We go back to the timing of when you buried the Guardians with 60 games left. It's just your timing.
You think what they are right now is the September Tigers?
Yes.
You don't
Did
think
yesterday show you they're not the September Tigers?
No, I'm trying to help you out here, actually.
Okay.
You don't think anything changed despite winning yesterday?
I don't.
Well, today's October.
Oh, boy. What did AJ say? Best time to be dangerous.
Don't let the Tigers get hot.
It's in October. We got that Jake Rogers from last year. They need to show more of the grit of last year. Maybe you felt like they did yesterday, and that's going to translate to today. You have every right to think that. I hope that's the case. That could propel them into a run that nobody saw coming.
Mm-hmm. If Jake Rogers didn't line up today, then I'll join you.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
John in Grosse Pointe, you got thoughts on the cartoons?
I do. I just wanted to say that in my house, we definitely watch one cartoon for sure, and that's Bluey. I feel like that's got to be one of the best kids shows ever made. I mean, me and my wife, we even get into it. It's one of those shows that you can literally sit down even as an adult and be like, oh man, you can learn something about like parenting and kids are learning. It's really good show all around, I'd say.
I agree with you. I think Bluey's a great show.
I don't know that I've ever seen that one.
Oh, really? I'm surprised that you haven't seen Bluey
John,
yet.
You gotta turn your Teddy on to Bluey. It's a good show. You're gonna love it, man. I swear, like, even there's certain episodes where you're like, oh crap, like I learned something today. You know, like I was screwing up being a parent at this, you know, and focusing on this when really I should worry about like my kids playing. You know, it's a really good show.
Okay.
Lessons all around.
Teddy would really like it.
I'll have to view it first because if Teddy likes it, I'm sure you've learned this, Heather. As soon as your kids like something, it is on over and over.
Yes.
And over.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And over.
Yeah. There's only so many episodes too, and I think the creator actually just recently said that they're running out of content. So if he does like Bluey, be prepared that it's going to be just
repetitive,
nonstop. Oh yeah. And they're not long episodes either.
No.
They're kind of short but there's about 50 episodes per season, I think. Heather, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know either how many but no, Bluey's great. I think Bluey's up there right now with like it's kind of like the SpongeBob of this time. Super popular.
Well,
Everyone's
the annoying laugh.
Well, yes,
and,
but everybody's watching it.
It's
and parents
it's the
can
hit
watch
show.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any relation to like Blue's Clues? Because that was a show when I was a kid. Okay.
No, it's a blue. I forget what the kind of dog, but they're like it's an Australian bred type dog. It's like a blue whatever
healer
dog, and that's why it's blue.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're the healers. That's why. Bluey healer. Just realized that.
The show's been on in the background this whole time, and now you put it together.
Bluey is a top.
I didn't realize that. I just realized. I thought that was their last name, but I guess that's the name of the dog.
Type of dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Bluey's a top 10 show of all time.
Thanks, John. What?
Wow.
Bluey's a top 10 show of all time on my personal list.
Top 10 children's show of all time?
No, show.
All time.
So it's like
Show
The
of all
Wire, Breaking Bad, Bluey.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. I'll have to
You
check it
better
out.
check it out.
Yeah.
So, John, you've been sleeping on it this whole time. Okay, text says, Daniel the Tiger is a ripoff of Mr. Rogers.
It is. Well, I didn't know it was a ripoff. I thought yes, the trolley is there. I thought it was like a spin-off or inspired by Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
No, it's a spin-off. It's Fred
Yeah.
Rogers Production
Yeah.
makes the show.
Oh, then that's fair
Like I wouldn't
game.
call it
Okay.
a ripoff.
No.
Yeah.
Just reinvented.
Yeah, it's yes.
Greatest 2 seconds of radio was listening to Greg sing that song, It Needs to Be a Drop. And this one says, hey, John, do you want to come inside my clubhouse? Signed, Mickey.
I'm going to stay away from
It's probably for the best.
that one.
Guys, my son's girlfriend's 5-year-old son, that's a lot, watches Peppa Pig so much that he has an English accent now.
I've heard stories about this where kids are watching it and they're saying mum instead of mom, and I mean I've never
Really?
seen Peppa Pig,
Oh,
but
Peppa, yeah. Well, yeah, Peppa.
heard of it.
Peppa it's a great show. Teddy loves it. It's on the verge of annoying because of the accent, but it entertains them, and it is somewhat educational as well.
The fact that Jim admitted he's a SpongeBob kid explains everything.
It does. I kind of nodded at that one. I'm like, yeah, okay.
What's wrong with
I get it now.
SpongeBob?
Yeah,
It's like,
SpongeBob.
he
I was
Everybody watched
say
SpongeBob. That was your
my
age.
age.
No, not you.
No, you're older, but
no,
Not
but
me.
even I had teammates that were into SpongeBob.
You did.
Oh yeah, and yeah.
Did they have
it always
children?
raises a red flag. No, well,
wait, SpongeBob's a red flag?
oh yeah, it's a red flag.
For an
What's the-
adult to watch, maybe.
Well,
but
sure.
as a
But yeah, if you were like in elementary school watching SpongeBob, that
Right,
was,
is that when you were watching it?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was a jam.
No,
what's wrong with? Wait, really?
yeah, SpongeBob's a doofus.
Wow.
Okay, then. I'm not telling you
And
he's
all
the
these
brightest.
creatures under the sea.
You got
whatever they
Sandy
say.
Cheeks, Patrick Starr, and
Yeah, exactly. All
Squidward.
yeah, in the doofus category.
All right, then. Cartoons, we'll get some thoughts on that. We'll get to Heather's news. John's power surge, we're going to push that back a little bit. I got to give you the first clue for Name That Lion. I rank in the top 50 in career sacks as a Detroit Lion. So this is not an obscure player like last week. I rank in the top 50 in career sacks as a Detroit Lion. It's 97-1. Guys, nobody wants to replace their roof. It's expensive. It happens at the worst time, but you need to choose the right company. Shainer Roofing. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shainer Roofing, and here's why. Not only are they local experts, they got a proven track record. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means, hey, if you're planning on living in that house forever, good. If you ever sell it, awesome. That warranty transfers. Plus, Shainer Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of happy customers. That kind of trust doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So, if your roof is aging, if it's leaking, if you're just ready for peace of mind, mymichiganroof.com. You don't have to worry about how to spell Shainer. mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shainer Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts. That's manager A.J. Hinch. Tigers back at it today. 1 o'clock, Casey Mize on the mound. He's pitched well against the Guardians this season. Detroit wins. They advance and play the Mariners this weekend in Seattle. John, since they shifted to this 3-game wild card format in 2022,
expanded the playoffs, yeah.
the team that wins the first game has won the series 100% of the time.
Tigers in 2, baby.
248-539-9797. We've got open lines. We've been talking Tiger baseball most of the morning. We also brought up Kirby Joseph, the podcast video series he does with the Lions, Milk and Cookies. Asked the kid his favorite cartoon. Kid had no idea what he was talking about. He's like, is it YouTube?
Yeah.
Is that without ads?
What's a cartoon?
Yeah.
What's a cartoon, I think, is a direct quote from this child.
It's amazing to me, but
You guys have kids, and cartoons are very much still a thing.
Or it could just be everything he watches is a cartoon, and he doesn't know what the other is.
Maybe.
I mean, I can't imagine, but yeah.
But he's not watching Bugs Bunny. He's not watching Scooby-Doo or
And in regards
Tom and
to
Jerry.
Bluey, like I've had a handful of buddies text me, and AD Aaron says Bluey is classic.
I'm surprised that you are not familiar with it. Like that you don't know it.
Yeah,
Because I think everyone in your family would enjoy
I've
it.
heard of Bluey.
Yes.
I've just never watched Bluey.
I mean, Teddy would like it for sure.
All
And
right,
you wouldn't mind having it on.
Okay,
It's that type of show.
We'll have to see if he takes to it later today.
John also slandered SpongeBob. I don't know if people have thoughts on that. We'll check the ticket text. On the Tiger side of things, good morning, TIT boys, LFG, Joe in Rochester Hills.
There we go.
He's
all the
feeling
acronyms. Yeah.
Outlook changed for him. I don't know if Joe, I guess maybe Joe thought they were going to win the series yesterday, but a lot of people are buying in. And we've been asking you guys about your buy-in and how your outlook shifted. Says, guys and Heather, Gov, the crew, Ramirez moment is Sheed not covering Big Shot Bob. Mark in Fowlerville. Ramirez getting thrown out at third base between home and third. Their best player. It's our version of Big Shot Bob. And higher stakes with Big Shot Bob. Says, I'm not sold on the TIT, but I say go Tigers nonetheless. They had a commanding lead in the regular season. Blew it to the Guardians. I hope it doesn't happen again. I'll believe it when I see it. Chad in a truck.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
And so the optimism I have, part of it is based on all 162, not just the last 16. And I understand that's how they're playing going into the playoffs, but there is that reset. And yeah, the bats didn't fire up yesterday, but you got a good performance from Scooble. You go up one game, and part of the facts are you win game one, you win the series. I do like Casey Mize on the mound today. I think he is a guy that will step up in the moment. I like the fact that they've got the ability to go to Melton in the bullpen. And so, and it's also, Bibee on the mound. He's a right-hander. It allows the Tigers to put all their best bats out there.
Cleveland will probably have a quick hook today, too. Neither of these guys will probably see the order the third time through,
No.
which then means it's a bullpen game. And Cleveland's got the better pen. It's going to be who has the lead when you go to your bullpen, because it's a huge advantage if AJ's got a couple runs to play with, because we don't trust these guys as much, and he can get, 3 batters at a time, and he's got his whole bullpen. Like, having a lead early is so important, because then you put the other team in desperation mode. Neither offense is going to score 10 runs. I mean, both of them are challenged. Cleveland's got Jose Ramirez, the best bat in the series. Kwan, who can be a pain. And Kwan, by the way, gets to go up against a right-hander today. He's much better against righties. It's a tough matchup for anybody against Scooble, but he struggles against lefties.
Yeah.
Does it really come down to who scores first today?
It very well might come down to that. That's why I love the approach of the first inning yesterday. It was attack. Now you'd love to see more pitches other than 2 pitches, 2 outs, but they ended up scoring a run in that inning. And I love the mindset that it feels like they approached the game with. The
other thing I thought was interesting was AJ going against his personal constitution.
Yeah.
With multiple bunts.
Small ball.
And I'm not mad at AJ that he doesn't bunt more often. It's kind of become the norm. You don't give away outs. You don't play for only one run. You're trying to play for multiple runs, especially with runners in scoring position. But different situations call for different strategies. And if you were already high on AJ Hinch, I didn't think it was possible to get more optimistic about him as a manager. But seeing him kind of shed his own personal beliefs to do what needs to happen to win that game. Again, with Scooble on the mound, you don't need to score 5 runs. You need 2 runs 2 runs was enough to win that game. So Zach McKinstry can handle the bat. Well, we should let him swing away to play for multiple runs. Just score 1, give us a lead to play with, and it was all they needed to win that game. I thought that's a sneaky storyline. A.J. Hinch leaving Carp in the game, doing a lot of little things that he normally wouldn't do because that game called for that strategy.
Mm-hmm. And that's him being the wizard that he was in large part throughout the course of the year and last year.
I've got clue number 2 for Name That Lion. Clue number 2 to win Lions tickets Monday Night Football against the Bucks. Listen for all 3 clues. Listen for the sounder. Do not call early. You will not be able to win. Clue number 2. I recorded both a safety and scored a defensive touchdown with the Lions. Clue number 2. I recorded both a safety and scored a defensive touchdown with the Lions. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this is pretty cool. A Michigan teen recently just earned her high school diploma and bachelor's degree in the exact same month. Pretty awesome. This was back in May. Savannah Remine graduated from high school. She was 18, and then she earned her bachelor's degree in legal studies from Davenport University. So she said that this whole feat was possible through a combination of her strategic dual enrollment, summer courses, her homeschool education, and a commitment to her curriculum, this is very rare. So not rare for kids to do a dual enrollment and take some college courses
right.
during high school. That's pretty common, and some students in high school can earn a certificate or even an associate's degree. But to earn your bachelor's degree side by side your high school diploma is a very rare thing to do. She now plans to. She also took her LSAT, so she's going to go to law school.
Oh wow!
But I know she did that at 17. She got that back before she even turned 18.
How do you have the time to do all this?
And she also said, hey, this didn't affect me. I still got to hang out with my friends and do all the things you do in high school. She is going to take a gap year. She was also diagnosed with Lyme disease. So she's going to focus on her health during this year off. So she did get into the law school of her choice. She's not saying what school that is for privacy reasons, but she's going to take this gap year. She's working as a paralegal at a Grand Rapids firm while she focuses on her diagnosis of Lyme disease, but she will be attending law school in 2026.
Great for her. Wow.
How awesome is that? This is also awesome. A 58-year-old man, Tom Celo, is in his first season of college football. We talked about him earlier.
Did he get a deal, right?
Yeah, he just became the oldest college football player to sign an NIL deal. This is amazing. So his deal is with Aspercream. Undisclosed payment. So I don't know how much money he's making from this, but he is going to receive a 4-year supply of the pain relief
of
product.
Aspercream. Yeah. Next up on the list is Preparation H.
Pretty darn cool. It's Aspercream's first reported NIL deal. And this guy basically says he's just living proof that you're never too old to chase your dream.
That's cool.
Such a cool story. It really is. Johnny Manziel will be making his return to Tuscaloosa on Saturday to support Vanderbilt in their game against Alabama. And now there's some Alabama fans that are boycotting this new bar because they're going to be hosting him prior to kickoff. He's going to be like one of their guests. And the bar is called Two Dimes. And fans are just so upset. They don't understand why a bar in Tuscaloosa would host a player who's perhaps most famous for beating the Crimson Tide.
Bold move there.
So they're outraged. They're saying any of our fans who go there should be kicked out of the school. Shouldn't even be allowed to go to school there. I mean, obviously they're being silly, but that's how upset they are.
It's a religion down there.
Yeah. Wheel of Fortune had the biggest winner ever in its show history last night when this contestant from Connecticut won a cash prize of $1,035,155. Plus, she also won trips to Montana and Tokyo. She's now the 4th contestant in the show's history to earn the $1 million prize. She's the first one to do it since Ryan Seacrest took over as host. And what's really cool is that she earned this $1 million prize with her boss in the audience. And it was a little joke. Seacrest had asked her, if she'd be going back to work. And she said, if I win the $1 million, I'm going to put my 2 weeks notice in. And then lo and behold, she won big time. She did say later she'd have a discussion with her boss once they got back to the office. But I have seen since that it sounds like she's going to use this to pay off her student loans.
Good for her.
And she's going to try to use it to buy a house and get out of her 1-bedroom apartment she's in. So she's a young woman. She's probably going to
Still
hold
need
down
to
her
work.
job. Yeah, I would imagine.
Well, to buy a house and pay off student loans, she's not getting $1 million after taxes. Like, it's not going to go as far as people realize.
No. So, but still,
No, but it's a
she's
great-
very grateful.
Oh, it's a huge.
Yes.
It's a great bump.
altering. Yeah.
Yes, without a doubt.
That's Heather with the news. We've got the power surge coming up next, and I will have your third clue for Name That Lion. It's 97.1.
Hey, you hear all the ads. It's law firms bragging about some giant verdict that they were able to get. To them, it's a trophy, and it's a big number. Okay, and that's great for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, doesn't do anything for you. Here's the truth about David Feminino. He wins big, of course, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you and your needs. Call David at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
I've got clue number 3. Name that lion. We play it every Wednesday for your chance to win tickets. Lions, Bucks, Monday Night Football. Your third clue. I had my best single season sack total with the New Orleans Saints. 3 clues in. Let's do it. You know the drill. We'll light the lines up. Call in, name the lion. You've got the clues. Win the tickets. Now, let's get to the power surge.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers use a dominant start from Tarek Skubal and some small ball, beating the Guardians 2-1 in Cleveland in the opener of the Wild Card Series yesterday. Skubal gave up just one Guardians run over 7 2/3, 14 strikeouts, which tied a Tigers playoff record. The Tigers scoring the go-ahead run on a sac bunt from Zach McKinstry in the 7th. Did you expect to see that sign from third base, Z-Mac? The Tigers only had 5 sac bunts the entire regular season, but they're one win away from the ALDS now. They hand the ball to Casey Mize, looking to get there. Also among today's wildcard openers from yesterday, Seiya Suzuki, Carson Kelly. They hit back-to-back fifth-inning home runs for the Cubs. They beat the Padres 3-1 on the north side. Red Sox over the Yankees 3-1. Dominant start in that one from Garrett Crochet. Masataka Yoshida's 2-run single in the 7th put him ahead, and 5 Dodgers home runs, a couple of them from Shohei Ohtani, power them to a 10-5 win over the Reds. And the Red Wings beat the Blackhawks 3-1 in Chicago last night. Their record's now 3-3 in the postseason. JT Compher, Lucas Raymond both finding the back of the net. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Game 2 today. Tigers with a win, advance to the ALDS against Seattle. They'll send Casey Mize to the bump. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates. And we have a winner.
Oh, all right.
Our Name That Lion Wednesday game we play. Jake and Warren is the winner. He wins a pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Monday Night Football, and some passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market. It's from the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back by Bullseye Event Group. All you can eat, open bar, 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. So your clues. He was able to solve Name That Lion. Clue number 1, I'm top 50 in career sacks as a Detroit Lion. Clue number 2, I recorded both a safety and scored a defensive touchdown with the Lions. And clue number 3, I had my best single-season sack total with the New Orleans Saints. Popular guess was Pat Swilling. Pat Swilling is not top 50 in Lion sacks. He was underwhelming once he came here.
Yeah.
And he also, I don't believe, ever recorded a safety either. Might not have even had a defensive touchdown. So not Pat Swilling. John, who was it?
Nick Fairley.
Nick Fairley.
Mm-hmm.
Several swings and misses on this one. Not as many as we had last week with Clay Harbor.
This is a little easier.
Yes.
Nick Fairley, former first-round pick.
If you say Nick Fairley, people will say, oh, yeah, he was either drafted by the Detroit Lions or played for the Detroit Lions. You say, who was it last week?
Clay Harbor.
Clay Harbor. See, I've already forgotten. Clay Harbor. And the same response that we got from Doug and from Gator is, who?
Well, assuming Gator's not listening right now, we'll see if he can name that Lion at the end of the hour. But Nick
It's a bit
Fairley,
early for him.
Yeah. Nick Fairley, Name That Lion. Again, every Wednesday, Name That Lion, chance to win tickets to see the Detroit Lions. John, what does Casey Mize have to do today? What's good enough?
It's a terrific question. Obviously, we would all love 5 shutout innings. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think if he goes 5 innings and gives up 2 runs, it's going to be enough for the Tigers to, because I think the matchup for the Tiger Bats is a little bit better today with Tanner Bybee on the mound.
Yeah.
I think the production for the Tigers is going to be better than the 2 runs we saw yesterday.
There should be more than 3 runs scored in the game.
Yeah, and I'm not going to expect the same performance, even though it's possible. Maybe not the 14 strikeouts, but I'm not going to expect the same performance out of Casey Mize as we got from Tarek Skubal. So that's why I go with the 5 innings, a little bit less than Tarek Skubal, and 2 runs, which is obviously just a bit more.
I think they're going to... Thank you, Dan. One more time, what does Casey Mize have to do? What's good enough? I don't think he's going to see the order the third time through.
Right.
So you're right to kind of cap it at about 5 innings. Can I give you his 3 starts against Cleveland this season, and you just tell me, thumbs up, would it be good enough if he pitched any of these games, okay?
Yep.
The first start he had against Cleveland was back in May. He went 5 innings, gave up 1 run, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. All right, his second start, this is what everybody's hoping for today. He went 7 innings of shutout baseball.
Thumbs up. 2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. Again, we don't think he'll go that deep. His third and final start against Cleveland happened in the month of September. He pitched 5 1/3 and gave up 3 earned runs.
I would say thumbs down.
I don't think that would be good enough.
No. And so, I mean, I gave him a little bit more. I kind of split the difference a little bit.
I think you were fair in going through that. I mean, I think you put a fair bar for him today.
5. I just, like you, I don't think he gets through 5 innings only having, I don't think it's a no-hit, only, 15 batters.
No, I mean, you're not going to get what you got from Skubal yesterday. What we watched was vintage Verlander. I mean, they were talking about it on the broadcast when the game's done, where you get stronger as the game goes. You're throwing 100. You're pumping in heat in the 7th inning, getting swing and miss. That's the most strikeouts a Tiger pitcher has ever had in a playoff game. They're not getting that again in this series. So as much as it's going to be about Mize, it's also going to be about the bullpen, and it's also going to be about the bats because you're going to have to score more. 2 runs probably not getting it done today.
Yeah. Well, and for Mize, it's really going to be can he master location? That's really where Casey Mize can excel. And the split finger, that has to be on for him today. That's one of the pitches that separates him when it's on from other pitchers.
248-539-9797. We'll start with the obvious. I mean, the guy who gets the ball first in the first inning today at 1 o'clock. What do you need to see from him? Because this series is really, it starts with pitching. Both teams got to pitch well, and then it unravels from there, right? Scoring a grimy, gutty, ugly run is what they did yesterday. Twice. I mean, they started off with a bloop. They take advantage of an error in right, little bloop. Torkelson drives in a run. It was the only hit with runners in scoring position the Tigers had yesterday. The other run they scored via the bunt.
Yes.
Little throwback. I mean,
and I
the
love
series
the fact,
is going to come down to like a run here, run there.
Yeah, and some of the numbers that we heard in the update, or that we heard the audio from McKinstry, like this was not a part of the game plan throughout the course of the year. But they knew going into this game, hey, heads up, we may actually go small ball. And so I think in the update it said only 5 sacrifice bunts throughout the course of the 162.
Oh, I believe it. AJ is not a bunter.
No.
He doesn't like giving away outs, doesn't like playing for 1 run. You play for bigger innings. But yesterday called for by the skin of your teeth, as ugly as it needed to be. Give them a taste of their own medicine. That makes it a little more satisfying. And take control of the series. Win the one with Skubal, which they had failed to do at the end of the regular season.
That, I mean, you go out there and you win game 1. You put that performance out there, and now you create a little bit of doubt in the Guardians' minds. Can we hit? There's already doubt in the Tigers' minds. Can we put bat on ball? All right, they did enough.
I think today is a spot where the Tigers can play free and loose. They don't have to win today. They haven't been in that spot in quite a while, if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, but I'd be very careful. Loose today, you're throwing Flaherty.
Oh, I know.
Flaherty's had some eruptions, and all of a sudden you put Cleveland right back in. It's not a freebie.
No, it's not. That they can approach the plate with a freedom.
Right.
It is a mental mindset versus. So that's why I just think Mize holding serve today and matching Bybee or keeping it within 1, and you start applying pressure and you can approach the plate in a more free way because you don't have to. Versus the Guardians, the later you get in the game, they are going to feel it because your season's running out of outs.
Do you feel like, too, though, Mize has to best Bybee? Like, you have to have the lead when both starters leave the game because Cleveland has the better bullpen.
I don't. The Skubal-Boyd game last year, Boyd left way earlier than Skubal, but Boyd matched them. Boyd gave them a chance to win. It was the Indians couldn't hit in that game, or they loaded the bases and they couldn't get somebody home. They're very similar teams in some ways, despite how they scratch across runs.
Well, so that's that's, I think, fair to say these teams are similar. I mean, they finished within a game of one another in the standings. Neither team is the 27 Yankees, right?
But the Tigers have more batters in the lineup that are likely to run into a home run.
Yeah, but this is, again, what decides the game. You like the Tigers lineup being a little longer, a little more dangerous.
Yes.
I still view Cleveland as, well, their bullpen's better and they can manufacture runs better, so I still give them the edge.
That's why Mize has to be good against these bad hitters in their lineups.
Yeah. You can't give up an easy one to a bad hitter. And it's simply, and I think when you look at the Guardians, the lineup, okay, it doesn't scare you, but the combination of Ramirez and Kwan, like, they just seem to find ways to manufacture runs in that small part of their lineup.
We want to know about where you're at today. Day game. Yesterday, people say that they weren't even going to watch. They were burned out. I wonder if the outlook has changed for Tiger fans after yesterday.
Yeah. Tigers in 2.
Certainly hasn't changed for you. You feel great about it.
I do.
And we'll hear from people today. 248-539-9797. All right, guys, want to tell you about going to the dentist. It doesn't have to be this thing you dread. It doesn't have to be scary. Even if you have to get a cavity filled. I've been there. Brightside Dental makes it easy, makes it painless. A little numbing, communicate every step of the process. No big deal. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain with Brightside Dental. No lectures about what you're doing wrong. Get you in, take care of you. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including one right around the corner from you. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays, and there's no hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back in that routine, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. yesterday on the show, we coined a phrase, baseball burnout. We got a lot of calls from you guys saying, I don't really care that the Tigers are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't know if you meant it or if it was like, hey, one of those Lions free deals where you're still going to be on the couch.
Or you're just waiting to see what happened yesterday.
And that's what we want to know is, did yesterday change your outlook, change your tune? Because they won. Did you need to see them do that? Beat the Guardians, take control of the series. Has your outlook changed? 248-539-9797.
And it's at a time where, okay, Casey Mize has pitched good against the Guardians. Is he going to be able to have that type of performance today? And it's on the heels of Skubal had a special performance. That just wasn't your average Skubal start. That was a special performance, and the bats still didn't follow.
And that's why I'm still concerned. I picked Cleveland. I'm sticking with Cleveland, even in the face of history and the odds. I think they've already shown us this season they don't care what the odds are. They're the hot team. They're more built to play this kind of grimy, gutty, garbage baseball.
They were the hot team.
Okay. They have the better bullpen, and their lineup is more capable of playing the grimy, gutty, garbage baseball that it's going to take to win this series. So while they're behind the 8 ball, they don't have to face Skubal anymore. You're not going to see Nolan Ryan anymore.
No.
So I know the odds suggest they're not going to win this series. I'm not willing to come off that position. I didn't see enough yesterday from the Tiger offense, 1 of 8 runners in scoring position, to feel like the Tigers are winning this series, even in the advantage position they sit in today, which I won't deny.
Who do you think's first out of the bullpen? If Mize goes 5 and the Tigers are, let's just say they're tied 2-2.
Yeah, you know who I think it'll be? Holton. Guardians have a lot of lefties. Tigers, by the way, only took 2 lefty bullpen arms. I bet you Holton's going to pitch today if he's not the first out of the pen. It depends where in the order, but I think we'll see Holton. The problem is I think Detroit's going to have to use 4 or 5 arms. And I think that's a terrifying prospect that Tiger fans, you can't fight me on that. You don't trust this bullpen.
So let's play it out and do it before they even get there. It's 5 good innings by Mize, tied 2-2. And the score is irrelevant. Let's just say Holton comes in and takes the 6th. Mm-hmm. Do you then go to Melton for the 7th and 8th?
Depends on the score, but yeah. Okay. He can pitch multiple innings. He's a hell of a weapon for AJ today.
And then that gets you to Finnegan.
And look, honestly, Vest can throw again.
Sure, but I'm just saying, they're going to have to go with multiple bullpen arms, like not yesterday, like they did with Vest.
And John, this is also with the assumption they have the lead, which I'm not sure of. Again, the bats are still not out of this funk. Yesterday didn't show me that, like, oh, hey, the Tiger bats are alive for the postseason. They had 5 hits.
But can you get shut down innings from the bullpen with 1 with Holton, 2 with Melton, and the 9th with Finnegan?
Finnegan, look, yeah, the answer to your question is yes, they can. Finnegan has looked shaky lately, right?
Yeah.
So far from a given. And Holton has
none
had a much more
given. None of it's. I want to go into this conversation saying none of this is a given.
So what is likely?
Yeah.
Likely is the Tiger bullpen that has struggled for much of the year, the Tiger bats that have struggled for much of the year are going to struggle.
And they have they also, Guardians also struggle to score runs.
Who is better equipped to win a garbage baseball game? It's Cleveland. They're favored today, by the way. And if you get to game 3, we're staring down Flaherty, who is a walking eruption waiting to happen. So I know people feel good about the Tigers. Hell, I loved that they won that game that way, stuck it to Cleveland, gave them a taste of their own medicine. It does not mean they've won 2 games yesterday. They only won 1.
Well, the Tigers, too, they have a completely fresh bullpen today. I mean, you could use Vest if you wanted.
Yeah.
Situationally. I don't think AJ wants to today. But the rest of the bullpen's there. It's fresh. And I know, Jim, you're critical of it, and you should be, to be honest with you. But the thing is, since he has every arm available, he can cut the rope short. Three batters, and so envisioning them allowing base runners, pressure moments, but getting out of it, being able to flip lefty, righty, righty, lefty. Now they only have 2 lefties, right?
Yeah, I believe Skubal's the 3rd, but yes, 2 out of the pen.
So it's going to be crucial when he decides to do that. You're going to maybe see that against Manzardo, So, I mean, Quan, it doesn't matter because of the type of hitter he is in my mind. But
again, their splits, they would prefer to face a righty with all their lefties. So Quan is much better, like 100 points better with a righty. Casey Mize on the mound. Manzardo, much better with a righty on the mound. Casey Mize. Like, it does set up for Cleveland to get a little more oomph out of their lineup today.
Oh, I know it does and stuff, but the thing is JJ has in his back pocket is he can quickly change to another arm to stop any like high pressure moments.
The other thing,
like
too,
yesterday,
is that,
for example, in the ninth.
How much of this, too, is Cleveland, they put in those guys to face Skubal that ended up making terrible plays in the field. Right? Their right fielder botches a ball in the first inning. He's only in the lineup to face a lefty.
Right.
And Big Christmas tap dancing over at first base, can't even get his feet on the bag. Like, I'm not sure if he's in the game today with a righty on the mound.
I don't know. He's still got that potential for the pop.
Well, maybe he's a DH.
Yeah.
It's going to be a completely different game. That's the one thing that I think we all agree on going into today. And it's not just because a large part of it is because Skubal's not on the mound. They're going to have a different lineup. And with Bibee on the mound, I do like the matchup of all of our best hitters. Save Torque and Dingler. Mm-hmm. Like all of our best are batting from the left. So it's imperative that they take that same mindset that they had yesterday in that first inning. Now, you don't want 2 pitches, 2 outs, but you got to be aggressive at the plate. You've got to attack him and then force them to get to their bullpen early because they used a bunch of arms yesterday.
They did. And I think they'll use him again today in a do-or-die spot for their season. So,
and they're going to use Cade Smith if they can in probably a high-pressure moment earlier. He's not very good the next day. That's why they got to him in that game back in July that they won in extra innings.
Dickerson had the stat yesterday. Cade Smith has given up 4 home runs this year. 3 of them are Detroit Tigers.
Yeah. And then, if you lose today, but they have to use him, I mean, you talk about Flaherty tomorrow with Cade Smith.
On a third day?
Yeah.
I know. Where are you at? We want to hear from Tiger fans. Did yesterday change your outlook? If you were someone who wasn't even going to watch, listen, pay attention, I kind of think that was talk, but if you mean it, okay, did it change? And if you're someone who thought the Tigers were going to win, are you even more certain now, Tigers in 2? Do you feel like they can go on a run beyond this series? Did your outlook change? Or did you watch that and think, it's still a struggling offense, they're still not out of the woods yet, this is going to be a pain in the ass, and I still don't trust them?
It's going to be a challenge no matter what happens early in this game. It's not going to be an easy out. You're not going to have... You don't have Shohei Ohtani to lead off, where he hits a leadoff home run yesterday, and they end up winning. What was the final score? 10-5? Mm-hmm. He hits 2 home runs. They get another, in the lineup to hit 2 home runs. Like, you don't have that lineup. That's why the Dodgers are dangerous. And we thought that maybe that's why the Yankees would be dangerous, because they had bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth with no outs and still didn't score.
Texters, it's October. New month, new bats. Tigers win game 2, 8-2. Nick and Novi.
I like that. What was the one earlier? We had, 12-2?
12-3.
12-3, yeah.
Tigers, 8-3 blowout. We're going to kick their ass. Go Tigers. It's from Aaron.
Yeah.
Melton is not as good out of the pen as he is a starter, John. Factor that in.
Okay.
All right. This is why Costa is the new Rieger. Off goes your show until Carson Anderson.
Oh. Well, I'm still here.
God forbid anybody has a dissenting opinion.
Yeah, they're still here. We got news coming up.
One of the hosts didn't paint his face. I'm turning off the station. Really?
So
we can't express any kind of concern or negativity? Okay, why are no concerns? You have no concerns with this team? Seriously? That's the opinion in listener land today?
Oh, I still have concerns.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy.
Oh, okay.
There's no room for any dissension or doubt with our baseball team. It is propaganda, win by 1,000 only, or I'm listening to Carson Anderson. I'll see you at 10. That's what that ticket texture just sent in.
But it's also propaganda that we're painting our faces.
I'm not saying you guys are.
But yeah, where do you cut off? Do you have to go with the whole head?
When you're bald?
Yeah, I think just the face would look weird. It's going to be a blue head and an orange face.
There you go.
You get the tiger whiskers. There you go. Let us know. Where do you fall? Are you concerned? You nervous? You have a greater confidence now? It's 97.1. his day wasn't done. Looked like he may have emptied the tank with 101 on the punch-out, strikeouts to all 3 hitters in the 7th inning. But no, Tarek Skubal came out for the 8th. Nearly finished the 8th.
Yep.
Threw over 100 pitches, pitched like an ace, channeling some Justin Verlander energy. Mm-hmm. And the Tigers win a gutty, grimy, gross Guardian-style baseball game. They out-Guardian to the Guardians and are up 1-0.
Yep. There's a dominant performance by your pitcher. That's the reason you won that game. Sure, you scored one more run than they did, and you were able to yuck up one in the 1st and then another in the 7th. But the reason that you won that game was because your ace went out there and pitched as the best pitcher in the American League should pitch.
The Tigers' pitching edge is officially over. Cleveland now has the edge pitching the rest of the series.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that they can't get a great performance out of Casey Mize because they will play the game today.
Yes, John. Thank you for that. I'm not telling them to cancel the season. I'm simply offering an opinion that maybe people don't want to hear today, but even you won't fight the fact that Cleveland has the pitching advantage from this point on. They also are the team more consistent in playing that small ball brand of baseball that is going to be required because neither offense is special. Both offenses have struggled, and even in the Tiger win yesterday, they were 1 of 8 with runners in scoring position.
And I'm trying to figure out from a athlete perspective, why is it that if you win game 1, you win the series, and more than likely you win it in 2? Like, I'm trying to figure out what is that mental or emotional advantage that the Tigers hold right now, and what is it on the other side? We're talking about the Guardians, because even last year, and I'm not going to go back even further than that, but last year, the team that won the first game won the series, and there was only one series that went to game 3, and it was, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Pete Alonso with a heroic home run in game 2.
Sounds right.
That forced game 3. Or maybe it was game 1 that ended up.
John, you played sports. I'll tell you what I think about this and see if you think it applies as a former athlete. You are just gone on you've just gone on a 162 game marathon, the greatest marathon in professional sports. And then all of a sudden, you have no room for error. And what that does to the team that loses psychologically, I think it's a huge squeeze.
Well, it's kind of like what happens in game when you're trailing. Like, you have to start throwing out the kitchen sink. There's a desperation.
Yeah, that's a very thing. So you just gone through this whole long season. And yeah, you are in a pennant race, so the pressures do build.
I was just going to ask you, though, if there was ever a team that would not have been intimidated by facing elimination, would it not be Cleveland, who's roared back with the largest divisional comeback in postseason history?
It's also about the Tigers have the mindset of, we just have to win one of the next 2. The Guardians are going into this going, we have to win this one.
Right, the Guardians, too, there was a little house money aspect to their run to get into the playoffs, much like the Tigers had last year.
Right.
I'm telling you what, baseball, man, when you go up to that plate and you're down, those outs start running out on your season, that's what the greatness of Freddie Freeman last year, most of the time that doesn't happen.
Right. I think what bodes well for Cleveland is, Jose Ramirez is one of those dudes.
Yeah. So
and nearly pulled it off by himself yesterday. He can't hit himself and was the only issue for the Guardians late.
If you're leading 1 run, 2 outs in the 9th, and Ramirez is up, I'm walking him. I'm putting the
tying run.
I would. Yes, I would.
Okay. The other guy they have that always has a knack for it is Kwan. They got a couple of those dudes who just...
Yeah.
And we saw it late in the season. Their bats stepped up in big games. They don't have 9 of them. They have 2 of them, but those 2 play well in big spots.
I mean...
And in terms of the pressure, that's why I keep harping on a hot start. You can get up 2 runs either side. It shifts the pressure dramatically. No, the Tigers season can't end today, but if Detroit's got to play from behind and they're leaving guys on base, very quickly that muscle memory kicks in of, here we go again. It's more dramatic for Cleveland if they're down a couple runs and they can't small ball their way. They have to actually string together extra base hits. Then they're in a world of trouble, and then it starts to spiral. But it's all about who can jump out to an early lead.
Yeah, I guess, and I would have to think about that Ramirez thing a little bit more, maybe caught in the moment. But I think I would probably pitch to him, but give him absolutely nothing that you would think he could get an extra base hit on.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's that's why AJ is in that position. I trust him to make that decision. Does he think that the threat of Ramirez hitting a home run or doing something more dangerous than being the tying run on or the winning run on, but you got better odds of pitching to whoever's next?
Well, and that's whoever's next. Manzardo, but can you dictate matchups with lefty-righty? You only have the two lefties, but if you've saved one, now you can throw the lefty at Manzardo, and either he has a bad matchup or he's out of the game entirely.
Right, exactly.
You can get
It
creative.
depends. Yes, it depends on the complete scenario. Can you change your pitcher? Has he faced the minimum 3 batters? All that stuff. But I've always been a proponent of being a little bit aggressive and intentional walking because you're going against one of the worst hitting teams in baseball. Aren't you playing hey, they get a hit less than 1/4 of the time?
But what do they do with their hits? Right? They'll steal a bag. They'll bunt the guy over.
But this is 2 outs, though. You're not bunting a guy over.
Yeah. Look, it's going to be a nail-biter again. I think everybody's in agreement there.
Yeah.
It's going to be dramatic again with the Guardians. Just always seems to be that way. We'll end the hour with some NFL future stats. Tom found some interesting ones. We've got Heather's news first.
Well, this news is sponsored by Randazzo Heating and Cooling and Electrical. So members of the LDS Church in Grand Blanc have collectively raised more than $150,000 for the family of the shooter who killed 4 people. So we've talked earlier this morning about how a lot of the family members have been starting GoFundMe for their families who are either going to be recovering or who didn't survive the attack. Well, this organizer of this campaign explained that one of the families that also suffered during this horrendous loss was the family of Thomas Sanford. So he left behind a wife and children, one of who has some severe medical challenges. So this man thought, you know what? This family also deserves some help as well. And a lot of the people who have been donating are members, not only of this church, but of other Mormon churches across the country.
I mean, that's true compassion.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. I mean, and it is true. That family...
It's not their fault that they had this sick person in their life.
No, and now this woman is left behind on her own to deal with the aftermath and raising her children as a single woman. So they're
practicing what they preach.
Well. Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty incredible to see these people stepping up and paying it forward. A seating incident on a recent Southwest flight has sparked a debate online about who's in the right and who's in the wrong. So Southwest right now has the open seating policy, right?
Basically, when are they flipping that?
It's in January.
Okay.
I think I've got January 27th of 2026. So soon that policy is going away. But right now they have the open seating policy. Basically, that's first come, first serve, right? You walk on the plane, you pick where you want to sit, and you sit there. Well, there was one man who walked on and found a seat next to a woman in this aisle and said, "I'm going to sit there." And she said, "Oh, no, I'm sorry, sir. I'm holding the seat for a friend."
It's not how that works.
And on principle, basically, the man was like, "No, this is an open seating and I would like that seat and you're not allowed to hold a seat." And things got pretty heated. It sounds like they both remained calm enough, but definitely they had flight attendants involved. And eventually this man was able to sit down, put his stuff away, but it didn't last long. He was eventually escorted off the airplane by staff. Yes, and everyone on board started clapping because he had delayed, because he was holding up the boarding line.
I get that.
He delayed everything by about a half hour. So there are some people that didn't make their connecting flights because of...
But is it his fault that she wouldn't give up a seat that's open?
Well, that's the debate online, right? Like who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Well, apparently there isn't like rules on saving seats, and Southwest has said they don't have a specific policy for or against saving seats.
So that's a sorted out amongst yourselves policy.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm shocked that this hasn't come up as a situation before.
Well, right.
And I guess the question is, if you were there, was the seat behind them open or in front of them open?
I'm sure it was, but it was all for this man on principle of the fact that, I think is what it came down to, is that because he said words like, "I hate when people do this. I hate it. She's not supposed to save the seats." So it does sound like it was more of like, you're not supposed to do this.
Yeah, and
So-
because you told me I can't, I want it.
Yes.
Picking a fight.
Yikes, man. Listen to this story. An American just won one of the biggest cheese competitions
this is awesome.
in the world for the very first time. Amelia D'Alberto is a cheese expert who actually studied at the Philly Cheese School. It is
That's a real
an
school?
actual academic
Oh, yeah.
institution. It's a real school.
She's a cheesemonger.
She's a cheesemonger, and she competed at the Cheesemonger Olympics in France last month. And the Olympics, basically, it included a written test, a blind cheese tasting test, a cheese sculpting event, and one where competitors actually had to cut the cheese. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, and she's the first American to win gold.
That's awesome.
Pretty darn cool.
Jim, have you never
I didn't know. I'm
been to
Googling
a
it.
cheese shop with a cheesemonger?
What does that mean?
Do you like cheese?
Yes.
Okay, then you need to seek one of these out, or not seek it out, but when you have the opportunity, there was one that moved into Petoskey for a little while, and I went in. I love cheese, and so I kind of told her like, "This is what I'm looking for. This is what we're serving." When we had people coming into town, maybe it was for a Thanksgiving, and it was amazing the new options that I tried that were terrific.
Yeah,
I would never have done it because I don't know enough about it. I just
I'd never heard of a cheesemonger before. Like I'd never heard of.
So is it kind of
Heard
like
of one.
like wine has sommeliers?
Yes.
Is this,
yeah, it's a cheese expert.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's just an expert, but also sells cheese. I mean, she'll teach you about it and sell it to you. Like,
And the way
cool.
that they talk about it, it's one of those things where you're like, okay, I'm going to nerd out on cheese, and it's just interesting.
yeah.
Fun fact about
What?
the Philadelphia Cheese School:
Yeah.
38th in Greg Palm.
Got to start beating some better teams.
Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we'll see if Gator can name that Lion, see if he could have solved today's riddle for Lions tickets. And yeah, we have some futures updates in the NFL betting market that stood out. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Off to a great start in the postseason. Playing today, 1 o'clock, Casey Mize on the mound. Last week, we kind of set Gator up for failure.
Yeah, but I think he can get this one.
So last week, we asked him if he could name that Lion. And it was Clay Harbor, who played like 5 seconds in a Lions uniform, but appeared on The Bachelorette. That was one of the key clues, and Gator's not part of Bachelor Nation. Well, I guess in a different way he is. But he's got a better chance to get it this week. We'll hear from Gator in a couple minutes. Tom, you found some future stats.
Yes, I did. I get sent these emails every week, just odd changes and things like that. So there's been quite a bit of shuffling with win totals. But I'm going to give you the NFC North odds first. So the Lions are now favored to win the North.
Makes sense.
Green Bay had been
After week 1, yeah.
Yeah, and even after that, though, they were. The Lions, I think the Ravens win kind of started flipping things to even. But they are the division favorite now. It's plus 110. The Packers are plus 115.
So still close.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. They don't do like plus a 111, do
Well,
they?
They'd be co-favorites, I suppose.
The bigger one, and I think this is pretty significant. The Lions have shifted from 10.5 wins to 11.5 wins for their win total. They were 10.5 going into the season.
Well, it makes sense. The Ravens were a game a lot of people thought they would lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the Burrow injury and schedule is looking a little easier in general. But I think that's a significant shift for them to have that change, because for me, I'm still a little unsure if I'm shifting from 11 wins yet. And I think that's something we can talk about here maybe Thursday or Friday is, have you shifted the ceiling?
I think before the year we were right around that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what my final win total was. I think I said 12, so I'm still the over.
Pretty sure you said 12, Jim. John, I thought maybe 13. Did you, or was it 12?
He bounced around because before the Ragnow injury, we had him at.
I think it was at 13.
And then after Ragnow, you may have gone down to 12.
Yeah,
I was at 12.
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty significant shift, because they're now in the upper echelon. They were the one with the lowest win total out of the Power Five, as we call them.
Hitters,
you know, the Ravens have fallen out of that. How about this note? The Ravens have dropped from 11.5 preseason to 8.5. That is under 500.
Yes, and obviously they're 1-3 right now, and Lamar Jackson is not going to be playing. We don't know how long. It's a hamstring. So how long is he out? Because this week they have the Texans. Next week they host the Rams.
That's a big game.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're all big games because they can't go 1-4. Right. Certainly 1-5.
When do they play a division game?
They play the Browns in mid-November.
So he'll be back for that. Yeah.
Yes, I would think so.
Because those are the games. That division, I know Steelers are 3-1. I don't think they're going to run away with it. That division's going to be up for grabs for the foreseeable.
Right. And obviously they got the Bengals twice, the Steelers twice. They play the Packers the second to last game of the year.
Yep, week 17.
I think that might be a good value to go with the over, depending on what they can do in the stead of not having Lamar.
Who's their backup?
Cooper Rush, I believe.
See, it always comes back to him.
I should have lied. I should have said, I don't know.
Eastern.
I'm not sure.
Hey, so the thing is with the Ravens, Vegas doesn't know what to do with them right now, because they get one place they got them at 8.5 wins, and the other place they have them as division favorites.
Right.
They're still among the Super Bowl favorites. They're not, 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I think they're in that next pod, and I think it's the book kind of covering if they get in.
Yeah. If they're healthy and they get in, can they be playing good enough at that time?
Right.
Well, it's kind of just saying 9-8 is going to win the division, which might be on the table.
I'm not shocked if that's what it is.
If the Steelers kind of crumble here.
Yeah, and just a note in that division, the Browns, they've made a quarterback change.
Oh, yeah, that broke today.
From obviously the old man Joe Flacco. He is going to be moved to number 2. They're not moving him all the way back. He's going to be number 2, and Dylan Gabriel will start his first game this week.
Not Shador?
No, Shador is still going to be 3, which I think is a great move.
So last
Honolulu flu.
A little bit.
That's what happens. You
It
play the
does.
Lions. You got to make adjustments. You got
Could just be that he's old.
Changements, as we say on this show.
Yeah.
Changements.
Yeah. They're going to change it up.
All right, Gator. Can you name that Lion? Every Wednesday, we give away Lions tickets. We give out 3 clues. Then we play a sounder. We give you a chance to win tickets. These tickets today were for Monday night. against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's a big, fun
That's
game
nice.
to go to.
That's nice.
Clue number 1. I rank in the top 50 in career sacks as a Detroit Lion.
Top 50 is a Lion. Okay.
I recorded both a safety and a defensive touchdown as a Detroit Lion. My best single season sack season, we said it better when we did it
I
earlier,
understand it.
was with the New Orleans Saints.
Okay. So you said top 50 is a Lion. I'm sorry.
Yes, top 50 in sacks as a Lion.
Top 50.
50.
Not that he had 50 sacks.
No. He ranks among the top 50 Lions in career sacks in a Lion uniform.
That clue really narrows it down.
Well, no, that obviously that one doesn't. But I'm trying to coincide that with the New Orleans thing, because obviously there's one name that pops up immediately with New Orleans. But I
was my
think
first guess.
Jim's going to be too sly to go with Pat Swilling,
It's
so it's
not.
not going to be Pat Swilling.
Pat Swilling ranks 60th in career sacks in a Lions uniform.
So now I got to think of somebody that came from New Orleans.
Doesn't have to be they came from New Orleans. They could have ended in New
I
Orleans.
suppose that could happen.
And
too.
in this case, they did end in New Orleans.
Kyle Vandenbosch.
No. I'm going to give you a few more clues that'll help
Thank
narrow
you.
it down.
Oh, there are more clues.
No,
Damn it.
listeners
No,
only
those
got
are the
3.
only ones that they got.
Oh,
We're just
okay.
going to give
I'm
you
helping
more.
you out because I think you're going to get this with a couple more easier clues.
All right.
I won a national championship with the Auburn Tigers.
Okay.
I was a former first-round pick for the Detroit Lions.
Why am I having problems with
It's a fairly common player.
2011.
Is it Nick Fairley?
It's Nick Fairley.
Yeah, Nick Fairley.
That was a pretty interesting clue. I was about to say, we're running out of time, Gator. Nick of time. Can you get it? But I was going to drop that.
Anyway. So Nick Fairley, we had a listener call in, win those tickets today. Next chance next Wednesday. What's the game plan today for you guys leading into Tiger baseball?
We're going to name the other 49 in the top 50.
We got exciting stuff, man. A baseball team that in the postseason did what they needed to do to win a game and set themselves up. We got 2 shots at this thing. And I won't say all is good, but it
feels better.
It feels a lot better. 2 shots at this thing. Let's go. And we will talk at length about the Tigers and the Gribe yesterday.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, what's up, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program on a bit of an exciting Wednesday. Hey, man, that baseball team went out and took care of business in really A kind of a classic postseason game, wasn't it?
Sure it was.
Yep.
I mean, well, it's a game you expect him to play with Tarek Skubal on the mound. He was fantastic. He was, consistent Skubal. 13, 14 strikeouts in the game and pitched well into the game, handed things over to the bullpen, and then Will Vest was fantastic. I don't want to forgotten how good Will Vest was to close things out.
Oh, no.
And I don't take Skubal for granted. What Skubal did was great, but so is what Will Vest did.
Yep.
I mean, comes to a
100%.
tough situation. You start the ninth inning off, and you get
Well, he
this.
closes out the eighth.
Yeah, it closes out the eighth, absolutely. And then you got Ramirez to start things off, and you get a great play turned by Javi, but throwing from his knees. Not a great throw, but not a great pick attempt
Tough.
either.
It was a bad break, really. Yeah. I mean, I'd maybe blame Torque more than Javi, but even so, it's not an easy play. A play big leaguers probably should make, but whatever.
Yeah, and then Ramirez ends up kicking it down the line and ends up at third base, and you're like, of course this is going to happen. But then what happens with the next batter?
Dude, the
strikeout.
Strikeout on a 2-2 changeup. I want to get to Vest. All paths to a postseason run for Detroit. All of them go through Skubal being an auto dub. They have to win Skubal starts. They have to. To reach whatever ceiling they have, yesterday's the kind of game they have to win. And now they got to find a way to, because you got to figure, right, is Skubal in the next round has to give you two wins on your way to needing 3. And in the following round, he's got to give you 2 wins on your needing 4, on your way to needing 4. So all paths to success go through that guy. And that's the formula. If the Tigers are going to go on a run, that's how it's going to have to be. And they want a Skubal start. And they didn't give him a ton of run support. Skubal was having one of those, everybody calm the F down, I got this kind of starts. And it was fantastic. He was fantastic. And
almost made a play that would have kept it scoreless.
Yeah. And
alas, he didn't.
I don't, and then Skubal as a pitcher, to me, what comes out of his hand and goes to home plate is way better than Skubal the fielder.
Well, right. And then, there was the run that they got was on a bloop. A broken bat blooper that went over his head, and he's trying to Willie Mays catch it, doesn't catch it, but then picks it up, and
his throw wasn't great.
His throw was horrible.
Yeah.
It was just a lob, as opposed to you do have 100, and you don't have to throw 100, but maybe 95.
Right.
But nonetheless, they overcome that. They overcame that. They overcame having 2 on and nobody out, and double play ball that prevents them from having a bigger inning.
They could have lost the game. It was a fine line, but they ended up on the right side of that line. And
small ball played a role.
Yeah, which is really interesting. And we'll hear what AJ had to say about it, because it wasn't something they did during the regular season, but everything changes in the postseason. And Gavin Williams, his pitch count ran up early through 47 pitches through 3 innings, and then he settled in and he looked unhittable. But the Tigers were eventually able to get to the bullpen and use small ball to help get them the winning run. And Scott, you had them winning the series, and I did not. And I was hoping all along that you would be right and I would be wrong. But you gotta respect that they did. The prerequisite to winning the series is winning game 1. We called it a must-win game. It was absolutely a must-win game, and they won it. Now, can they get a Mize or Flaherty start? Or can the bats explode? Like, there were so many things yesterday that were all too familiar. Top of the 3rd, 1st and 2nd, no one out. Didn't score. Top of the 9th, they had 2nd and 3rd and no one out. And they had a little broken bat blooper that got caught on the middle infield. I mean, it felt like throughout the entire month of September, they couldn't come up with the big hit to break a game wide open, and they didn't come up with a big hit yesterday to break the game wide open. But they also didn't get that little bloop. Like, here's Cleveland scoring runs again without hitting the ball out of the infield. Cleveland has managed to score, is it now 3 runs in the last 2 Scooble starts without hitting the ball out of the infield. It's hard to do.
Well, that's what made it fun, too, guys. Ironically, they weren't able to score because guess what? At some point, you got to hit the ball out of the infield, Cleveland. and they couldn't, and we got you.
Yep.
You know? And so that's why I laughed, too, at the end there when the Tigers got it done. I'm like, you know what? No, not this time.
Yeah. Didn't Cleveland only have 1 hit to the outfield?
I think they did. Yeah, 1 sharp base hit, and that was really it.
So such a I mean, that was a bow your neck performance.
That was it's not even a bend but don't break performance. It was just, the pitching was spectacular, and there was one moment of and it happened in the 9th inning, and Will Vest was calm as hell, got the job done, and it's a 1-0 lead in the series in best of 3. So win the next one, which is today, and let's get ready for the next series. That'd be great. But there was the most drama that happened in that game happened to the viewers to finish the game.
Dude.
There's a pop-up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning and a run around base, and the screen freezes up.
Did that happen to everybody? Like, I know it happened to all of us. Here's the final out in the air.
Now, I saw the full highlight last night on Fox 2 Sports, but I did not see, when I was watching it live, that screen froze.
Screen froze.
And then it unfroze for a half a second, and the next thing I know, they're celebrating.
Yep.
But that was the biggest drama of the game.
Sure was.
Were you bracing, you guys, were you bracing yourself for, like, panic? Like, I
Like
was.
massive
When it
disappointment,
froze,
yes.
I was like, oh, God.
A little bit, yeah, because
they're going to show him scoring.
Stadium went bananas, and somebody kicked the plug out, and our screen froze on our feed. And
I mean, there was wind. It was the shadows are starting to creep in at that point in the day. And then the way Javi catches the ball.
Yep, I thought the same
thing.
thing.
Don't stop. Stop with that. It's like keeps his glove right at belt level, and then like forces it forward. Like, no, get underneath and use 2 hands and just secure it.
Like a newborn being thrown out of a window. Take care of that thing, man. What are you doing?
Unlike Aguilar.
2 hands, everything.
it was a tense moment when the screen froze up. And why that felt like that meant something was going to go wrong, I have no idea. But I had the same thought. Oh, crap, something went wrong. Tigers get a clutch win, 248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls and feedback as they go for the series victory this afternoon from Cleveland, and you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. They are the law firm that puts people over everything, and they are the law firm that specializes only in auto and truck accidents. Do your research, and you'll learn more about why they are the lawyers that you should call if you've been in an auto or truck accident. Go to autolaw.com. Once they take their case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So Will Vest at Stephen F. Austin was a shortstop, and I don't think he started pitching till his last year at Stephen F. Austin. But it was listed a post game, and Bobby Scales said, Will Vest will tell you, I'm the best athlete on this team. And Will Vest actually played that thing perfectly. And I do wonder a little bit if his career as a shortstop, getting guys in rundowns and being a part of that helped him there. Because he did play it perfectly. There was no panic. That's the best part about it. There was no panic.
Right.
And those of us that have been around for a minute, and not even that long, can remember a Tiger team that could not field the ball from the pitcher position in the postseason. And the fact that Skubal's throw and couldn't make that play, then the base runner at Skubal gave up that could have been a double play that went off his glove. Remember the one, and it could have had a double play,
Yep.
but it only got out at first.
Yeah.
There was like having small PFP flat problem flashback, pitcher fielding position problems flashbacks, but then Vest, that was such a great play. And maybe it's considered easy, right? I mean, AJ kind of alluded to that it kind of is an easy play, but in that situation, I don't know if anything is necessarily easy.
It can't be, and the moment makes it even tougher with the pressure there. But I mean, some guys really thrive on that stuff, and I think Will Vest is one of those guys. And I was just happy to see that he was locating his pitch as well, and because we saw a stretch where Will Vest was not the Will Vest we come to know and really enjoy, but lately Will Vest has been back to being dependable Will Vest. It was important last night. When you look at or yesterday, I should say, he pitched an inning and a third, but he only threw 15 pitches in recording 4 outs. Cade Smith is the closer on the other side. He threw 19 pitches. I was really hoping there was going to be one more batter to run his pitch total over well into the 20s, hopefully, because that does play a role with usage. Although in back-to-back games here, I suppose if it's tight, neither manager is going to hesitate to go to either of those guys, because everything's on the line. They did have Monday off, but it's going to come down to, I think the series, it's going to come down to who's going to have the better guy in the 9th inning.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ken in Rochester. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. How you doing, man?
Okay.
All right.
Hey, I got a couple points, one of which I think you guys will love to hear about. It's a reprise of the Slippery 8 from a few weeks ago. But regarding the Tigers, I really struggle with how unclutch their hitting is. When they loaded the bases, and I find Dingler to be the most unclutch of a team of unclutch hitters. I couldn't believe he didn't pinch hit for him. And I really struggle with that. And obviously they did win, and you guys called it a clutch win. But, God, just a timely hit or two with runners in scoring position, and they would be so much better. And I'm hoping they can do that moving down the road.
So, Ken, it is that game had a lot of properties of September Tiger baseball, which is runners on base, nobody out, not scoring. And, I mean, the one inning where they did get the go-ahead run, it was fortunate. I mean, I don't know if fortunate's the right word. They got the one run, and we had to feel good about that, but it felt like it should be more, because it wasn't at second and third and nobody out. And they only got one, which the one was important. Like, the one was important. It was the winning run. It felt like it could have been more. Ken, it's just, it's something that you feel like they have to break out of, because, we talked about the end of the season. The Tigers had a better on-base percentage than Cleveland in a bunch of those games, and Cleveland was winning games because they were coming up with the big hit, and the Tigers weren't.
Well, who are you going to hit instead of Dylan Dingler in that situation? I assume you mean the 7th inning where there were 2 on and nobody out.
Well, I think there was a righty up, and he's a righty, so I thought for sure he would, or at least bring in a lefty, and then they could have brought in Rogers.
I don't know if they had any lefties.
I know he's a great catcher and he's clutch, but
no, I understand, but I don't think they had any lefties in the lineup at that point. I don't on the bench. I don't know if they had any lefties on the bench, so you can't bring in a lefty to hit. And the other thing with that is that Dylan Dingler, with runners in scoring position, was hitting .296 this season with an .819 OPS. That's the guy you want in that situation.
Well, I stand corrected. Then.
Well, hold on. The lefty, they did have a
a.
lefty. It was Trey Sweeney.
Oh, well, Trey Sweeney. Okay.
And is Trey Sweeney, you'd rather have Trey Sweeney up there than Dylan Dingler?
I don't know. I found him to be a guy that can't get the ball on the bat. Maybe with the exception of Riley Green, the most on a team when they just need to put a ball in play.
Yeah.
That's me. And if you guys, I don't know if you want to hear a Slippery 8 update for this year.
What's a Slippery 8?
You asked about golf traditions, and I mentioned it a few weeks ago, and the signature moment from our outing, and we had a beautiful one this year.
I don't remember this at all. Was you sure it was talking to us?
Gator, you have to remember. You brought it up 3 times during the bit. It was.
Go ahead and say it. I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay. It was basically this year's Slippery 8 winner was a guy, again, had nothing to do with the golf outing. It was the dinner afterwards. And one guy smoked some whitefish. It was delicious. He brought it out. Then he brought out another one, set it out on the counter. And the guy who was in charge of cooking the dinner that night came in and started setting up his burgers and whatever. And so he cleared everything off the table. And he threw it away. And the other guy came in and goes, "Hey, where's the fish?" And he goes, "It's in the garbage." He said, "Why you throw it away?" He goes, "It looked like garbage to me." And but the best part about the Slippery 8 is the caption that we put on the trophy plaque. And the caption for this year is "A fish called garbage."
Nice. Okay. So it's the event is called the Slippery 8 that they play golf. So I think we had asked about different things you do with your friends that you have fun with.
We're gonna get called into the office over letting that call go. 248-539-9797. Mike got a cell. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
Hey, you're talking about fielding. Can someone teach Torkelson that every ball that bounces to him doesn't require that quick scoop of the glove? That throw by Baez was well off the ground. All he had to do was catch it normally. It was knee high or higher. He's done it all year long. I've been meeting a friend. I've been talking about this.
So if he's done it all year, you mean he's misplayed it all year long?
He's been doing it all year. He does that real quick thing where he flips his gloves at a ball that bounces. And a lot of them are well off the ground. They don't require that. Just catch the ball. Yesterday he did it. I was on the phone with my friend. I go, "I told you it was going to cost him one of these times." I mean, he does it. This time he didn't catch the ball. Watch the replay of it. The ball bounced very high.
Wow.
I ran it back. I'm sick of it. I can't believe they haven't addressed it to him. Quit slapping at every ball that bounces at you.
He's only made 5 errors this year.
He's in the top 10 in fielding percentage in the majors.
I agree. He's caught them. He's caught many of them. But sooner or later, that was going to catch up with him.
You know what? I think sooner or later it'll catch up with every player in baseball. They're going to misplay a bad throw.
I mean, look, he said, I told you it was going to cost him. In the end, it didn't cost him. Yeah, things got tight there. But by cost him, you mean cost him the game. They're not perfect. And he's actually improved himself as a fielder. So maybe they're listening. Stacy in Commerce, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Stacy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
Go Blue. Hey, you know what? I don't know if that guy calling in front of me realized that Ramirez is pretty fast. Torque really stretched out to try to get that ball.
He was completely stretched out. You're right about that. I mean, he was doing the splits basically. I'm not sure he had to, but he was doing it just to, try to shorten the length. And maybe that's the point, that if he wasn't stretched like that, he could be in a more athletic position to field a bad throw in the dirt. But it was a bad throw in the dirt.
That throw coming from Javi Baez was from his knee, so the angle's a little bit different as well, coming from an old first baseman and pitcher. So this is what I took. Basically, you start touching on this during the meltdown of the San Francisco series, where we could not underhand, overhand, or shuttle a ball from the pitcher to the first baseman, which ultimately cost us. The flashbacks of what Scuba was doing was dancing in my head. But the thing that really stuck out was Will taking that grounder and not throwing the ball and doing exactly what you are taught to do from Little League. Do not throw that ball. Take him right down, walk him down. And You know, he walked right down and
great.
Ramirez looked after he goes, I'm toast. He looked down, and I don't know if you saw what happened. He looked down, and Ramirez said under his breath, you could read his lips, God, I wish you'd have traded Will Vest for an edge rusher.
I think it was clear as day. It was just clear as day.
I just went back and found the replay of just catch the ball. You don't have to scoop everything. That ball landed 12 feet in front of first base. I don't know what that guy's talking about. Come look at this. Gator, I want you to come around here and look at this. And I know this is an audio medium, but Gator, the ball hits the ground so far from first base. No human could catch that on the fly. I honest to God, dude, go watch the replay. That ball landed in the...
You cannot. No, you're 100% correct. You can't scoop that. And
you can't keep it from... You can't catch it on the fly. He's insane.
No, and I think if he isn't in the stretch mode,
yeah,
I think he makes that play 10 out of 10 times.
Maybe. But it's like going back and saying, okay, that play, maybe you didn't have to stretch, but he doesn't know it in the moment of time.
Oh, I understand. I'm just stating it. Like, how about this? If Javi stands up and throws the ball to first base, he gets him.
If Javi had more time than he probably realized, but
which is the same
the
thing
idea that you
last
just
week
need to
with
catch
Scooble
the
when
ball.
He hiked it between his legs. He had more time than he realized.
Yeah, you need to catch the ball and don't.
Doug, I think the caller meant like just let the ball travel to you and catch it on the hop. Don't scoop ever. Like don't stretch out with the entire body of every fiber you have in your muscles and stretch out and scoop it up like he did. I think he means catch it on the hop and let it come to you.
I think he said just catch it on the fly. But if he didn't, then fair enough. There's no catching that ball on the fly.
And by the way, the fielding percentage thing is weird because I think they gave Baez the error.
They did.
So I mean, Torque, if he's not going to get charged errors,
I don't know who to give the error there. That feels like Baez deserves credit for making the play to get to that situation in the first place. That looked like a single up the middle all the way. But hey, every Wednesday we do the college football blitz thingy. That is next. Then more of your calls and feedback. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I know that you see them. They're the red, white, and blue tricks. They're the red, white, and blue trucks. They are everywhere, and they're there for a reason. They help great folks just like you and me getting ready for the crisp fall air. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, water filtration, or heck, even your air conditioning, which can still be a problem right now when the weather's nice, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. I just got a text here.
Yeah.
From a baseball coach who coaches at higher than the high school level, runs his own program. Harsh callers this morning. Hopefully they remember the Tigers won the game, LOL.
Right.
And he writes, I also remind the guys that it should be called smart ball, not small ball. Like it. Thank you, sir. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to the Tigers. But first, let's swing around the country. College football talk. Heads or tails?
Tails.
It is a head. I will defer.
Oh, nice. Yes.
All right, Gator, are you ready?
Sure. Let's go.
No, don't say sure with a
No,
question
it was
mark.
sure. It's like, sure. Let's go.
All right, what question number one? Will Indiana go to the playoff again?
Well, they're going to have to beat either Oregon on the road or Penn State on the road to make that happen, and I don't think that happens. I think they're going to tumble in the rankings after losing at Eugene next weekend on October 11th, and then late season loss at Penn State is just going to knock them further down in the rankings. That'll keep them out of the playoff push. But I tell you what, I'm rooting for them. I really like this Indiana team.
So what's interesting is I think you're right on both those fronts. They'll be the underdog at Oregon and the underdog at Penn State. And they need to win one of those games because if they don't, their resume is a win over Illinois. And that shouldn't be enough to get you into the postseason. This is where the non-conference schedule, which was made years ago, might come back to bite them in the butt because they don't play anybody. They're like 4 teams in the country played 2 FCS opponents and no group of 5 non-conference games. And they need another resume win. And Cignetti has embraced this and said, this is the way we're going to do it. Even though he probably didn't make this non-conference schedule because it was probably made years ago. But that non-conference schedule, that weak non-conference schedule could cost them a spot in the playoffs because they don't have enough resume wins.
Foolish, you two. Yes, they'll go to the playoffs. They did it last year. Just Google it. Trust me. But according to the ESPN playoff predictor, they have like a 94, 95, 96% chance to make the playoff. I'm going with the playoff predictor. They will win one of those must-win games that they have to get in. So I like Indiana going back to the playoffs. All right, the Heisman favorite John Mateer got hurt, and he'll be out for some time. Pick a guy right now that you think will emerge as the man to beat for the Heisman Trophy.
Okay, I'm going with a dual-threat quarterback who plays for an offensive guru on a team that's ranked in the top 5 in the country. Grand Rapids' own Trinidad Chambliss of Ole Miss. He will continue to wow. Ole Miss needs to win at Georgia and Oklahoma to give him a chance. He's got to play well in those marquee games. But I see a future where the transfer from Ferris State, his name catches fire.
Well, this is going to go like chalk, I think, but I don't really care. It's the guy's the quarterback, another local guy, number 2 team in the country. It's Dante Moore playing quarterback for Oregon. He's done an amazing job so far this season. They've got an easy schedule kind of the rest of the way, although they do play Indiana October 11th. But their schedule is pretty light the rest of the way after that. So he's going to put up some really great stats, and he's already got really great stats this year. By the end of the season, it's going to be eye-popping. His touchdown to interception rate is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I said a few weeks ago I was kicking myself for not taking Dante Moore to the window for a Heisman Trophy. So I took a longer shot, but I agree, Gator. It's Dante Moore, quarterback Oregon. He's got 1,200 yards and 12 touchdowns. That'd be amazing. 1,200 touchdowns and only 1 pick. So the stats are there already, and they're just going to get better and better. I like Oregon's quarterback, Dante Moore. And Oregon, they know how to just stat pad their quarterbacks, and he's the next one. Schools are already firing coaches. Who will be a big name that leaves his current situation for greener pastures?
I think it's going to be the guy you Google, Kurt Cignetti at Indiana. I think what he's done in his first 2 seasons there has been nothing short of astonishing. Taking that team to the playoff last year, possibility they could absolutely be in the playoff this year. They're undefeated at 5-0. They demolished the only ranked opponent they played this year so far, and that was Illinois. They struggled last week on the road, but as Doug will attest, it's not easy to win over at Iowa. They've got a couple of tough games to go here in the season, including the October 11th at Oregon, which will be tough. But Signetti has already accomplished a lot on this resume. He's got that cocky attitude that they love, and I think he's going to take it down to the SEC. He's going to get one of those gigs, whether it's Florida or somewhere else. I think he ends up in the SEC.
The big name that leaves his situation for greener pastures is Mike McDaniel from the Miami Dolphins. He will go to college.
Wow.
And kill it in college.
Huh.
Things are getting uncomfortable down there, even though they just got their first win. And, I mean, leave his own situation or forced out, whatever. Mike McDaniel, and the college I think he'll go to is Florida.
Interesting.
It's going to be Bill Belichick for a younger girlfriend. No, I'm kidding. He may not be a big name everywhere, but he's a big name here, and that's Ferris State's Tony Annese. 2021 champion, 2022 champion, 2024 champion. I know these are D2 championships, but they're championships. The only issue is he is 63 years old, so the time is now. If you want to go get that other job, just give it a shot. Kind of like John Beilein did when he left Michigan. This is my one shot at the pros. Maybe I do it now. And someone's got to want him, of course.
You know what helps him? I mean, his resume is fantastic, but he is older. But what helps him is the transfer of Chambliss to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Now the world gets to know what the hell is Ferris State, and maybe this guy does get a look.
There you go. All right, Texas, Alabama, Penn State, and Georgia. They're all 3-1. Which team is the best of this group, and which team is the worst?
Well, eliminate Georgia right away is the best because you can't say they're the best when they just lost to Alabama. And I think we probably buried Alabama too early. I think Alabama is good, okay? Let me say that. The problem is, are they Alabama good? I don't know that they're Alabama good, but I actually think they're the best of this group with the most impressive win. The next team that has the most impressive win is actually Georgia winning at Tennessee. So it comes down to Texas or Penn State as the worst of these 3-1 teams, and I'm going with Texas as the worst because I think overhyped Drew Aller is better than overhyped Arch Manning.
Interesting. I agree. I think Alabama is the best. I think they're playing the best right now. They had that early hiccup in the season, against Florida State, but since then they're getting better, and I think it's just, getting used to their new head coach. The new head coach in his second year, anyway, he's got his players. It's taken a while for them to get acclimated. Now he's got his system in there. They're doing well with Ty Simpson. The quarterback has done pretty well. They're getting things going. I like Alabama. The other teams, I'm going to say that Penn State's the worst because I think they're the worst coach team out of the rest of those teams. It's an easy way to take a shot at James Franklin, but in reality, it comes down to, is it Arch Manning or is it James Franklin? Arch Manning can get better. I don't think James Franklin can.
Yeah, I don't like James Franklin much either, guys. But I got Penn State as the best team out of this four. They just had a tough loss against Oregon. It's basically because I don't believe Alabama is Alabama good. Like, this isn't, if Nick Saban was the head coach, for sure. I don't think Kalen DeBoer is the guy for Alabama to continue with the title runs that they had. I think they'll always be kind of in the mix, but never to the top tier like they were with Saban. As far as the worst, I got Texas and Arch Manning. I was a big believer in Arch Manning, but I don't know if he's just necessarily ready yet. And maybe he needs a little more seasoning than we realize. And just to be anointed right away was probably the irresponsible thing to do. But hey, we're irresponsible. It's Sports Talk Radio, right? All right, Vanderbilt. They beat Bama last year for the first time since 1984. How shocking would it be if they did it again this year, and this time in Tuscaloosa?
It would be shocking. And the shocking part is it would be 2 years in a row. They have a much better team, a team that's getting respect right now, but they're still Vanderbilt. I'm sorry. They've got 5 more games against ranked teams. I'm not sure they're going to win any of those games. They might win one. I think Missouri is one of those. But Vanderbilt is still Vanderbilt when it comes down to it. The game is at Tuscaloosa, so I don't expect them to win it. So it would be a major shock to me if they were to knock off Alabama for the second year in a row.
Not shocking at all. This is not Vanderbilt. They've already gone on the road and beaten a ranked team, and they pounded South Carolina on the road. They've got El Serpiente, Diego Pavia at quarterback, the Kenny Stabler of the modern era, and he's top 5 in the SEC in passing, top 12 in rushing. He's a dual threat guy. They have an NFL tight end in Eli Stowers. They've got an edge rusher that's among the nation's leaders in sacks, and they've got an offensive line that's getting the job done. To be clear, I think Alabama wins a close game, but I would not be shocked if Vanderbilt wins it.
Doug, I wouldn't be shocked either. I mean, there'd be somewhat shocking, very little shocking, because not as shocking as last year was, though. I already told you guys I'm not fully sold on Alabama and Kalen DeBoer. And this year's Vanderbilt team is much better than they were last year, Doug. I agree. So not as shocked as I was last year. But I guess the shocking part, like you said, Gator, might be the fact that it's back-to-back. But if you look at this year on its own, I don't think it's Vanderbilt's not. They're tough, man. All right, give me a random player or team that has gone from not on your radar to now they're on your radar.
The team is Maryland, and it's because of their quarterback, Malik Washington, the freshman, 6'5", 231 pounds. He ranks in the nation's top 25 in passing yards and touchdowns. They played 4 games, so it's not a lot. I think Maryland, as a 6.5-point dog, early lean, I like Maryland to win that game outright this Saturday. Malik Washington leads them to a win over Washington.
For me, it's a player. It's Fernando Mendoza, who is no longer under the radar after what he's done this year at Indiana. We go back and the name, like, was there something about that name? I remember talking with Jared Goff last year about Cal and Cal's success, and the reason was because Fernando Mendoza was a quarterback then at Cal. But I didn't remember that until I start paying attention to Indiana after like week 3 this year, and they're like, wait a minute, who's the quarterback at Mendoza? He wasn't there last year. Oh, he's at Cal. This guy has been incredible. He's got 16 touchdown passes to just 1 interception this year. He had 16 touchdown passes all last year with Cal, and he's got, 7 games to go? Fernando Mendoza is, and he's got great size. I saw his name, I think, a week ago. I looked at a mock draft, and he was the number 1 quarterback to go in the NFL draft this upcoming year. Mendoza's the guy who's just kind of come out of nowhere for me.
I got a player or two as well, Gator, and it is because of his name as well that rung a bell, and I started looking more into it. The name of Jake Slaughter. That's right, Jake Slaughter.
Great name.
Yeah, great name. He's the center for Florida, okay? So I started looking, I was doing some pre-draft stuff a little early, I get it, but I was looking for a center for the Lions. Jake Slaughter caught my eye. He's actually one of the better centers in the college football. Florida sucks, okay, but he doesn't. He's 6'4", 300-plus pounds. I think he's a guy to keep an eye on right now as far as a draft prospect for Brad Holmes and the Lions. He went from, I didn't know who he was, to I started doing research, and Gator, what about Sergeant Slaughter anchoring this offensive line?
I'm all for it, Maggots. Let's go.
Great call. And there it is, the college football blitz thingy. We do it every Wednesday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Back to some Tiger talk straight ahead. Huge game coming up today. Can they close out Cleveland? We'll start previewing that next here on 97.1. Hey, FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays. You can bet player. Don't do that with this, though. Not with this. What you want to do is make sure you secure the $300 in bonus bets. So find a heavy favorite, put your $5 down on the money line. They just have to win the game. And if that team indeed wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. Then you can do what you want with it. But that's my advice. The NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. playoff baseball in Detroit. Well, for Detroit. It's in Cleveland, obviously. But Scott, all those feelings come rushing back, the sweaty palms, the I can't sit for this pitch, I stand up and walk around the living room kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something else that came back, and I'd forgotten. Strauss.
the logo? Yeah.
I can't stand it.
All right.
Strauss is it's like a Swiss workwear company.
Yeah. It's a clothier, but it's not Levi's, which was Levi Strauss.
I mean, I'm going to guess that they must do business in America.
Well, didn't they have the corporate sponsorship for like the NHL or something, or
Strauss?
I thought Strauss didn't. Am I wrong on this? Strauss had like a major corporate sponsorship with one of the leagues.
Well, it's Major League Baseball.
Well, it's not. But I'm saying, but you're
Right?
saying Cleveland.
No.
Oh, is it all baseball?
All the baseball helmets in the postseason say
That's
Strauss.
Wasn't it baseball, Doug? Alas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just because it's funny. Like on the uniforms now, like when a Tiger's at the plate, you can't even see the uniform patch. You have to have the right angle to see the uniform patch. Now with Gavin Williams, the marathon stood out big time because of the way he stands, but you can go through a game without noticing the uniform patch. The Strauss thing on the side of the helmet is obnoxious, but whatever. So a clutch win filled with maybe, I would not say a ton of clutch moments, but when plays needed to be made, they made them. Now there's been a lot of, I think, finger pointing at Torque for not scooping that ball. It's a tough play. It's a major league play. It's a play that I think he'd tell you he can make and probably should make. It's also not an utter embarrassment that he didn't make it. I don't. Am I wrong to say that? Because
no,
the one caller called. I thought he said he should have caught it in the air. In fact, I'm almost sure he said he should have caught it in the air, which was impossible. But if in retrospect, I think probably both he and Baez had more time than they realized. Like Javi probably could have got up and gotten the runner, and Torque maybe didn't need to stretch, which makes the scoop a little bit harder. But in a heat of the moment, tough play like that, when your margin for error is what the Tigers' margin for error is, I suppose you can say you got to make that play because the Tigers aren't a dominant team that is expected to overcome stuff like that. And you put yourself behind the eight ball, but then they did make a play that is makeable. Vest play wasn't some superhuman effort. But in that moment of time, and for people with any kind of memory over the last 20 years of postseason baseball, remember a Tiger team where the pitchers couldn't field the damn position in the World Series against St. Louis, and it cost them, man.
Yeah, I've already forgotten about the Torque play because they won the game. And on to game 2 here, for people that want to just, be upset about it, okay, cool. You're upset by it. It's not going to stop A.J. Hinch from playing Spencer Torkelson at first base. I don't know if Torque will play that any differently. I mean, maybe there is something to him stretching out all the time, and I don't even know if it's all the time, but it was on that play. Was it necessary or not? I don't know. Don't really care. I care about game 2 today, and to see if they can get a duplicate performance from their starting pitcher, Casey Mize, who's been really, really, really good against Cleveland this year. Unfortunately, the other side of this is Tanner Bybee. And Tanner Bybee has been ridiculously good against the Tigers in 3 starts this year. He's given up 2 earned runs into 3 starts. And I think it's 19 innings of work. He's got like 21 strikeouts during that time. I think he's given up 12 hits. He has been incredibly good against the Tigers. He was incredibly good in the month of September with ERA in the 1s. However, go back and look at Tanner Bybee's game logs in August and in July, and you'll see a guy who had an ERA, I believe, was north of 6. So, yeah, he's got things down against the Tigers. But, and I understand that's who he's playing. However, there's another side of Tanner Bybee. That other side may rear its ugly head this afternoon. And if it does, the Tigers have got to take advantage. And if they do, then it's done in 2.
So I mean, there's another side of Casey Mize too, right? I mean, both
Yes,
the
there
pitchers
is.
have like. We just got to hope we get the best version of Casey Mize. Now, the good news is this is not a must-win game for the Tigers. It is a game that they want to win, but I don't think it's by any stretch of the imagination a must-win. They built this lead in a 3-game series. Do you build a lead? I don't know if you build a lead. They have the lead in a 3-game series. They have the safety net of having a guy that's pitched well against good teams. Scheduled to go tomorrow, but look, Mize. The best version of Mize, he did not pitch last year in the postseason.
No, he did not.
And Gavin Williams pitched last year in the postseason, got knocked around quite a bit by the Yankees, got pulled early, came back yesterday. He survived the first 3 innings where he was not at his best and was only down 1-0. And that has something to do with what he did and with the Tigers' inability to come up with clutch hits to break games wide open. It feels like the Tigers have forgotten or have completely lost the ability to break a game wide open. And Gavin Williams had been dominant against the Tigers, just like Tanner Bybee. So Tigers won that game yesterday against a guy that dominated them, that shows that they can do it, and they can do it against Bybee today. And I would have to think they got a lot of good feels going into today's game.
Well, I'm sure they do, but I'm sure the Tigers do too because they just beat Cleveland.
That's what I meant. The Tigers have a lot of good feels.
Yeah, and with Casey Mize taking the hill, no, he didn't pitch in the postseason last year. I think that might be a positive because he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's pissed he was left off the roster last year. And he's pitched this year. I mean, he's looked like a completely different pitcher at times this year. Most of the time this year, in fact. He looks ultra confident. He looks mean on the hill. He'll throw inside and he doesn't care. And I like that about it. He got a little snarl to him this year. And the fact that he's had more games that he's been very successful than not, I like that. It's going to be a tough task. I'm not going to blow this game up and say it's all blue skies here for the Tigers, even though it's all blue skies outside. I do think the Tigers have a great chance, but we'll see how it goes. I think each starting pitcher has absolutely shown dominance, but they've also shown vulnerability, and it's going to come down to which one shows the vulnerability.
Yeah, and then if they both do or neither do, then it comes down to a bullpen game, which I don't love for Detroit.
No,
no,
I don't either.
But it came through yesterday. God, Vest was good. Vest was
great.
Really, really
he was great.
Good. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback straight ahead. What A.J. Hinch had to say about a very hot topic in Detroit, the bunt. That coming up today at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Casey Mize takes the mound in Cleveland this afternoon. The Tigers just one win away from going to the ALDS for the second straight year. The Tigers have a shot at advancing after a 2-1 win over the Guardians yesterday in Game 1 of this wildcard series. Tarek Skubal virtually unhittable in that one, 14 strikeouts. The last time the Tigers made 2 straight ALDS appearances, 2011 to 2014, when they made 4 straight. Tanner Bybee starts for Cleveland this afternoon. You can hear that first pitch at 1:10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also among yesterday's wild card openers, Seiya Suzuki and Carson Kelly hit back-to-back fifth-inning home runs for the Cubs. They beat the Padres 3-1 on the north side. Red Sox over the Yankees 3-1 on a Masataka Yoshida 2-run single in the 7th and a dominant start from Garrett Crochet, and 5 Dodgers home runs, 2 from Shohei Ohtani, power them to a 10-5 win over the Cincinnati Reds at Dodger Stadium. The Aces are headed to the finals for a 4th time the past 6 years after a 107-98 overtime win over the Fever last night. The Game 1 of the finals scheduled for Friday night between the Aces and 4-seed Mercury. And the Red Wings beat the Blackhawks 3-1 in Chicago last night, bringing their record to 3-3 in the preseason. Lucas Raymond and JT Compher both scored in the win. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yep, indeed. It is Carson Anderson. I'm still amped up following yesterday's Tiger game. Man, playoff baseball, the intensity of it is, I don't know if there's any other sport. I mean, maybe overtime Stanley Cup finals, Stanley Cup playoff hockey, football. I've never known what it's like for my team to be in the Super Bowl. Some of the college football postseason stuff, I think I mimic this. But yeah, it's definitely sweaty palms type of action. And,
palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. I understand.
Yep. And pitch in, pitch out. And the time between pitches that you sit there and you like wait for the next pitch, I think builds tension. At least we have a pitch clock. So it's not like a minute between pitches. Remember that era? That looks absurd in retrospect.
It is and was absurd. Yes, good call. Tigers PR tweeted this out. Yesterday was the first time the Tigers ever recorded a game-winning RBI in the postseason that came via sacrifice.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that brings us to A.J. Hinch. And A.J. Hinch brought up after the game that he, was asked about the bunt. They haven't played a lot of small ball. And here's what he said about squeeze plays and bunting runners over. So the Tigers were next to last in the majors in sacrifice hits. And it makes me wonder, when's the last time they actually had 2 of them in one game? Because it's just not something they do a lot of.
No, it's not. And, everybody likes to say, love the bunt. Why don't they bunt more? Why don't they do this, do that? I think you have to realize what your personnel is. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't bunt more. I think there are times that I'm yelling at my TV, they should bunt this guy over. But it depends on who the batter is. Like, you're not asking Riley Green or Spencer Torkelson or Kerry Carpenter in particular, those 3 guys. You're not asking those guys to bunt. It has to be the right guy. So if Parker Meadows comes up, you can say, yeah, that makes sense. Or Zach McKinstry comes up, yeah, it makes sense. Maybe even Wencel Perez. But I'm not sure how many other guys it makes sense for.
The Tigers had 5 sacrifice bunts all year.
That is so little.
That is so
unbelievably little.
And AJ obviously changes the philosophy in the postseason, and maybe this is one of the reasons why, and we talk about what postseason baseball can be. The over-under on that game was 6.5. There were 3 runs scored. Cubs-Padres, the over-under, 7, 4 runs scored. Yankees in Boston, the over-under was 6.5, 4 runs scored. Now, obviously, the Dodgers and Reds were something completely different, but those first 3 games are more typical of what you expect from postseason baseball. And yeah, it's guys. It depends who's at the plate, but the squeeze play to get the 1 run in and moving the runners over with another sacrifice bunt twice in a game, AJ. You absolute managing cowboy.
Well, it's savage because teams know what your tendencies are. You think Cleveland was ever even thinking the Tigers going to do that? If they only had 5 all season? Mm-hmm. Well, they did it once. They're not going to do it twice. But circumstances call for different things. The desperate times, desperate measures, right? And they went against the grain, and it worked for them. That's great. I don't know if I expect to see it again today, but I'm not opposed to it. Again, in the right situation, with the right batter at the plate, the right guys on the base pad, and all things just have to click. It's not like, some teams are just, their entire roster is built that way. This is what we're going to do. We're going to try it several times a game. Tigers roster is not built that way.
No, and yet we may see it again. Yeah. We may see it again. And it's great when it works. It's fantastic when it works. Moving runners over, put them in scoring position, productive outs, that kind of thing. But
it's not something the Tigers put an emphasis on. Neither is stolen bases. Those are 2 areas where the Tigers rank probably at the bottom of the league. I think they're bottom of the league in stolen bases. I think they're 30th. They just don't do it that often. But they do have a couple guys that have speed. And, if you end up getting more of those players, then you can do more of those things. But obviously the Tigers believe in the guys at the plate putting the ball in play to advance the runner from first, not to second, but from first to third. That's where the Tigers excelled. It was first to third, not first to second.
Okay, more from AJ after the game. After the 7th inning, Skubal was fired up. AJ brought him back out for the 8th inning, and he obviously got the 2 outs in the 8th inning before he removed him. But why did you send him back out for the 8th? An emotional Skubal coming off the mound. Here's what he had to say. He said at another point, he said that Skubal probably thought he was coming out of the game there. But it's something we talked about because we get the why don't they bunt question all the time, and it's just not something that AJ loves to do. And by the way, on the bunt thing, there's a lot of analytics guys that say giving up an out there doesn't make sense. It's kind of old school thinking. Teams still do it, but a lot of analytics people say don't give up the out to sacrifice. And the Skubal thing, every time we got asked it, a little bit of speculation on our part is we said rationing innings for when it really matters. Yesterday was the example of when it really mattered. They've been, as AJ said, kind of took them out at that spot in most games for just such an occasion like yesterday. And it worked.
Well, that it did. I hope there's plenty more magic to come. Today's game is going to be... I wasn't as nervous about yesterday's game going into it as I am today. And is that just because they won yesterday?
No, it's just because they had Skubal going. I think you'd feel better if they had Skubal going today.
Probably would.
Well, there's something to be said for you don't want to be let down. You want to close these guys out. You want to create doubt in their minds. If you jump on them early, Cleveland starts counting how many outs are left in their season. Pressure builds. But heck, we don't have to think back that long. Tigers had 2 games. They were 1 win away from eliminating Cleveland last year and couldn't do it. And then when they had it last year, they had Skubal in their back pocket and they couldn't do it. So here's another chance. Close these dudes out. All right, more from AJ Hinch, including his thoughts on Vest getting that out in the 9th with Ramirez standing on third with nobody out. The ball gets hit back to him with 1 out, and he gets that runner on third what AJ thought of that play. You'll hear that today at 11:16. And something interesting is going on in Vegas as it pertains to one of our teams. That at 11:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof, right? I mean, it always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost, well, that can feel overwhelming. And that's why I want you to know about Shainer Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shainer is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shainer Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shainer Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Okay, you and I have made a big deal about this. But the question is it worthy of making a big deal out of? Maybe it's just because of seeing Tiger pitchers in the past not field or make this play correctly. The fewer times you throw the ball, the better. Now, major leaguers, you should complete every rundown. They should get it out, right? But Will Vest just ran at him and faked the throw and tagged him out.
I love that he didn't throw it.
It was such a big out. And little things add up. This is a little play that, again, how many times does it get screwed up in the majors? It's probably not that much, but it was monumental. They had a runner on third with nobody out. Then he gets a huge strikeout.
Massive strikeout
to sort of put all the pressure.
And should we walk the guy and play for the ground ball double play? What should they do here? And the thing that might be the most impressive of all is that it's Jose Ramirez. It's the one guy on the base pass that you'd fear the most. He gets on first base, it turns into a double or a triple sometimes because he's so savvy as a base runner. And we saw that when he, the play itself that got him to third base. He just legged it out and then literally knocked the ball into right field to get to third base on the throw.
Dude, he scored from second on an infield dribbler earlier in the game.
I think he's ridiculous.
That was a chopper, I guess. But yeah.
I
wonder a little bit about, I stretched it and scored a run there. I'm going to try and do it again here.
That to me was the thing, is it's Jose Ramirez, and he decided he was going to go home on that play. I'm like, well, that's a mistake, because Torkelson, he could have done the same thing earlier in the game. On contact, and he didn't. On the ball ended up being like a line drive that was caught by the second baseman, I think. Mm-hmm. He didn't go, thankfully, because he would have been doubled up because it was caught. Torque made the right move. Jose Ramirez, who you expect to make the right move every time, not sure that was the right move to go on contact. And now, ninth inning, are you supposed to go on contact? I suppose that different managers have different ideas on that, but that was soft contact. But right back to the mound. It wasn't like it was to second or short, but you're going on contact, and he got caught up in it. And thank God he did. But the way that Vest played it, and maybe it's just as basic as it gets, I don't care. I loved how it looked because he was decisive. He didn't throw the ball around and start that mess. He just chased him. He just went right at him. And, Ramirez has to make his decision. Am I going left or am I going right? I have to go back to third base. And Vest is like, fair enough, I got you. You're mine. And he did, and didn't give the ball up, made the play, and the Tigers were able to get the next out, which was fantastic.
Let's go to Gerald. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Gerald?
Hey, man. I had called in a few days ago about the Tigers bunting and doing something unexpected like a double steal, anything to change the game around. And you guys almost took my head off my shoulders saying that, why should they change doing anything they've been doing all year? These guys can't bunt. But I told you that if they play professional baseball, making all that money, everybody should know how to bunt.
Well, Gerald, one of two things. One is either you called another show, or you misinterpreted what we said, because I don't remember telling anybody.
I call another show.
Thank you for your loyalty, Gerald. We appreciate that you save your calls for us.
This is what I would say, because I've always said this about when it comes to the bunt. It depends who's at the plate. Like you're not going to ask certain guys to bunt. So Zach McKinstry would ask him to bunt if need be. Sure. Wenzel Perez. Sure. And those are the guys that had the bunts. Now, was I surprised they did it? I was. And I was pleasantly surprised, and I was happy because the outcome was the Tigers win the game. Do I expect to see that every game from here on out? Hell no. That's not how they're built. But if the situation arises with the right guy, you consider it.
Okay, but the unexpected sometimes work,
Without a doubt. And I think that played a role into that. You're right, Gerald, because I think the unexpectedness definitely played a role last night.
So, it's just like you save certain things for certain times. And AJ said, look, this was a situational deal that made him do it, and do it twice in a game.
Yeah.
And if you look at, we talked about how these over-unders, the runs for these games, 3 of them came nowhere close to over. The 3 of the playoff games yesterday were well under, at least 2.5 runs or more under the expected number of runs in Vegas. Here's the data that has had people bunting less. It's run expectancy data. If you have a runner on first with nobody out, the odds of scoring a run, the chances of scoring a run is 0.86. Okay? If you have a runner on second with one out, it goes down to 0.66. So that's the data that has major league teams opting to bunt less throughout the course of the season. Now, if you have contact hitters coming up, that are in the hole, so you got your guy at the plate, if he's a good bunter, and you got a good hitter following him, it might change those numbers. These are just run expectancy data in Major League Baseball that's accumulated that has teams doing it less. But as you keep pointing out, it depends on who's at the plate, and it depends on who's in the hole. If you're moving a runner over to second and giving up an out, but the guy you're bringing to the plate is not an RBI producer, or isn't a great contact hitter, or just isn't a good hitter at all, I don't know how much it helps. But, that would probably explain a lot why teams aren't bunting as much. Great to see it employed at an important time, and a good job by AJ to do it. And I sat there wondering, they haven't been clutch. They haven't come through. They play for big innings all the time, and they're not getting them. But now, in a tie game, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. And, in a playoff.
Calling for a bunt with a runner on third, that's the unconventional one, right? That's the real roll of the dice, as opposed to just sacrificing a guy over. Yeah. But doing the squeeze play is different.
Feedback coming in the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the play in the ninth, Javi and Torque. Javi and Torque, sorry. Javi didn't look like he was positioned properly. Oh, this is on the pop-up. My apologies. Javi didn't look like he was positioned properly, and Green was charging in. I had visions of a collision, and the screen froze. Yeah. That's from Anna Carr. Yes.
Right? The last play.
I think anybody who had cable, screen froze. Wait, here we go. I watched on a dish. My screen did not freeze. Thankfully, that would have been terrifying. I can assure you, it was terrifying when the screen froze.
And the previous texter is exactly right, where he talked about Riley Green coming in from left field. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, right? He can collide. I think somebody's going to hero complex and want to make the play. Uh-oh.
I was like, is this a B-Dubs commercial?
Right. Yeah, extend it.
Next text. Screen froze. Yes, what the heck? I'm like, oh, here goes Vegas. I got a win notification on my phone from ESPN before it unfroze. Regarding Torque, it wasn't a bad throw, especially considering how he was throwing it. It's exactly what you want. A nice waist-high bounce, and Torkelson missed it. As good a fielder as Torkelson is, the caller's right. Torkelson doesn't need to jerk his glove after catching the ball. Hop recognition, and Torque went short and should have created space for the big hop. The throw to Torque was straightforward, easy bounce to play, and Torque was in full stretch mode and tried to make a hockey glove save on it. It was an easy play that Torque made hard. Probably had more time. I think both Javi and Torque have more time than they realized.
Here's what I think happens after that play. When they get to the dugout, when all is said and done, after they've won, I would imagine that A.J. Hinch or someone else on the coaching staff has addressed it with both players. Either A, saying, or both of this could happen. You tell Javi, you did have some more time. You could take a little more time there. You've got the strong arm. You can make the throw. You've got the time. And Spencer, maybe this is a different. We got to remember to play it differently, and that's fine.
We saw Scooble do it in Cleveland with the hike over the first base. He had more time than they realized.
He had more time than they realized, and they lost that game. They won this game, and this is where it's easier to take because you won. It could be there's always going to be teaching moments, but now you're probably more receptive to listening to it because it didn't cost you.
Regarding Strauss. On the helmet, Scott writes in, that could be the most scattershot massed advertising effort by a company providing a very niche service that I've ever seen. Turkish Airlines ads during the Super Bowl gets an honorable mention.
True.
From an unnamed texter, I think today and tomorrow are going to be wholly uncompetitive Cleveland wins. I just don't see this offense small balling their way to another win without Scooble shutting them down. Guys, anything might be up with Meadows, and Torres seem to be clueless at the bat all of a sudden. I'm not as shocked by Meadows. Torres, like all his postseason experience, I'm a little perplexed, but guys get cold at the wrong times, and I understand it could just be happening to him. If they keep playing, I feel like eventually Torres is going to come up with some clutch hits. I hope Parker can as well.
Well, I mean,
and if
he
not,
can. He's done it.
Yeah, if not, then just play elite center field, and when you do get on base, run the bases. Great. Hey, it's homecoming weekend in Ann Arbor, and the University of Michigan Credit Union is hosting their annual Touchdown Tailgate this Friday on East Huron Street. This is a free, family-friendly event, and they got something for every fan. Starting at 3:30, you'll enjoy free food, games, and tons of giveaways, including signed memorabilia. Here's a pro tip. Be one of the first 200 register, and you'll also score a free Block M t-shirt. Get your free ticket now at umcu.org touchdown. That's umcu.org/touchdown. umcu.org/touchdown. Register now. Capacity is limited. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Mark is on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
What's going on, gentlemen? Happy Tigers win day.
Yes.
Played first base my whole life. I used to call that play a tweener. It's in between a short hop and a big hop. Now, Torque realized somebody was fast, so he stretched out. You want to get it on that short hop, but they were right, giving the E6 on that. Javi had time. Maybe Torque should have realized I had a little more time, but today's game, I'm thinking of the movie Miracle with Kurt Russell. Bybee has been good to us and has beat us in the past, but not today. Not
There you go.
today.
There you go.
Today we come out, we hit Bybee, we score runs, and we eliminate the Guardians, whatever they're calling themselves this week. Over.
Interesting.
And then Vogt pulls him earlier. He pulls him earlier. Why'd they pull him? Like, why'd the Russians pull the goalie so early?
That's right.
Why'd they get rid of Tretiak? That was so stupid.
You know what? That's such a scandal. Why they put Vladimir Mushkin in is beyond me. I'm like, you got the best goaltender in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you just pulled him because the U.S. went up and he had a shaky period. I mean, Vladimir Mushkin, what did he ever do in his life? Nothing. He was a backup to Tretiak, who was the GOAT.
This is great because I'm looking at this speech. I have the transcript in front of me. You only need to change a couple of words. The speech goes, great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here tonight, boys. That's what you've earned here tonight. One game. It's not one game, but one game. If we played them 10 times, they might win 9. Not this game, not tonight. Tonight, we play with them. Tonight, we stay with them. And we shut them down because we can. Tonight, we're the greatest baseball team in the world this afternoon. You were born to be baseball players, every one of you. And you were meant to be here today. This is your time. Their time is done. It's over. I'm sick and tired of hearing about what a great baseball team the Soviets have. Screw them. This is your time. Now go out there and take it. I like it.
I like it too. Although I mean, the way you read it, I wasn't really inspired. But I do
I'm not
like
good
this.
at that. But I just the point gets across.
Yes.
I hope.
Yes. Let's get the
And
miracle.
it's not
speech.
really one game, but sure.
It is for go out there today and win it. It's one game.
I just got a listener just said, should we add scooping the ball at first base to the list of things that every guy thinks they can do? Because I think every guy thinks they can drive, grill, and call plays in football.
You think every guy thinks they can
well
scoop a ball out of the dirt?
The way I'm looking at this feedback coming in, and people are saying that is an easy play. Kang, how many people are saying that is an easy play?
I don't know about saying easy, but they're all blaming Torque. It's like 90 to 10, you know?
I would say this. If Torkelson is playing that in a position where he's not stretched out, as if he's got to get every inch, squeeze everything out of it, if he plays it normally, it's a much easier play to make. I mean, the ball is skipped across the field all the time because it's an easy hop for a first baseman to field. Is one that bounces in front of you 10 feet, is it easier to field? I mean, I think it's an easier play. I just think he was in a bad position. He put himself in a bad position. Do I think that that's something we can put on the list that every guy thinks they can do? Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, just thought I'd ask. All right. So I mentioned something interesting's going on in Vegas. The Lions win total. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Before the season, do you remember what it was?
10.5.
Yeah. Do you think it's up, down, or the same?
I think it's up. Okay. Because Vegas is allowed to do that. They're allowed to move the goalposts, and because they're trying to get more action on the bet.
It is up to 11.5 now. And I started looking at the rest of their schedule. What impacts this is not only the 3-1 start, which I guess is, at this point, I think most people thought 2-2 is a strong possibility, but some people thought 3-1. Some thought 1-3. Cincinnati on the Lions schedule has gone from 9.5 to 6.5. Minnesota on the Lions schedule twice has gone from 8.5 to 7.5. Giants on the Lions schedule from 5.5 to 4.5. Kansas City on the Lions schedule has gone from 11.5 to 10.5. Chicago has gone from 8.5 to 7.5. Dallas has gone from 7.5 to 6.5. That's a total of 9 fewer wins for Lions opponents the rest of the way. Now, some have gone up. The Rams are up 2. Tampa's up 1. Philly's up 1. So that's a total of plus 4. So the net is the rest of their schedule is 5 fewer wins. And the other thing that's happened is, oh, look, guess who's the favorite in the NFC North? That's right. The Detroit Lions are back to being the favorite in the NFC North. FanDuel has them at plus 110. Green Bay is plus 115.
So Vegas not impressed with Green Bay losing to Cleveland and then damn near losing at Dallas.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And very impressed with the Lions beating Baltimore on the road. And I don't know if they're impressed with the Lions beating Cleveland, but beating Cleveland by 24 when you were nowhere near your best offensively.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's intriguing, and I guess it's not a surprise given the results. What is a surprise is how quickly the Lions lost their position as favorite in the NFC North and how relatively quickly they regained it. After week 1, how many people thought we'd be sitting here 3 weeks later with Green Bay looking a little sketch and the Lions looking great? How many people thought that would be the case after week 1? Probably not very many.
Probably not many. I can only speak for myself. I felt pretty good about it. We don't need to replay the shows. By Thursday after the Green Bay game, I kind of lost it with some listeners and started yelling at them, and I felt bad driving home afterwards. But the short-term result, long-term conclusion ratio had gotten out of hand by the time Thursday after the Green Bay game rolled around. But I just looked out at Twitch, who FBG25 just posted, so someone opened back up the window. Yes, apparently the window. Remember we got calls that week, the window is closed? Right.
They lost the opener to Green Bay, and the window had closed.
For some fans, yes, because and I do think it's a funny and interesting exercise to look back at. The week by week thing, you're on the roller coaster, and because it's a shorter schedule, it's not like the Tigers schedule 162 games, or basketball and hockey where it's 82 games, much longer seasons. When you only got 17 games to play, it feels like you live and die each game with a football team. So I understand it, but I do laugh at it a little bit when you see somebody form a very strong opinion about a team after literally the first game of the season and completely dismissive of anything like a team can get better.
Yeah.
The team was, didn't have their best that day or whatever it is. That you don't look at any of the external factors, that you just make your opinion and you stick with it.
The thing about Green Bay, too, is that Green Bay, what happened in that game fed into all the insecurities that Lions fans might have, no matter how minor or how major you thought they were. If you were a little bit worried about Ben Johnson, you probably were a little bit more worried. If you were a little bit worried about the 2 young guards, you're probably a little bit more worried. If you were a little bit worried about the edge rusher opposite Hutch, you're probably a little bit more worried. Or hell, maybe a lot more worried. And if you were a lot worried about those things going into the opener, all that did was cement your opinion that the Lions were doomed. But there's a reason why we always talk about short-term results, long-term conclusions, and there's no greater example than that. Because the Lions have given us 2 good years of exceptionally competitive, Super Bowl-level competitive football. No, they haven't been there. No, they haven't won it. But they've been in the mix. And that one game did not ruin it. It appears to be the case. Now, stay healthy. They stay healthy. They're in good shape the rest of the way. Back to being the favorite in the NFC North, and their win total in Vegas has now gone up. And I don't think it went down after the opener. But if it did go down and you jumped on the over, bravo. Bravo. Tigers with a huge game coming up today. All right. We just got a text from someone. I want to get some thoughts on this. We just got a text from somebody that thinks that Cleveland is going to blow out Detroit the next 2 games. How are you feeling about winning this series now? Tiger fans, are you convinced now they're going to win it? Or did yesterday make no difference? Because for some people, and I believe that's the case with Jim Costa, he said he still has Cleveland winning the series. This texter, I think these next 2 games are going to be wholly uncompetitive Cleveland wins. I just do not see this offense small balling their way to another win without Skubal shutting them down.
Well, this team is not a small ball team, so the other side can happen. They can start playing the long ball.
Wow.
Get some guys on base with a walk and have, the 2-run homer looks pretty good.
And as much as Detroit, like they don't have Scuba going. They got Bobby going. Bobby's pretty good, let's face it. And he's been good against Detroit of late.
Well, Bobby's been outstanding against Detroit.
But my point is, so is Gavin Williams, and they beat Gavin Williams. And, that is a real feather in the cap, given the way that Gavin Williams has pitched against them. To find a way to win that game, can they find a way to win another game? I mean, the Tigers, each team had 5 hits yesterday. No one's more clutch than the other.
No, and both of these pitchers today have been very good against their opponent. But both of these pitchers today have also shown incredible vulnerabilities against everybody else in the league. So is this going to be a pitcher's duel going into the 7th inning? Or is someone going to crack earlier and revert to what they've seen in those other starts when they were terrible?
Do the Tigers win the series now? 248-539-9797. How you feeling, Detroit? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, is your garage door in serious need of repairs? I mean, is it making some really strange noises or just working really sluggishly? Here's what you do. You pick up the phone and you call Precision Garage Door Service today. They're going to come out and help you. 1-800-DOOR REPAIR. The technicians in their truck, it's essentially a warehouse on wheels. They typically have all the necessary parts on hand to complete your repairs right there on the spot. They're amazing. They are qualified. They are professional. I've dealt with them in the past, and I couldn't have been happier. They fixed the problem right away, and then they told me about problems that may come down the road years from that point. And I said, look, you're probably going to need to get new garage doors. I said, okay, well, when that comes, I'll call you. And when that came, I called them, and you should too. 1-800-DOOR REPAIR is the telephone number, or you can check out their webpage and schedule an appointment online. This way, you schedule the appointment at a time that is convenient for you. You're not beholden to some 6-hour window that they can throw at you. They will work with you. So schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tiger fans, you confident they're going to win the series? How you feeling today? They win game one. Scuba was great. They still didn't come through with a bunch of clutch hits. And the bullpen got the job done. They weren't asked to do as much, probably not nearly as much as they're going to be asked to do today. So, how you feeling about the rest of this series? Does your confidence rise significantly because of the win yesterday? In fact, did you go from thinking they'd lose the series to thinking they'd win the series? We've got that. Also, if anybody's making their way down there, I'd love to hear from you. There, you could see there were some empty seats yesterday, as we talked about on the show, and there are tickets still available. So, what if that plus the win had anybody saying, you know what, let's go, let's road trip? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Bill and Clark Lake. I have zero confidence the Tigers win this series. Got it, Bill? Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill, why not?
It just begs a question.
Yeah, it does beg the question. Why not? And if your reasons are, yesterday's game doesn't change your overall thought, like I just
that was a reason.
That's a reason.
That's a reason.
I thought Cleveland was going to win, but after yesterday, my feeling has changed. The Tigers are headed to Seattle for round 2. That's from an unnamed texter. So the one thing about yesterday, if you want to build a stronger case for Detroit, isn't it a little bit about one of the least productive offensive teams in the majors this year?
Cleveland?
Yes.
Yes.
Reverting back to that they didn't come through. When they really did come through for the last month of the season, they came through in resounding fashion.
I mean, I think that's fair to say. I'd have to go back and look at their schedule and see how they scored. If it was going to the second half of the season, even when they were winning all these games, the margins weren't scoring tons of runs actually.
Mm-hmm.
They finished up with a 9-8 win in 10 innings, but that was, I think, 5-5 going into the 10th. Yeah, they had an 8-0 win and a 6-0. They did well against Minnesota, 6 and 8 runs scored, but by and large, they're averaging 4 runs a game during the crazy stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, if they reverted back, if they've whatever mojo, it's one game. I mean, you can't really tell with one game, but it felt like that's at the end of the season when Cleveland needed a big hit, they found a big hit.
Yeah, the thing with Cleveland is that they're not scoring the runs, and even during their win streak, they're not scoring the runs. What they are doing is snuffing you out with their pitching. Mm-hmm. Their starter will go 6 or 7 innings, and their bullpen, they've got a handful of guys they can parade out there, Doug, and get the job done. And they went with a couple of their really dependable guys yesterday with Gaddis and Smith, and okay, they pitched well yesterday, but they still lost because the Tigers got that one extra run that they needed off of their starter. Let's hope that still plays. I don't like using the bullpen game against when you get against Cleveland if you have a lead late, or if you don't, or if it's just a tight game. If it's a 1-run game and you turn things over in the 6th inning, I get nervous. I think the Tigers have some bullpen arms that can help you out. Obviously, Will Vest was very good. I still believe in Kyle Finnegan, and I think Troy Melton is a tough pitcher to go against. But if you have to go 4 innings or more with a bullpen, then I'm going to get nervous. And frankly, if you're going to have to go 4 innings or more, then your starter probably hasn't done a great job.
What's one of those deals too is it's a battle of large sample size versus what your eyes showed you last. The large sample size says Detroit's a better clutch hitting team. Detroit's a better offensive team than Cleveland. Detroit has done a better job with the extra 90. All the offensive stats just about all of them would favor Detroit over the course of the season. What your eyes showed us last month of the season is opposite. Cleveland looks better in all those regards. So what do you trust more? It's hard. It's hard when you've seen a month of subpar play from the Tigers to think that the more important thing is a larger sample size. But we went into the series and the Tigers were favored. In Vegas, the Tigers were favored on FanDuel yesterday before Game 1. And so, it doesn't mean nothing. It apparently doesn't mean nothing 248-539-9797. More feedback. Do you think the Tigers are going to win this series now? Mike in Berkeley says, Doug, Gator, Tigers win today 5-2. Carp hits a home run late. Unnamed texter. Yesterday makes no difference. Our pitching is inconsistent and we can't hit. Next text. They only win if they can hold their opponents to one run recently. So unless they actually score some runs, I don't see them winning. I don't want to take that literally, but yes, winning games mean you have to score. You have to score runs. Yeah.
That's a fact.
Got it.
That is a fact.
But, I mean, they've got a golden opportunity here. Do you think last year what happened in the series with the Tigers having 2 shots to close out Cleveland and not doing it matters? Does it sit in the back of the Tigers' mind? And does it give confidence to the Guardians?
I mean, I think each team's going to look at it differently. I think the Guardians will look at that as confidence and say, look, guys, we've been here before. We've had our backs against the wall, and we've been able to fight through this. Just look at the last 40 games of the season. Look what we did. We went against this team last year. They had 2 cracks to knock us out, and they didn't get it done. Why? They should build off that. And if you're the Tigers, you should use that as fuel, as a chip on your shoulder. We didn't get it done last year. We got to get it done. We're going to get it done now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it goes both ways.
248-539-9797. You like the Tigers to win this series now. Feedback coming in from Kai Tech on Twitch. Playoff baseball is all about nail-biting nervousness. I think only overtime playoff hockey can match that nervousness. Something about very, very sweaty palms in both those sports. Hellborn Alphachild says, I have zero idea of what the Tigers' bats are going to do, but I think Mize is determined and fired up. I could see him going 7 and maybe giving up 2 solo home runs, but providing a quality start. Well, yesterday we talked about how Scooble had to be efficient early to get the most out of him, that they just needed to try and make the bullpen struggles null and void by getting Scooble deep into the game, and he was efficient early. Like he mowed him down pretty quickly. And the funny thing is Gavin Williams had 2 outs and 2 pitches.
Yeah.
And it took him 45 pitches to get the next 8 outs.
I was out. I was here in the station watching the game with Kenny and Evan, and I think they heard my frustration. I think I said something to the effect of 2 effing pitches and they've got 2 effing outs.
Yep.
Was not happy with that because that's not how you beat the guy. You have to get the pitch count up, and eventually they did that. So that was a plus. Casey Mize today going into this, I mean, he's only had 1 game this season where he's thrown over than 100 pitches, and it was back against Cleveland on July 5th, and the Tigers had a 1-0 shutout win, and he went 7 shutout innings with 4 hits and 2 walks, and he struck out 4 in that game through 102 pitches. He hasn't really. He had a 97 pitch performance against Atlanta towards the end of the season, but his last outing he threw 80 pitches and pitched into the 7th inning. He had 6 1/3 innings pitched. He's got more in the tank if he has to. Casey Mize gets in trouble when he starts missing his spots. Leaving a ball over the plate and they hammer it when he misses it. He can't afford to do that. But if we get the good Casey Mize, the efficient Casey Mize, this is gonna be very frustrating for Cleveland. I know the Tigers we as fans are gonna be frustrated if they struggle to score against Tanner Bye because man, we've seen this story before. But it goes both ways. This game could be another epic nail biting game just like yesterday.
248-539-9797. Tiger fans, you think your team wins this series now? With more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Tiger baseball just over an hour away. Game 2 in Cleveland. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. The Tigers are just one win away from the ALDS with Casey Mize on the mound this afternoon for Game 2 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland. Yesterday, the Tigers set up a chance to advance with a 2-1 win over the Guardians. Tarek Skubal gave their hitters fits, 14 strikeouts for him in that one, and he says he can't wait to watch Mize take the bump today. The Tigers are looking to advance to the ALDS for the second straight season. The last time they made consecutive ALDS appearances, 2011 to 2014, when they made 4 straight. Tanner Bybee starts for Cleveland, and manager A.J. Hinch will use the same lineup as Game 1, with Kerry Carpenter at DH, Wencio Perez in right, Javi Baez at short, Zach McKinstry at third, Dylan Dingler does the catching. That first pitch, 108. The pregame show in just minutes right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Wings now 3-3 in the preseason after a 3-1 win over the Blackhawks in Chicago last night. Lucas Raymond and JT Compher both found the back of the net, snapping a 3-game preseason losing streak. Wings next take the ice against the Maple Leafs in Toronto tomorrow night. Now retired NHLer Max Pacioretty's back at his alma mater, Michigan, as a special assistant to the head coach. The former Wolverine, who retired this offseason after 17 season, has 13 points in 37 games with the Maple Leafs last year. USA Today power ranking NFL quarterbacks before Week 5. Jared Goff comes in at number 3, only behind Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and the Browns, after their game with the Lions this past week, benching quarterback Joe Flacco in favor of rookie Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wow, huge day today. Tigers could close out the Cleveland Guardians in advance to take on Seattle in the next round of the playoffs. Yesterday, I mean, they're either advancing or yesterday was the last one of the season. I mean, it's just, it all comes down to this. 248-539-9797. Scott Anderson, we're asking people, do they think they're going to win this series now? They just went out and beat Gavin Williams because Skubal was just that much more better than Gavin Williams. And the Tigers bullpen got the job done. Will Vest got the job done with not only the way he pitched, but fielding his position as well. I don't want to overstate or understate. I want to properly state how big that play was when he got Jose Ramirez wandering off third base trying to score.
If they want to have a chance today against these Cleveland Guardians, and Casey Mize is going to have to really turn in one hell of a pitching performance. That's just what it comes down to, because when Casey Mize is good, he's great.
For people to know what Gator just did, several years ago, the Tigers were playing a preseason game against the Toronto Blue Jays, and the Toronto Blue Jays network TV color commentator was Buck Martinez. And he saw the last name Mize and turned it into a 3-syllable name.
Mize.
And we love it. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to George. You're next on 97.1. Hi, George.
Good afternoon.
What's up?
If we're winning in the 5th inning, but Mize starts to falter, would you bring in Flaherty?
No. I would bring in Melton.
I was just thinking in terms of he's a guy that goes 5 innings. It keeps the bullpen in the tank,
Melton can go. Melton can go long.
All right. Just a thought.
In fact, one of my predictions for today that we were going to get to around 12:30, but since it's come up now, I feel like Melton plays a big role today.
I think he does.
Yeah, because with Casey Mize is a guy that can battle and scuff a little bit and get through 4 innings and 68 pitches. And now you get into the point where you're going to need some long relief. And it feels like Melton's been, at times, exceedingly good in that role. So
I understand what you're saying, George. I think that they go with the guy who's come out of the bullpen rather than put somebody in a different role. And if they have a game 3 tomorrow, that's where Flaherty plays. He starts game 3.
Gotcha.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. How you feel about Melton?
I love Troy Melton. I'm really excited about his future with the Tigers. I think he's a piece. I really do.
Do you remember where he was ranked in the Tigers prospect list? Because I feel like what I've seen from Troy Melton has far exceeded what his ranking would indicate he'd be able to do here as a rookie. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Where did he peak on the prospect list?
I want to say that he was like, for the Tigers, somewhere between 10 and 15.
I mean,
I'd have to see if we could find it somehow.
Okay, does that tell you that he's a guy that should debut this year and be really, really good in this? Actually, he started games too, right? They should have a whip of 1.01. The ERA is very, very respectable, 2.76. Did that feel like that's what you were getting when you called this guy up?
No, I think it was very surprising at how good he was.
Yeah.
If I go back to the 2024 prospect rankings for the Tigers, Troy Melton was number 12, right behind Sawyer Gibson-Long, and Wilmer Flores was 10. Cater Montero was 9. So that's where he was.
So this isn't an out of nowhere story.
It's not out of nowhere, but I think the success that he has had, like making the team at some point this year. I mean, he had pitched well in the minors, but I don't know if they expected it to translate so quickly because he's got an arsenal. It's not just one or two pitches. He's got several pitches. He throws really hard, and he's been pretty consistent.
It's almost I guess different roles, but it's almost what they were hoping to get out of Jackson Jobe. If you told me that Jackson Jobe going into the postseason wasn't going to be needed as a starter and he might be coming out of the pen, and I'd tell you he's got a 2.76 ERA and a 1.01 whip, I would say that Jackson Jobe would be living up to the hype and the billing. Troy Melton wasn't considered that kind of prospect.
No. Troy Melton, in 2023 at West Michigan, he made 15 starts at a 2.48 earned run average. That got him a promotion last year, to play at Double-A. And at Erie, in 23 starts, he had a 5.1 earned run average, like a step back. This year, he started at Erie, made 10 starts, and had a 3.23 ERA, then made 8 appearances at Toledo with a 2.72 ERA. I mean, he was called up because the Tigers needed pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he came up, he's pitched incredibly well. In 16 games, his ERA is 2.76.
So the other thing that plays a factor here is with the Tigers winning yesterday, when you sit here and as a team, you build it up and say, this is a complete reset. We're back to square zero. Everything's reset to zero. Here's our chance to kind of kickstart what has been a slumbering group. How much more confident are the Tigers themselves today because they found a way to win that game? Even if they didn't score a ton of runs, they did enough to win the game. How much does that help them?
I'm sure it helps them. Yeah, they won in a different way. This wasn't their typical, let's just launch a few home runs and beat some team 7-3 or 7-1 because it's a school start. I mean, they had to earn it in all facets of the game. And when the defense looked like it may have let you down, it picked you up too with the ground ball that came right back to Will Vest, and he just ran down Jose Ramirez. And when that happened, that totally snuffed out any kind of thought that Cleveland was going to come back there. I mean, you could see the entire team just, crap. That just happened.
Yep. I mean, as much as we talk about great play by Vest, huge mistake by Ramirez.
May or may not have been. I mean, if you're taught to go on contact in that situation, it was not a sharply hit ball. It was weak contact. The problem was went right to the pitcher.
Yeah,
he just took a couple steps to his right to make the field the play.
I would not be advising my base runners to go in that situation. I would make sure you see the ball to the outfield, see a ground ball through. They got the infield in for a reason. They still got another out to go. But boy, did it change that inning. It changed everything. It felt like another Tiger late inning loss, and it completely. I mean, maybe it changed the whole series. Maybe when it's all said and done, it'll be play that cost the Indians their season.
Well, the Guardians and
sorry, and I hope so.
Put it in the jar.
Yeah, another $1 in the jar.
When you go back and look at the game yesterday, and I'm not one that needs to look back. I look forward on this, but I will say this. I mean, and this is no different than what we've seen on the Tigers a lot and down the stretch. Missed opportunities, right? There are plenty of opportunities for the Tigers to score runs in yesterday's game, and they didn't get it done.
Including the ninth.
You're right. So, and that was against an outstanding pitcher. Today they're facing a pitcher that has owned them this season in particular. Can they get guys on base, and can they finally deliver with a clutch hit?
Ken and Warren, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hey, guys. Good conversation. Me personally, I'm glad that they're playing in Cleveland. After what happened in September, I mean, that was absolutely bizarre. But I think being away from Detroit in this series takes pressure off of them. They're not under the gun. Both teams going where we are right now, it really doesn't matter. So the Tigers, okay, they made the playoffs. We can say, yeah, they blew up, but they made the playoffs, and if they did get beat, they got beat by a competitive team. On the flip side, for Cleveland, they're already saying it's a massive success because they came back. And so I think both teams are kind of playing a little loose right now, and I think that favors the Tigers, especially on the road.
Might. I mean, look, they didn't seem to value hosting this series as much as some of us did from the standpoint of they didn't put out their best lineup in the season finale. They'd clinched the playoffs, and they showed up and they played Boston because the game was on the schedule. And AJ tried to win it with the guys he had, but he gave a lot of starters rest and said that's the reason he did it. He thought the day off was more important than winning the division. So, I mean, what it is right now is a team that's gone on the road, and AJ's gamble may pay off here. Now, the thing they really blew was the first-round bye, but that's a whole other topic, and they blew that well before the end of the season. Well before the last couple games of the season. 248-539-9797. We'll talk some football next. We'll get into previewing more specifically today's game at 12:30. Hey, your favorite Wednesdays are back at Twin Peaks. That's right, just in time for fall. They're rolling back bourbons and brews. Stop by your favorite lodge and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress, serving up samples of high-end bourbons. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons. New Belgium Juicy Haze is their beer of the month for just $6.50 all month long. And the fun doesn't stop there. Playoff baseball. Detroit fighting to win this series and move on. Pair all that fun with dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen, like the in-house smoked ribs, brisket, and chicken, the hand-cut New York strips, and breaded and fried to order. Favorites like the boneless wings and tenders. My favorite's Chipotle chicken. And if you're into dessert, the cinnamon toast crunch cheesecake. Ugh. And be sure to keep your calendars open for the weekend. Hey, we got college teams back in action on Saturday after a week off. We got USC 320 as well. And then pro football on Sunday. It's the ultimate man cave experience. Why go anywhere else? It is Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, here we go. Tigers and Guardians coming up just after 1 o'clock here on 97.1 The Ticket. Go back 24 hours and think about how much fun it is to 24 hours later say, the chance to advance is today for our Detroit Tigers. Kang, we haven't got your thoughts on this game today. Anything jump off the page for you?
Yeah, I believe the Tigers win, they move on.
Thank you.
If they don't, there's a game tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
No, the question is, can the Tigers get the bats going? Because yesterday, when you don't have Skubal on the mound, right? Like when Skubal's on the mound, all right, we can get by with a couple runs, 3 runs. When Skubal's not on the mound, how do we score runs? And I'm just hoping that the magic that we saw from Carpenter last year, I mean, say what you want about Riley Green and strikeouts, he does provide power, right? Mm-hmm. Torque as well. They've got to find a way to, I think, I don't know, is the magic number 5 runs or so? But then you look at the other side, the Guardians, they don't have a very opposing lineup, that you're fearful of. But I think just scoring runs when Skubal's not on the mound, something that jumps out. And then not just this series, but any other series that they want to continue.
Yeah. It's an interesting matchup. I feel like we should do a little bit of just dedicate a little bit of time to appreciating that Riley Green did come through with a massive hit yesterday and scored the game-winning run. He strikes out a frustratingly high number of times. Mm-hmm. And yet, that double he hit to lead off was it the 7th inning that they scored the go-ahead run? Yeah, it was the 7th inning. Was huge.
He went down, got it, and launched into the gap. Looked like off the bat, maybe this was going to be one of those Riley Green home runs, and it was not, but ends up scoring anyway. It was a very, very nice at bat.
Mm-hmm. So the other thing that stands out to me, guys, is the Guardians lineup is out, right? And they're starting their top prospect in center field, Chase DeLauder, who's making his major league debut in a must-win playoff game.
That's right.
Is this like evil genius stuff by Voit, or is this desperation?
This is, I think it's more just desperation for Cleveland because I've said all along, the roster is not impressive. So when Fry gets hurt, then they got to do okay, we really need to look at what we have here. What do we want to bring up against the Tigers? They've got Tarek Skubal's left-handed, but beyond that, they got a bunch of right-handed pitchers, right? Do we want to bring up a lefty hitter? DeLauder is technically the number 2 rated prospect that they have, but he was the one who was most major league ready because he played at AAA. But he only got 148 at-bats. That's it. He had 148 at-bats split between AA and AAA, or actually between Rookie League and AAA. It was mostly AAA because I think it was rehab.
That's this year?
Yeah, that's it.
That's a small sample size for a prospect.
In his minor league career, he has 500 at-bats, 504 at-bats, with 20 home runs and 87 RBIs. So it's roughly a season's worth, right?
Yep.
And is it a Hail Mary they're doing? No, I think there's a reason. He's pretty competent defensively. According to his bio on MLB Pipeline, he's got a really good grade for his arm, his fielding, and hitting power. They're all 60s on the 80 scale. So he's a very good prospect, but hasn't had like eye-popping numbers while in the minors in Cleveland. I think it just speaks to how weak Cleveland's roster is, that they need to find something. And hey, let's bring this guy up.
Well, I mean, I guess it's weak how weak their roster has. I mean, weak. I don't know if I agree with the term weak, but is this where not having David Fry really hurt him? Because yesterday it was Rodriguez in the outfield. Now Fry was mostly a DH, but he's probably out there instead of Rodriguez, who makes that error in the first that allows the run to score. Now they're going with an unproven player making his major league debut. Would Fry be taking up those roster spots? Is this a prime example of where it's hurting him?
Well, it is a weak line.
I don't want to get into that. But I don't use the word weak. You use the word weak.
28th in Major League Baseball in runs scored.
Against the Tigers, they don't look weak. But I don't want to debate that. I just want, is this where Fry, not having Fry, is hurting him?
I don't know. I mean, this could be, this guy, maybe it's not just, maybe not just up because Fry's out. I don't know.
Like, if he goes like 0 for 4 or whatever, a lot of guys are going to do that, right? Mm-hmm. What if he makes some huge defensive error in center field? This is a huge game.
Well,
he's never.
That's the thing that I look at, right?
Yeah,
because this is a guy who's playing his first game in the majors in the biggest stage, one of the biggest stages, it's the playoffs. And it's not like he's got a track record of shagging fly balls in center field at whatever Progressive Field or the former Jake, whatever it's called out there in Cleveland. And they've got some funky angles out there too.
Dude, it seems like a massive risk that is really it might be evil genius, but I don't hate it. Sure, make your debut. I mean, Job did it last year with mixed results, right? Didn't he have 2 postseason appearances? One was pretty good, and it wasn't his debut.
Right.
This is a lot.
This is a lot.
Yep. All right. So Tigers and Guardians. It's coming up in about half hour's time. A chance to close them out. Is this a must-win game? I just heard somebody walking through the office saying they got to win today because if they don't, they're not winning this series. And I'm like, I'm not going there. Because I do like Flaherty against good teams, the way I like recent Mize. But do you think of it as a must-win?
No, it's not must-win, but I think they'll win.
Well,
I mean, I've said that we're going to win this series, so
you did.
I guess I'm not as nearly as confident today as I was yesterday, but I'm still. My 51
You're
says they
still
win today.
confident. You're not as confident in this game as you were in yesterday's game, but you're still confident they win the series.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I didn't want that misinterpreted. Because I'm like, how are you less confident when they won game 1, but you're less confident in winning game 2 as you were in game 1?
The series I'm fine with.
Hey, one other thing of note that isn't Tiger related. Aleem McNeil is practicing today with the Detroit Lions. That starts his clock on the 21-day window where he needs to be activated or his season is over. This is very good news.
It is very good news. I'm glad to see it. We heard earlier this week that was probably going to be the case, and it is the case. And, the question is how soon before he gets into football shape where he's ready to play in a game. He's not 100%, but he's 94.6% or whatever it was that Dan Campbell wanted out of him. It's really good news.
Yep. So something to keep an eye on. It could have Aleem McNeil back relatively soon. Casey Mize pitching today. He was not on last year's playoff roster. Doesn't have any experience to lean on. Does that mean he's fired up, chip on the shoulder, ready to go prove himself? Or does this mean he gets some first game jitters? Who knows? And Tanner Bybee, hey, it's one and done. You talk about the mental part of the game. If the Tigers get a lead today, you get a stadium and you get a team that starts counting outs towards the end of their season. That can be a ton of pressure. Feels like that should be something that the Tigers focus on. And you always want to score runs, but getting a lead today, you really start to sow the seed of doubt in the minds of the Guardians. Tiger Baseball's coming up next. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.